hastily adjusted his clothes and opened the car door. "What?" Soo Hwa's voice called out from behind. Students of King Hwa University watched with gossipy eyes. "It's CEO Soo! CEO Soo is here!" Many students were visibly excited. CEO Soo had come to send Lin Xuan to school, which meant they were in for another round of public displays of affection. The dog food was overwhelming, but oh so delicious. Soo Hwa stepped up to Lin Xuan, her gaze tender. "Ok Xuan's clothes are a bit messy. Let me fix them for you." The students stared, mesmerized. This couple was just too good looking, wasn't they? They say Soo Hwa, the head of Soo Corporation, is cold and unapproachable, but in front of Lin Xuan, she's all soft and gentle. This favoritism Lin Xuan is so lucky, a girl gushed, clutching her heart in envy. "I wonder if I'll ever meet someone who's this biased toward me in my lifetime." A male student muttered sourly, "Who knows where Lin Xuan got such luck to be liked by CEO Soo." Lin Xuan started from nothing, earned a fortune writing novels, and founded Skyline Group. He's already a rising star in the business world. Think you can do that? The girl shot him a glare. She wouldn't tolerate anyone bad-mouthing her idol, Lin Xuan. The guy rubbed his nose awkwardly. Lin Xuan was just too ridiculously talented who could compare. The class bell rang. Soo Hwa finally released Lin Xuan, her lips curving. "Ok Xuan, I'll be waiting for you at home tonight." Lin Xuan headed to class. A bespectacled man in his 30s, looking every bit the refined scholar, hurried past. "What?" Soo Hwa stopped him. "Young lady, are you looking for me?" The man asked, puzzled. "You're Wang Dong, the programming professor for seniors?" "That's me." The professor nodded. Soo Hwa smiled. "Hello, I'm Soo Hwa." "Soo Hwa, the head of Soo Corporation?" The professor glanced at the Rolls-Royce and had no doubts about her identity. But why would a business magnate like her seek him out? This didn't seem like a friendly visit. "CEO Soo," the professor wiped sweat from his brow. "What can I do for you?" Soo Hwa's smile remained serene. Ok Xuan is already highly skilled in computer science, and university students need ample personal time. There's no need to assign so much homework after class, don't you think? The professor's mind filled with question marks. Too much homework? What was she talking about? This was Lin Xuan's girlfriend, a woman who managed a billion-dollar empire. She wouldn't say something like this without reason. There was only one explanation: he was being used as a scapegoat for Lin Xuan. Rumor had it that Soo Hwa doted on Lin Xuan excessively. Offending him was out of the question. His only option was to play along. "Why yes, of course. I'll keep that in mind," the professor stammered, wiping more sweat. "Then, if you'll excuse me, I have a class to teach." Clutching his books, he scurried away. Soo Hwa got back into the car, ready to head to the office. As the car neared the university gates, she spotted a woman in a pink dress and heels stepping out of another vehicle. Soo Hwa's eyes narrowed dangerously. Shen Kaienkian. What was she doing at King Hwa University? "Stop the car," Soo Hwa ordered. The driver braked. "CEO Soo, is there something you need?" Soo Hwa didn't answer. Her cold gaze remained fixed on Shen Kaienkian as the woman walked into the university and headed toward the administration building. Her phone rang. She answered. "CEO Soo, Shen Kaienkian is at King Hwa University. She's likely there to complete her transfer paperwork," John King reported. "Understood." Soo Hwa hung up. Even from that single word, John King could tell Soo Hwa was in a foul mood. Shen Kaienkian was really digging her own grave deeper. And this time John King glanced at the documents in her hand and shook her head. She dragged her father down with her too. After ending the call, Soo Hwa's eyes darkened. It seemed Shen Kaienkian still hadn't given up on Ok Xuan. These past few days, she'd been too preoccupied with intimate moments with him to personally deal with Shen Kaienkian. Meanwhile, at Starlight Group, Lin Qingwen entered the chairman's office. "Father, Skyline Group's 2 movies and 2 TV series have all passed censorship, all in a single day. We can't block them through regulatory channels anymore." Her brows furrowed. She hadn't expected Lin Xuan's so-called girlfriend to have such connections, capable of overriding the Lin family's influence to get those approvals. Lin Chang's expression darkened. "Father, do you think the cinemas and streaming platforms will also defy us and allow Skyline's projects to air?" Lin Qingwen felt uneasy. Denying them distribution platforms was their last resort. If even this failed, they'd have no way left to hinder Skyline's rise in the entertainment industry. And if Skyline thrived, Lin Xuan would gain even more independence, making it even harder to bring him back to the Lin family. That was the last thing Lin Qingwen wanted. Defeating the love rival Wanner. "Don't worry, there's no way we can't stop this." Lin Chang sneered. "Most of the film and television resources in the entertainment industry are in the hands of our Starlight Group. If those platforms dare to air Lin Xuan's company's dramas or movies, all our productions will be pulled from their platforms. They wouldn't dare take that risk. Lin Qingwen frowned deeply. Why did she feel so uneasy? She had a nagging feeling that Xiao Xuan was prepared for anything. Sitting in her office, Lin Qingwen stared at the phone on her desk, hesitating. If Xiao Xuan found out she was the one behind this, would he blame her? But if she didn't do this, he might never return to the Lin family. She had no choice. With that thought, Lin Qingwen cast aside her hesitation and picked up the phone, personally calling the CEOs of several major streaming platforms and the owners of prominent cinema chains. All of them agreed without hesitation. Offending the Starlight Group for the sake of a newcomer's films and dramas? It wasn't worth it. Manager Lin, rest assured, we won't let that kid's shows air on our Tengfei platform. No problem. We won't host her content on Key App either. Understood, Manager Lin. Our Wanda Cinemas won't allocate even 0.01% of screenings to Skyline Films. Lin Qingwen set down the phone and murmured to herself, Xiao Xuan, don't blame your elder sister. I'm doing this for your own good. Only when your company collapses will you realize that it was just that woman's way of trapping you. Then you'll understand that the Lin family is your true home. Once you return, you won't have to rely on that woman's support anymore. You'll be free. Lin Qingwen's words almost convinced herself. Feeling justified, she resumed devising strategies to deal with Skyline Films. At Shanking University, Su Hua watched as Shen Kainqian reached the first floor, where a bespectacled man greeted her personally. Miss Shan, please follow me to the office, the academic director said with a smile. Shen Kainqian's grades were mediocre, far below Shanking University's transfer requirements, but there was no helping it. Her father had donated an entire academic building to the school. The offer was simply too generous. Shen Kainqian lifted her chin arrogantly and followed the director into the office in her high heels. The director personally poured her a cup of tea. Student Shen, the transfer procedures will be completed shortly. Please wait a moment. Shen Kainqian sat on the sofa. This university was majority owned by Su Corporation, a fact Shen Kainqian despised. She loathed Su Corporation for promoting a woman who, in her eyes, had slept her way to the top. The very thought disgusted her. If it weren't for Lin Chu and attending Shanking University, she would never have set foot in this vile place. President Su, would you like to go to the administration building as well? The driver asked. If he remembered correctly, this woman was one of Lin Chuan's pursuers. Surely, Su Hua wouldn't pass up the chance to confront a rival. Of course I'll see her, Su Hua chuckled. How could she not? A cold glint flashed in Su Hua's eyes as she picked up her phone and dialed. Principal. The principal answered respectfully, What are your instructions, President Su? In the past, every call from Su Hua had filled him with dread, fearing reprimands. But now, he wasn't worried at all. Every call from Su Hua was about Lin Chuan's leave requests. This time would be no different. Which department handles transfer procedures at your school? Su Hua asked. The principal was stunned. This time, it had nothing to do with Lin Chuan. Was the sky falling? And what was President Su asking about this? The Academic Affairs Office. The director is on duty today. President Su, if you need anything, I can relay your message to him, the principal replied deferentially. Su Hua, no need. I'll go directly. Principal, come as well. Yes, the principal agreed. I'm on my way back to campus and will arrive in about 10 minutes. Please wait. Any other instructions, President Su? He added. Su Hua, when you arrive, don't reveal my real identity. Just introduce me as an ordinary employee of Su Corporation. The principal was baffled. Hiding Su Hua's identity? Was she planning to humble her rival before striking? After hanging up, the driver asked, President Su, why didn't you want Shen Kainqian to know who you are? Because if she finds out now, she might hold back out of fear. And if she doesn't act, I won't have a good reason to retaliate. If Shen Kainqian didn't make the first move, Lin Chuan might think her methods too ruthless. But how could Su Hua let her off so easily after daring to covet what was hers? Su Hua stepped out of the car and strode straight into the academic director's office. Miss, may I ask who you, the director, who had only been working for 2 weeks, didn't recognize the woman before him as the CEO of Su Corporation. Su Hua ignored him and picked up the documents on his desk. Transfer procedures? Her delicate brows arched slightly. Shen Kainqian found the woman's voice oddly familiar and infuriatingly pleasant. She looked up, and her eyes widened in shock at the sight of Su Hua's breathtaking beauty. You fox spirit! What are you doing here? Shen Kainqian shot up from the sofa. I'm here to drop off Shu and for class, Su Hua replied. lips curving into a smile. The happiness in that smile made Shen Kai-Kian's blood boil. You think a lowly creature like you has any right to step foot in Shankin University? She's a bat. Miss Chen, do I need your permission to be here? Su Hua laughed lightly. Don't think some mid-level executive at Su Corporation who's keeping you as a pet can protect you forever. Shen Kai-Kian snarled, her eyes burning with hatred. Every time Lin Chuan had been around before, she'd lost face. Now that he wasn't here, who could possibly shield this woman? Today, she would teach her a lesson she'd never forget. But let me show you what Shen Kai-Kian is capable of. She raised her hand to slap Su Hua, dare to covet Chu, and previously, Su Hua had restrained herself from acting against Shen Kai-Kian in front of Lin Chuan, pretending to be delicate and weak. But this time, with Lin Chuan absent, Su Hua had no intention of letting her off so easily. With effortless grace, Su Hua seized Shen Kai-Kian's wrist. No matter how hard Shen Kai-Kian struggled, she couldn't free herself from Su Hua's grip. Shen Kai-Kian's face twisted in fury as she gritted her teeth. Let me go, now. Fine, I'll let you go. Su Hua smiled faintly. The moment Shen Kai-Kian's hand was released, before she could even catch her breath, Su Hua raised her hand and delivered several sharp slaps left and right across Shen Kai-Kian's face. These slaps are for seducing my Akshuan. Shen Kai-Kian's cheeks quickly swelled, red and inflamed. How dare you treat me like this? Shen Kai-Kian shrieked, her voice trembling with rage. I'll fight you. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Su Hua kicked her, sending Shen Kai-Kian flying backward. Director Bai gulped. Asterisk this woman is terrifying. Asterisk and yet, the way she moved, every gesture, every strike was almost elegant, as if she carried an innate nobility in her very being. You fox spirit! How dare you! Shen Kai-Kian bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, but she refused to let them fall in front of this woman. She would never admit defeat. Director, Shen Kai-Kian pointed at Su Hua. Get her out of here. No, wait! First, you have to testify. Testify that she assaulted me. She would make sure this bitch went to jail. Just then, the principal pushed the door open and froze at the scene before him. Asterisk, what in the world is going on here? Asterisk, when he saw Su Hua, he nearly stepped forward to greet her respectfully as Asterisk Chairman Su Asterisk. But then he remembered her warning over the phone. Shen Kai-Kian must not find out she was the head of Su Corporation. The words died in his throat. Why is there such a mess here? What happened? The principal asked, feigning confusion. Director Bai quickly lowered his voice and summarized the incident. After listening, the principal nodded. I say, asterisk is Shen Kai-Kian out of her mind. Asterisk Su Hua's demeanor alone made it obvious she wasn't an ordinary person. Shen Kai-Kian, despite being from a wealthy family, couldn't see that. The rumors must be true. Shen Mao has spoiled his daughter rotten, turning her into an arrogant fool. Principal! Shen Kai-Kian pointed at her swollen face, her voice trembling with fake distress. Look what she did to me. You'll stand up for me, won't you? Stand up for you? The principal scoffed. Are you sure you weren't the one causing trouble? If you hadn't started it, would this young lady have hit you? Shen Kai-Kian's face darkened. Asterisk, how dare he speak to me like this? Asterisk, principal, she said through gritted teeth, forcing herself to stay calm. My father is planning to donate an entire multimedia building to this university. A building? No, thank you. We don't need it. The principal clasped his hands behind his back, his tone icy. Shen Kai-Kian was stunned. It's an 8-story building. Principal, think carefully before you reject it. She had begged her father for this just so she could transfer to King Hua University. The principal smirked. Even if it were 5 buildings, I wouldn't side with injustice. His voice was firm, leaving no room for argument. Shen Kai-Kian's face turned purple with rage. Why weren't they groveling at her feet? Her father's donation should have made her untouchable. Director Bai was equally baffled. Asterisk, the principal actually refused? Asterisk, Director Bai, the principal asked coolly, which class and major is she in? She isn't a student here yet, Director Bai admitted. Her father was going to donate the building, and according to tradition, we would have approved her transfer. So I agreed to her enrollment. Then tell her father to cancel the donation. This university doesn't welcome her. Shen Kai-Kian's eyes widened in disbelief. Asterisk, King Hua University is turning down a donation? Asterisk, her grip tightened around her Chanel bag. Asterisk, this is a disaster. Asterisk, if she couldn't even get into King Hua, how is she supposed to get close to Lin Chuan? Her venomous gaze locked onto Su Hua. Asterisk, this woman has been sabotaging me at every turn. Asterisk, she made Lin Chuan despise her. No, she couldn't take it anymore. She wanted to tear Su Hua apart right here, right now. And where were those useless men she hired? Why hadn't they captured her yet? A sudden thought flashed through Shen Kaiqian's mind. She pointed at the principal and sneered coldly. Now I understand why you'd rather sacrifice an entire school building just to protect this woman. Did she seduce you too with her body? Don't you dare spout nonsense. The principal's face darkened with fury. That's Shen. Su Hua, who had been watching Shen Kaiqian's antics like a ridiculous clown the entire time, finally spoke. The largest shareholder of Shanking University is Su Corporation. If you truly believe the principal has engaged in underhanded dealings, then take your complaint to Su Corporation. Let them decide whether to remove him from his position. How does that sound? You fox! Shen Kaiqian glared at Su Hua. You know full well Su Corporation protects you. You're all in cahoots. That's why you're so brazen, isn't it? Wax! Su Hua chuckled lightly. After all this time together, it seems Miss Shen still doesn't know who I am. Then let me enlighten you. Su Hua stepped closer to Shen Kaiqian and lowered her voice. My name is Su Hua. Hua. Shen Kaiqian's eyes widened in shock. Wasn't that the name of Su Corporation's CEO? Could she possibly be? No, that couldn't be. This cheap seductress couldn't possibly be the CEO of Su Corporation. The principal, his expression grim, pulled out his phone and made a call. Send security in. Within moments, 4 security guards entered the room. Principal, they greeted respectfully. The principal's voice was icy. Escort her out. Now, how dare you? Shen Kaiqian lifted her chin defiantly. I'm the heiress of Shen Corporation. Why wouldn't I dare? Shen Kaiqian, don't overestimate your father's company, the principal scoffed. With Su Hua backing him, Shen Corporation was nothing. What are you waiting for? The principal's chilling gaze swept over the guards. Without further hesitation, the guards seized Shen Kaiqian. You bitch! Shen Kaiqian shrieked as they dragged her away. Don't think you've won. Sooner or later, I'll take Lin Xuan back from you. A cold glint flickered in Su Hua's eyes. Anyone who dared covet Lin Xuan deserved a fate worse than death. Supervising Xuan principal. Wait, what did Shen Kaiqian just say? Brother Lin Xuan? So, Shen Kaiqian has fallen for Lin Xuan, and the reason Su Hua came to the Academic Affairs Office was to prevent Shen Kaiqian from getting close to Lin Xuan by transferring into Shanking University. He had thought Su Hua had changed this time, that her visit wasn't about Lin Xuan. Turns out, it was still because of him. The principal still wasn't entirely sure, so he asked respectfully, Ms. Su, what brings you to the Academic Affairs Office today? Su Hua gave him a faint glance. I dropped Xuan off at school and happened to run into someone trying to sneak into Shanking University to get close to my man. I couldn't just stand by. Principal! Exclamation, 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 exactly as he'd suspected. Principal! Su Hua's crimson lips curved into a smile. Remember, Xuan is mine. As the principal of Shanking University, I don't want to see any woman getting near him on campus. Understood? Ms. Su, rest assured, I'll keep a close eye on Lin Xuan for you, the principal replied deferentially. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Lin Xuan was outstanding. It was only natural other girls would be drawn to him. Keeping women away from him was no small task. But given Su Hua's domineering possessiveness, it was better to enforce this early. Otherwise, some female students might cross her, and that would be no laughing matter. Satisfied with the principal's compliance, Su Hua withdrew her gaze. If you do a good job, I'll add another 5 million to this year's bonus. Principal! Exclamation, 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 exclamation. This mission was non-negotiable. 5 million, he was coming for it. The academic director stood there, stunned. So this woman of extraordinary presence was none other than Ms. Good thing he'd just been spectating and hadn't shown her any disrespect. The security guards dragged Shen Kaiqian out of Shanking University and unceremoniously dumped her on the ground. Shen Kaiqian fell hard, her hands and knees scraping against the pavement. Tears welled up in her eyes from the pain. You'll all pay for this. Just you wait. Where? A few passing journalists snapped photos of her. Wait, doesn't she look familiar? Isn't that the heiress of Shen Corporation? Why was she thrown out of Shanking University? One journalist quickly approached the security guards. Excuse me, gentlemen, why was she expelled? What did she do? That one? She threw a tantrum in the Academic Affairs Office, thinking her father's donation of a building gave her the right. The university has rejected both his donation and her transfer application. The journalist scribbled furiously in his notepad. Su Hua's car pulled out of Shanking University. Spotting Shen Kaiqian still at the gates, she ordered, "Stop the car." "Yes, ma'am." The driver halted the vehicle. Shen Kaiqian immediately noticed Su Hua stepping out. Her face twisted with rage. Feeling smug? aren't you? You won again, got me kicked out. Here to gloat. Huh. Soo Hua smirked but said nothing, simply watching as Shen Kainqian ranted and raved. Don't celebrate too soon. Shen Kainqian hissed through gritted teeth. Cross me and you'll regret it. You'd better hide forever. Otherwise she'd make sure Soo Hua lived in agony. Fine. I'll wait and see who regrets it in the end, Soo Hua replied, her eyes narrowing dangerously. The driver wiped his brow. Normally, Soo Hua wouldn't waste words on a fool like Shen Kainqian, she'd just eliminate her. But now she seemed to be treating her like a clown, amusing herself until the day she grew bored and disposed of her. Love really could change a person. Shen Kainqian, I welcome your attempts to take me down. Soo Hua smiled faintly before turning back to her car. What? The journalists snapped more photos of her. Soo Hua's beauty was breathtaking, they couldn't resist capturing her image. Unbeknownst to them, several bodyguards were watching. The journalists marveled at the photos. She's stunning. That aura like an untouchable queen. Never seen anything like it. I wonder what kind of man could handle her. Hearing this, Shen Kainqian scoffed. That cheap slut clawed her way up using her body. What's so noble about her? Journalists, what nonsense. A woman who slept her way to the top wouldn't carry herself like royalty. Ridiculous. You'll see soon enough, Shen Kainqian sneered, crossing her arms. The journalists exchanged uneasy glances. Sounded like something was about to go down. Shen Kainqian smirked triumphantly. She refused to believe this vixen could evade her forever. Soon, her men would catch her. She'd film Soo Hua beneath multiple men, then show Lin Xiu and the footage. He'd be disgusted, realizing only she, Shen Kainqian, was worthy of him. After Shen Kainqian drove off, the journalists prepared to leave, satisfied with their shots of Soo Hua. Her looks, her presence, she could be the heroine of a novel. These photos alone would cause a stir. Suddenly, several bodyguards surrounded them. The journalists gulped at the sight of the towering, suited men in sunglasses. Gentlemen, can we help you? One stammered. Bodyguard, hand over your cameras. They had no choice but to comply. The bodyguards deleted every photo of Soo Hua before returning the cameras. Then, just as swiftly, they left. The journalists stood frozen. In all their years, they'd never encountered anything like this. They'd only taken a few harmless photos, yet they'd been erased without mercy. Journalist Wang, one muttered, that woman, could she be Soo Hua, the head of Soo Corporation? Rumor has it she's breathtaking, just like her. The other nodded, dread creeping in. Thank goodness they hadn't offended her. A media outlet once published unauthorized content about Soo Hua. The next day, its owner was arrested. In their circle, one rule was absolute: never report on Soo Hua without her permission. Wang Da's girlfriend, after returning home, Shen Kainqian, went to cry to Shen Mao again. Dad, you have to help me teach the president of Shanking University a lesson. Shen Mao had been swamped with company matters lately, and Shen Kainqian's whining only added to his irritation. Unable to hold back, he snapped, Shen Kainqian, do you really think I have unlimited power? Shanking University belongs to Soo Hua. You want me to go after its president? But Dad, your daughter has suffered such humiliation. Shen Mao cut her off impatiently. Just leave for now. I still have work to deal with. Fine. Shen Kainqian bit her lip and stormed out in frustration. The butler approached with a phone in hand. Would you like to see this? Shen Kainqian took the phone and saw photos of herself being thrown out at the gates of Shanking University. The comments below were filled with vicious speculation. Some claimed she had bullied other students there, which was why she was tossed out. Others accused her of chasing after men on campus. There were even remarks about how she had driven someone to suicide at University, calling her stupid and wicked. Shen Kainqian hurled the phone against the wall, shattering it into pieces. Every single one of you is against me. I won't let any of you off easy. She stomped her feet in a fit of rage. The butler stood nearby, trembling, not daring to speak. Inside the study, Shen Mao massaged his temples, his pulse throbbing. A sense of foreboding gnawed at him. Something bad was about to happen. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan sat in the classroom. Wang Doth tossed his backpack into the desk drawer and glanced at the dark circles under Lin Chuan's eyes. Chuan, were you robbing banks last night? Nah, just spending time with my girlfriend, Lin Chuan replied with a tired smirk. Can't help it, she's clingy. Ugh, here we go again with the PDA. Wang Da rolled his eyes. Ever since Lin Chuan got together with CEO Su, he'd turned into a full-blown love-struck fool, either bragging about his relationship or on his way to do so. But this time, Wang Da was immune. Leaning back with his hands behind his head, he grinned. Lin Chuan patted his shoulder. Son, you've never been in love. You have no idea how amazing it feels to have a girlfriend by your side. Hold up, Wang Da interrupted. Don't get too cocky. You think you're the only one with a girlfriend now? Yes, what? I'm officially off the market. Wang Da couldn't stop grinning. And she's incredibly beautiful and sweet. Lin Xuan froze. Da was in a relationship? Wait, a realization struck him and his expression darkened. Da, what's your girlfriend's name? How old is she? Lin Xuan pressed. Wang Xian. She's a year younger than me, just turned 21, Wang Da answered. Wang Xian. It was really her. Lin Xuan clenched his fists. In his past life, Wang Da had also been with Wang Xian. She had manipulated him relentlessly, making him doubt himself, believe he was unworthy of her, and indulge her every whim. Later, when Wang Da founded his own gaming company, Wang Xian secretly handed over his game to a rival firm. She then conspired with them to destroy his company. When Wang Da discovered the truth, he jumped to his death. Back when Lin Xuan had been blindly in love with Qin Royale, Wang Da had repeatedly warned him that she was no good. Now, it was Wang Da who couldn't see Wang Xian's true colors. Truly, it was easier to see others' flaws than one's own. How long have you two been together? Lin Xuan pressed. Only 3 days, but we met 2 weeks ago. I saved her from some thugs harassing her outside a bar. She stayed at my place for a while, and things just developed. Wang Da grinned like an idiot. No wonder Lin Xuan and CEO Su were always glued together. Being in love really did feel amazing. Only 3 days? Then there's still time. Lin Xuan exhaled in relief. This time, he would pull Wang Da out before it was too late. He wouldn't let that woman deceive him again. But if he bluntly warned Wang Da now, he'd still be in the honeymoon phase and wouldn't listen, might even resent him for it. What do you mean, still time? Wang Da frowned. Not there. Lin Xuan slung an arm around his neck. So, now that you're taken, aren't you gonna treat your best bro to a celebration? Let me ask her when she's free. Wang Da immediately texted his girlfriend. She happened to be on her phone and replied quickly. Work's been hectic lately. I'll be free next Wednesday. Xuan, she's free next Wednesday, Wang Da said, turning to Lin Xuan. Then next Wednesday it is. No backing out. A cold glint flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes. Having been reborn, he was determined to protect those he cared about. This time, he wouldn't let Wang Da suffer again. Professor Wang entered the classroom. He shot Lin Xuan a resentful look. Lin Xuan, what was that about? He hadn't done anything to provoke Professor Wang. Class begins, Professor Wang announced, slamming his textbook onto the lectern. First, let's review last week's material. As Professor Wang lectured, Lin Xuan's mind raced. How could he expose Wang Xian's true nature in front of Wang Da? He needed a foolproof plan, one that would strike decisively. Your space has been updated with new medical knowledge. You can start studying it now. A faint, indistinct voice echoed in his mind before vanishing as if it had never been there. Medical knowledge? If the heavenly Tao itself had added this content, it must be advanced. Excitement surged through Lin Xuan as he focused his consciousness into his spatial dimension, flipping through the new materials. Acupuncture, herbal medicine, Western medicine. Every treatment method was covered, not just theories, but ready-made solutions for various diseases. This was beyond cutting edge. Perfect. With this, maybe Su Hua's illness could finally be cured. The medical knowledge in this world was outdated, and his own efforts to study medicine had yielded little progress. But now, with this treasure trove, Lin Xuan felt unstoppable. He dove into the medical texts, searching frantically for a cure for Su Hua. Professor Wang noticed a student sleeping in class and instinctively reached for a piece of chalk to throw. Then he saw Wang Da grinning at him with a mouthful of white teeth. Lin Xuan always sat next to Wang Da. The sleeper was Lin Xuan. He forced himself to lower the chalk. He couldn't throw it. Lin Xuan was under CEO Su's protection. His skills in computer science far surpassed Professor Wang's own. This was a prodigy, one to be revered, not provoked. Pretending he hadn't seen anything, Professor Wang continued his lecture. President Su is angry. After class, Professor Wang walked over to Lin Xuan's desk. Wang Da nudged Lin Xuan's shoulder. Xuan, wake up! Professor Wang is looking for you. Lin Xuan pulled his consciousness back from his thoughts. Professor Wang? As soon as he looked up, he saw Professor Wang staring at him with an eerie expression. What's the matter? Lin Xuan frowned. Why did Professor Wang's gaze seem so strange? Lin, I don't recall assigning much homework to your class. And you, in particular, have the privilege of not needing to do any, Professor Wang said, his tone dripping with resentment. But he hadn't done anything wrong, yet Boss Su had scolded him, telling him not to assign so much work. You're right, Professor Wang. You haven't given us much homework, Lin Xuan nodded. Then why did you tell Boss Su that I piled assignments on you? She specifically called me out about it today. Professor Wang felt like he had become an unwilling participant in this couple's little game. Lin Xuan guiltily rubbed his nose. Sorry, Professor Wang, I won't use you as an excuse again. It had been a spur-of-the-moment lie. That day, Hua had nearly lured him back to bed and he was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist. So, he had made up an excuse that he needed to finish his programming homework. But Hua had taken it to heart. Professor Wang clutched his chest. Lin, have some sympathy for your professor. My poor heart can't handle your girlfriend. After all, my job is in her hands. Got it. Lin Xuan nodded. This time, he was clearly in the wrong. Fine. Next time, he just used work at the company as an excuse. Professor Wang smiled warmly. Good kid. Oh, and Lin, don't forget to put in a good word for me with Boss Su. Oh, Lin Xuan nodded. 3 days later, Professor Wang was still in his office reading when another professor walked in. Congratulations, Professor Wang. You've been promoted from associate to full professor. What? Professor Wang's eyes widened in shock. He had the qualifications, but he'd only been at Shanking University for a year, far from meeting the usual requirements for a full professorship. Yet the university had given him one of the 2 annual unconditional promotions. Professor Wang recalled how, just 2 days ago, he'd asked Lin Xuan to speak well of him to Boss Su. So, this was Boss Su's doing. It had to be. There was no way such a coincidence could exist otherwise. Lin Xuan's connections were truly formidable. In the following days, whenever he had time, Lin Xuan immersed himself in studying medicine in his private space. The medical knowledge from the other world had no records of Hua's condition. He had to master the relevant medical theories himself and devise a treatment plan for her. He needed to find a cure as soon as possible. Hua's illness couldn't be delayed. Though she rarely had episodes now, he wanted her fully healed. He feared that if this dragged on, it might leave lasting damage. With Lin Xuan so busy, he barely had time to spend with Su Hua, let alone visit Su Corporation. One day, Su Hua messaged Lin Xuan. He replied with a kissing emoji. Su Hua stared at their chat, her delicate brows furrowing tightly. That was it. In the past, Xuan would shower her with sweet nothings. Her face darkened, and a chilling aura radiated from her. Boss Su! A senior executive stepped in and immediately sensed the oppressive atmosphere in the office. One glance at Su Hua's stormy expression told him everything. This was bad timing. The Boss Su, I see you're busy. This project isn't urgent, so maybe I'll come back this afternoon? The executive desperately wanted to flee. Hand it over. Su Hua's icy gaze pinned him in place. Why yes? The executive's face fell. He was doomed. No escape now. He handed the project proposal to Su Hua and began explaining. Su Hua scribbled notes with her pen, her expression unreadable. The executive kept wiping sweat from his forehead. Those 20 minutes felt like an eternity. Dud! Su Hua tossed the proposal back at him. The executive's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. Redo this. I want it back in 1 day, she said coldly. Yes, Boss Su. Trembling, he picked up the documents. This was terrifying. Boss Su was downright terrifying. Ever since she started dating young Master Lin, she'd been unusually kind to the staff. They hadn't seen her this furious in ages, and he just had to be the unlucky one to walk into it. The executive practically sprinted out of the office. Outside, he ran into Zhang King and immediately pulled her aside. Secretary Zhang, why is Boss Su in such a bad mood? Did she fight with her boyfriend? Fight? Zhang King frowned. No, not at all. If they had, young Master Lin would have rushed over to smooth things over. Besides, hadn't Boss Su shared a sweet goodbye kiss with him before work? No, that's strange. I've noticed a pattern. Boss Su's mood is entirely dictated by her boyfriend. If she's this upset today, how could they not have fought? The executive muttered under his breath. Secretary John, I'd better get going. Boss Su wants my department to revise this proposal within a day. It's tight. Best to leave before Boss Su emerged and caught him again. Take care, Supervisor Wang. John King watched him leave, her frown deepening. What was really going on? Supervisor Huang wasn't wrong. Boss Su's emotions were tied to young Master Lin. Had they actually quarreled? John King cracked the office door open slightly and peeked inside. Sure enough, Su Hua's expression was thunderous. She didn't dare look further and quietly closed the door. Today, she was supposed to accompany Boss Su on an inspection. If Boss Su stayed in this mood, she would be the next victim. No, Supervisor Wang had already taken the first hit, judging by how he'd been shaking when he left. She was next. She had to improve Boss Su's mood. John King's first thought was to call Lin Xuan the ultimate fire extinguisher. Young Master Lin, she called, her voice dripping with exaggerated sweetness. Secretary Yan? What's up? I just wanted to ask, did you and Boss Sue have a fight today? She cut straight to the point. A what? Lin Chuan frowned. Oh, what? Are you sure? John King was baffled. Then why is Boss Sue scowling like the world's ending? Nothing else could make Boss Sue this furious. Hyo is in bad mood? Hold on, I'll call her. Thank you, young Master Lin. John King exhaled in relief. Young Master Lin was Boss Sue's personal fire extinguisher whenever he stepped in. There was no flame of Boss Sue's temper he couldn't put out. John King, reassured, went back to handling her work. Feel like dealing with her now at this moment in the CEO's office. Soo Hyua couldn't focus on her work at all. She held a pen absent-mindedly, lost in thought. Her mind was filled with one question: why had Xu and been so distant lately? Before, he would come to the company to accompany her every 2 or 3 days. But now, 5 days had passed and he still hadn't shown up. Had Xuan fallen for someone else? Did he think she wasn't good enough? Had he grown tired of her? Soo Hyua's mood was terrible. Just then, her phone rang. She was about to decline the call, but when she saw the name Xu, and on the screen, she hesitated, then pressed accept. Xuan! Hyua Bao, what are you doing? Lin Xuan's voice was gentle. At the company, Soo Hyua replied, pressing her lips together. Hyua Bao, remember to leave work on time tonight. I'll make your favorite dishes and wait for you at home. At home waiting for her. In the past, Soo Hyua had always been consumed by work. To her, home was just a cold, empty place. But now, that home had Xuan in it. Soo Hyua nodded. Lin Xuan could sense her mood lifting slightly, and he quietly let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a medical inspiration flashed through his mind. His eyes lit up. Hyua Bao, I'll hang up now. Remember to take breaks while working. Lin Xuan hastily ended the call and immediately retreated into his space, flipping through an otherworldly medical book. Listening to the monotonous beeping from her phone, Soo Hyua's mood soured even further. Xu, in's attempt to comfort her this time felt so half-hearted. She had read in a book that couples go through a low-tide phase after being together for a while. Was Xuan in that phase now? Had he grown tired of her? A chilling aura emanated from Soo Hyua. She desperately needed to vent, and the most effective way for her to vent was to torment someone. Shen Kaienkian. Soo Hyua narrowed her eyes. She wanted to deal with her now. Picking up the office phone, she called out, John King, come in. President Sue. John King knocked and entered. The moment she stepped inside, she felt an icy chill in the air. Then she saw Soo Hyua's frosty expression. John King, was it her imagination? Why did it seem like President Sue was still furious? Had even young Master Lin, the human fire extinguisher, failed this time? What on earth had happened? President Sue and young Master Lin hadn't even argued. John King couldn't fathom what else could have angered her boss this much. How may I assist you, President Sue? John King asked respectfully. Soo Hyua tapped her fingers lightly on the desk. Are the people Shen Kaienkian sent to capture me still nearby? Yes, John King nodded. Shen Kaienkian's men have been keeping watch outside our company's entrance. They're probably waiting for you to appear. Why was President Sue suddenly asking about this? Did that mean she planned to take action against Shen Kaienkian? The thought made John King's eyes gleam. If true, that would be fantastic. She had long despised Shen Kaienkian. She couldn't wait to see how President Sue would torment her love rival. No, Shen Kaienkian couldn't even be called a rival, since young Master Lin didn't spare her a single glance. Of course, there was another important point. If President Sue vented her anger on Shen Kaienkian, then she, John King, would be safe. If they're still here, that's perfect, Soo Hyua said, her eyes glinting dangerously. How do you plan to deal with them, President Sue? John King asked curiously. First, lure their bodyguards to Emperor's View Villa and capture them. Then draw Shen Kaienkian there as well, Soo Hyua instructed. Yes, President Sue. John King silently lit a metaphorical candle for Shen Kaienkian in her heart. President Sue was in a foul mood. This time, Shen Kaienkian had walked straight into the line of fire. Soo Hyua walked out of Sue Corporation alone. Her breathtaking beauty caught the attention of a man named Wang Qiu, who was sitting on a flower-bed curb, munching on a steamed bun. Brother Chen, it's Wang Qiu, the bodyguard, nearly choked on his bun in excitement, his words stumbling as he pointed at Soo Hyua. What's with the stuttering? Can't you speak properly? Chen Feng glared at him. Brother Chen, look. It's the woman the young mistress wants us to capture. She's here. Wang Qiu was so thrilled he could cry. After more than 20 days, they had finally caught sight of her. This was too good to be true. Shen Fang initially thought Wang Qiu was joking and decided that if this was a prank, he'd teach him a lesson later. But when he followed Wang Qiu's finger and saw Soo Hyua, his eyes lit up. It really was her. We have to capture her this time. Let's finish this mission quickly. Chen Fang grabbed his walkie-talkie. Target spotted. Everyone, move in. License plate ya 12,345. Don't lose her. If they failed again, they'd have to keep lurking here for who knows how many more days and endure the young mistress's scolding. Unbeknownst to them, a few inconspicuous cars were tailing them from behind. Meanwhile, at Emperor's View Villa, a group of shadow guards had already taken positions in advance. Shen Kaienqian's men followed Su Hua's car relentlessly. Chen Fang puffed on his cigarette and grinned. Aside from how hard it was to track her down, this mission's a piece of cake. Yeah, the young mistress hates this woman so much. Once we succeed, she'll reward us handsomely. The bodyguards could already picture Shen Kaienqian showering them with money. They burst into loud laughter. Su Hua's car entered a secluded villa with no fencing. The moment she stepped out, they surrounded her. Chen Fang and Wang Yu got a close look at Su Hua's stunning, porcelain-like face, and their eyes glazed over. Her photos had already been striking, but in person her beauty was downright mesmerizing, and her skin it was as flawless as fine china. It must feel incredible to touch. Brother Chen, this woman would be a real treat. Wang Yu licked his lips, his gaze ravenous as he stared at Su Hua. Chen Fang couldn't tear his eyes away from her exquisite features. Beautiful! Unbelievably beautiful. Brother Chen, why don't we have some fun with her first before reporting to the young mistress? Wang Yu suggested. Fine by me. Chen Fang nodded. Sweetheart, we'll make sure you enjoy this. They lunged at Su Hua. You are Su Hua. Su Hua had already put on a pair of snow-white gloves in advance. She had always remembered the day Lin Xiu and saw her dealing with Su Hai in the night garden. He had pulled the blood-stained knife from her hand. He told her not to let Su Hai's blood stain her hands. From then on, whenever she dealt with someone personally, she would wear gloves to ensure not a single drop of blood would dirty her hands. Watching the man charging toward her, a cold glint flashed in Su Hua's eyes. The shadow guards hidden in the darkness saw Su Hua preparing for a fight, but remained concealed. Without her orders, they would not reveal themselves. These small-time thugs couldn't even harm a single strand of her hair. There was no need to worry they could hurt their mistress. Beauty, just give in to us. We won't make things difficult for you, Chen Fang said with a smirk. Su Hua didn't waste words. Her figure darted swiftly among Shen Kaienqian's bodyguards. They froze in place. How was she so fast? Before they could react, Su Hua's fist smashed into Chen Fang's face. He tried to retaliate with a punch of his own, but Su Hua caught his fist. With a sharp squeeze, a sickening crack echoed as Chen Fang's fist was crushed effortlessly by Su Hua's delicate hand. Ah! Chen Fang's face twisted in agony. My hand, my hand. The other bodyguards took several steps back at the sight. What? The? Su Hua kicked several more bodyguards to the ground. PFFT, they clutched their chests, blood spraying from their mouths. This is terrifying, Wang Yu muttered, swallowing hard. He had assumed this woman was just like any other ordinary, with no combat skills. Yet here she was, effortlessly taking them all down alone. Let's just leave, Wang Yu said fearfully. Are you kidding? Another bodyguard sneered. We just underestimated her. If we all attack together, there's no way we can't beat some bitch. Brothers, charge. If we don't act now, the young mistress will never let us off when we return. They rushed at her in unison. Su Hua's indifferent gaze swept over them as she continued weaving through their ranks. Unless she deliberately touched them with her gloved hands, they couldn't even graze the hem of her clothes. They were helpless, completely at her mercy, unable to fight back. Wang Yu's hands trembled in fear. Stumbling, he tried to flee the scene, only to be surrounded by a dozen black-clad bodyguards emerging from nowhere. "Ah, what?" Exclamation. Wang Yu's eyes bulged. Where had these people come from? The young mistress had said Su Hua was just an ordinary woman. How did she have so many bodyguards protecting her? Trying to run? Su Hua's voice drifted eerily from behind him. Wang Yu stiffly turned around. There she stood, right in front of him. Ah, he nearly jumped out of his skin. Su Hua was breathtakingly beautiful, but Wang Yu had no mind to appreciate her looks now. To him, she was nothing but a demon. His legs shook so badly he nearly wet himself. With a thud, he dropped to his knees. Please spare me! I won't dare anymore. Just let me go, and I'll disappear. I won't even look at you again. Spare you? Su Hua's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. I lured you here. Why would I let you go? Her fist slammed into his eye, leaving a dark, swollen bruise. Tut, tut, tut. The sound of fists pounding into flesh echoed, accompanied by howls of pain. Soon, all of Shen Kaienqian's bodyguards were battered and bruised. They wobbled like punching bags. Su Hua wouldn't even let them fall. Jiang King arrived just in time to witness the scene. Her jaw dropped. The sound of those punches was deafening. These men were nothing but human sandbags to Su Hua. Just watching made her wince in sympathy. Su Hua must have been really angry this time. A Linkshu and had been staying at the night garden these past few days, never stepping out. There was no way some scheming woman could have tried to seduce him. He and Su Hua hadn't even argued. So why was Su Hua so furious? John King shook her head, baffled. Truly, a woman's heart was as unfathomable as the ocean. After more than 20 minutes, Su Hua finally vented enough to calm down. She kicked the bodyguards away one by one or lifted and hurled them like ragdolls. 10 bodyguards lay strewn across the ground in disarray. 6 had been assigned to Shen Qian by Shen Mao initially, while the other 4 were added later after her relentless begging. They all stared at Su Hua in terror. This woman was a monster, too terrifying. Damn it! The young mistress severely underestimated her, Chen Fang gritted out, clutching his shattered right hand. This was no woman they could afford to provoke. Wait, this location. Chen Fang's face drained of color as he recognized their surroundings. This was the Imperial View Villa, and its owner, Su Hua. Of course! They had been staking out Su Corporation for so long without catching her. Only someone with immense influence could evade them like this. And hadn't the young mistress mentioned that Su Corporation kept protecting this woman? Which could only mean one thing, Su Hua. You're the head of Su Corporation, Su Hua. Shen Fang's voice shook. What? Su Hua? Exclamation. The other bodyguards trembled at the revelation. Jian King raised an eyebrow. Took you long enough to figure it out. How incompetent can you be? And to dare attack without even verifying our Su Hua's identity? Bold, I'll give you that. With Jian King's confirmation, Shen Fang collapsed weakly to the ground. No wonder this woman was unstoppable. 10 of them couldn't lay a finger on her. She was Su Hua. They were doomed. Completely and utterly doomed. Rumors painted Su Hua as a ruthless she-devil who delighted in tormenting people. And they had actually tried to kidnap her. Worse, they had even thought about assaulting her. Young mistress, you doomed us all, Chen Fang lamented to the heavens. You were sent by Shen Qian, Su Hua stated coldly. Yes, it was her, he admitted. If they had been captured by anyone else, they might have held their tongues. But this was Su Hua. Her methods of torture were legendary. Rumor had it she even kept snakes, harmless ones trained to drink blood and devour flesh. He'd rather confess everything now than suffer a fate worse than death. Fox spirit, you're done for President Su. Shen Qian is our young mistress. She has her eyes on your man, and as long as something happens to you, she can take him away from you. If we help her finish the job, she'll reward us with millions in bonuses. Chen Fang trembled as he answered Su Hua. Then tell me, how does she plan to deal with me? Su Hua arched an elegant brow. She said. Chen Fang lowered his head, stammering fearfully. She's already prepared 3 fat, ugly men. Once they capture you, they'll handle you, and they'll take photos and videos to post online. Oh, and she also wants to ruin your face. Carve the word slut into it. Not just that, she wants to force you to crawl on the ground like a dog, eating filth and drinking urine. She said since you dared to steal her man, you won't end well. She'll use those photos and videos to make Lin Chu and lose all feelings for you, so she can swoop in and be with him instead. Chen Fang knew all this because Shen Qian had openly said it right in front of him, without any restraint. John King listened to Chen Fang's words, feeling a chill run down her spine. President Su and young Master Lin were already together, deeply in love. Shen Qian had fallen for Lin Xu and at first sight and was determined to take him away. Since Lin Xu wanted nothing to do with her, she decided to target Su Hua instead. If Su Hua were an ordinary person, the consequences would be unthinkable. Shen Qian was truly vicious. President Su, everything I've said is true, not a single word is false, Chen Fang swore. Brother Chen, one of the bodyguards widened his eyes. You're betraying the young mistress? Even if I didn't say anything, would she be spared? Chen Fang roared. Since she dared to mess with President Su, she'll have to face the consequences. The person we're dealing with is President Su. Do you want to end up in the snake pit or the beast arena? Do you want a fate worse than death? The bodyguard had heard of Su Hua's reputation. At Chen Fang's words, a cold dread crept up from their feet. Su Hua's lips curled into a faint smile. It seems Shen Qian will stop at nothing to get Oxuan. President Su, what do you plan to do? Jian King asked curiously. Simple, return the favor in kind, Su Hua murmured. She would do to Shen Qian exactly what Shen Qian had planned for her. Admittedly, Shen Qian's methods were brutal. She liked that. Call your mistress. Lower her here, Su Hua commanded, her tone leaving no room for argument. President Su, if I follow your orders then call her, Can you spare me? Before Chen Fang could finish, Su Hua shot him a cold glare. The rest of his words died in his throat. Why yes, I'll contact the young mistress right away. With his left hand, the one whose bones weren't broken, Chen Fang shakily picked up his phone and dialed Shen Kainqian. In the living room of the Shen family's ancestral home, Shen Kainqian sat cross-legged on the sofa, leisurely eating an apple. In front of her stood two maids balancing vases on their heads. Their faces were pale, their bodies frozen stiff. Achoo! One maid couldn't hold back a sneeze, and the vase toppled from her head. Fresh! The vase shattered on the floor. Oh no, the maid stared at the broken pieces, her face deathly white as she collapsed to the ground. Useless! Can't even balance a vase properly? Shen Kainqian tossed her half-eaten apple into the trash and grabbed a whip nearby, lashing it down on the maid. Thwack! 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 Strike after strike landed on the maid's body. The maid bit her lip, enduring the pain. The other servants stood trembling nearby, not daring to make a sound. Lately, the young mistress's temper had grown worse. She wore a scowl all day, taking her anger out on them. She constantly found excuses to beat and humiliate them. A phone rang. Shen Kainqian ignored it, too busy whipping the maid. The ringing stopped briefly, then started again, grating on her nerves. Annoyed, she snatched up the phone. What is it? Speak, young mistress, it's me, Chen Fang. Chen Fang glanced at the sharp blade pressed against his throat, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Well, did you find her? Shen Kainqian demanded. Probably not. These idiots, letting that vixen roam free for so long. Young mistress, don't worry, we've located her, Chen Fang replied, his voice trembling uncontrollably. You found her? Shen Kainqian shot to her feet, ecstatic. Did you catch her? Too excited to notice the fear in Chen Fang's voice, she grinned. We did. Shen Fang nodded. After she left Su Corporation, we tailed her to a remote villa in the outskirts. I captured her. Young mistress, should we deal with her ourselves, or do you want to come handle her personally? Of course, I'm coming myself. Shen Kainqian's voice dripped with malice. Only by tormenting her with my own hands will I feel satisfied. Then, young mistress, I'll send you the location. Please hurry, I'm afraid something might go wrong. Fine, I'll be there soon. Shen Kainqian hung up, her face twisting into a cruel smile. Ugh! She'd finally see that vixen's downfall. She would make sure that woman suffered a fate worse than death. Eager to witness Su Hua's torment, Shen Kainqian changed clothes and rushed out of the Shen estate in her high heels. Kainqian, where are you going? Shen Mao stopped her. Dad, my classmates invited me shopping. I'm running late, gotta go. She yanked open the car door and slid inside, then dialed another number. I booked 3 men, right? Bring them to the location I'm sending you. After hanging up, she smirked coldly. Vixen, your end is near. One of the bodyguards driving frowned. Something felt off. This had gone too smoothly. Was there a trap? Meanwhile, Chen Yu's taxi happened to pass by the villa district's gates. Her eyes sharpened. That was Shen Kainqian's car. Where was she going? A gut feeling told Chen Yu this was her perfect chance for revenge. Uncle driver, can you follow that pink car ahead? Shen Kainqian, you finally arrived, little girl. Are you asking me to tail someone? That won't do. It's illegal, we can't do that. The driver refused without hesitation. What if I give you 500? Shen Yu pressed. Little girl, we've arrived at your destination. You can get out now. The driver still refused. It wasn't worth the risk for 500. Shen Yu gritted her teeth and pulled out 3,000 yuan, all the money she'd earned from tutoring over the past 3 weeks. Here's 3,000. It's all I have. Please, driver, do me this favor and follow her. It's urgent. I suspect she's involved with my boyfriend. Fine then, the driver said, pocketing the cash. The girl seemed decent enough, probably wouldn't do anything illegal. It wasn't that he couldn't tail someone, just that the price hadn't been right before. Hold on tight, little girl. Uncle won't lose her, the driver said, stepping on the gas as the car shot forward. A seasoned pro, he made sure Shen Kainqian's people didn't notice. Shen Fang put down his phone. President Su, I've done everything you asked. Can you go easy on us? Su Hua's expression remained cold as she ordered, take them away. Cut off 2 fingers from their right hands, then throw them back. If Shen Kainqian contacts him again, monitor his response closely. Jian King stepped forward respectfully. President Su, let me handle the cutting. After serving as Su Hua's secretary for so long, she'd rarely had the chance to act. Truth be told, her hands were itching for it. Su Hua nodded faintly, grateful for the approval. Jian King beamed. Thank you, President Su. Chen Fang's face drained of color. Relief and agony warred in him. Relief because Su Hua had only ordered 2 fingers cut off. Agony because losing 2 fingers on his right hand meant his career as a bodyguard was over. Jian King had a dozen shadow guards escort them out. Only 10 bodyguards and Su Hua remained in the villa. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out as Wang Yu stared at his mangled right hand before passing out. Jian Qing clicked her tongue in disapproval. They could have kept those fingers if they hadn't tried to defile President Su. No wonder Su Hua showed no mercy. Still, if Su Hua's target hadn't been Shen Kaiqian, these men wouldn't have gotten off so lightly. Su Hua kept staring at her phone, waiting for a message from Lin Qiu, and that never came. A chill settled over her. Her mood was foul. The agonized wails only made her more irritable. Gag them, Su Hua snapped. Soon, cloth was stuffed into the mouths of all 10 bodyguards. Silence at last. Meanwhile, Shen Kaiqian arrived at the villa following the address Chen Fang had sent. Her personal bodyguard hesitated. Miss, something feels off. Maybe we should have them bring her to our turf instead. What could possibly be off? Shen Kaiqian scoffed. I have 10 men in there. That vixen is just one woman, what could go wrong? But miss, I really think we should be cautious, the bodyguard insisted. Something about Su Hua's presence unsettled him. Enough, Shen Kaiqian snapped. You're getting more cowardly by the day. Stay here, I'll go in alone. She didn't want him following anymore. His paranoia was ruining her good mood. Miss, I must stay by your side to protect you, the bodyguard insisted dutifully. If you take one more step, I'll have my father fire you. Shen Kaiqian glared. The bodyguard fell silent. He needed this job. His mother was bedridden, her surgery looming, and the medical bills were staggering. He couldn't afford to lose this job. A shadow guard approached Su Hua. Master, another woman followed Shen Kaiqian's separate car. Should we apprehend her? Su Hua tapped the armrest of her chair. No, just keep an eye on her. Don't spook them. Shen Kaiqian strode into the villa's grand hall in a pink dress and heels. Su Hua was trimming rose stems. 10 bodyguards in crisp suits stood in disciplined formation nearby. Shen Kaiqian assumed they were hers. She frowned. What were these idiots doing? Why hadn't they seized the woman yet? Before she could speak, Su Hua turned, now clad in a red kipao. Shen Kaiqian. Finally here, I see, Su Hua murmured, crimson lips curving. With her striking figure and bold red nails, Su Hua settled into the central chair like a queen on her throne. Her aura was overwhelming, regal. Shen Kaiqian felt small in comparison, and it rankled. Su Hua's beauty only fueled her envy. But no matter how alluring the woman looked now, soon her face would be ruined, reduced to a hideous mess. Miss Shen, care for some tea? Su Hua gestured to the cup before her. Shen Kaiqian crossed her arms. You're awfully relaxed, vixen, but everyone here is mine. How long do you think this act will last? Su Hua arched a brow. Clearly, Shen Kaiqian hadn't grasped her predicament yet. Su Hua merely smiled faintly, silent. Shen Kaiqian lifted her chin. I'm the sole heiress of Shen Corporation. Those who oppose me don't fare well. I gave you a chance before. Had you just left Lin Qiu and alone, none of this would have happened. But you had to be ungrateful, whispering lies to turn him against me, making him hit me. The memory of Lin Qiu and rejecting her, throwing tea in her face, even ordering his men to beat her, it made her chest ache. She loved him so much, yet he treated her like this. She blamed Su Hua for it all. If not for her poison, Lin Qiu and would never have hated her. She loathed Su Hua. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for what comes next. Even if you beg on your knees and swear to leave Lin Qiu, and I won't spare you. The bodyguards exchanged incredulous looks. What kind of fool was this? Couldn't she even tell they weren't hers? They're all my people, oh? Then how do you plan to deal with me? Su Hua raised an eyebrow with interest. At that moment, a plump woman led 3 men inside. Miss Shen, these are the men you asked me to bring. One of them drooled, his eyes vacant and foolish looking. Another was as dark as charcoal, with only his gleaming white teeth standing out. The third had a face covered in scars. Shen Kaiqian glanced at the men and nodded in satisfaction. Truly, each one was ugly and repulsive. If this woman were defiled by these 3, she'd surely wish for death. And even if Lin Qiu and still liked her, seeing her with such hideous men would disgust him beyond measure. Silas? Shen Kaiqian sneered at Su Hua. These 3 are the men I've prepared for you. You're such a slut, having them service you will be pure bliss, won't it? The 3 men leered at Su Hua, their faces alight with lust. So they got to have a beauty like this? Wifey, one of them giggled stupidly at Su Hua. Shen Kaiqian scoffed. Oh, and it's not just about them taking turns with you. I'll also film it photos, videos, then post them online. I'll even buy you a trending spot. The whole country will see just how depraved and shameless you are. The thought of people pointing fingers, throwing rotten eggs at this vixen, watching her beg Lin Shu and not to abandon her only for him to kick her aside filled Shen Qian with vicious delight. And that's not all. I'll personally ruin that pretty face of yours with needles. Her smile twisted grotesquely. Let's see how you seduce men without your looks. Most men only cared about beauty. Once her face was gone, they'd treat her like trash. She'd lose her standing in Su Corporation too. Her life would be over. Besides disfigurement and being used by men, I have countless other ways to make you suffer worse than death, Shen Qian taunted. John King had just finished dealing with the guards and walked in. They've all been handled as instructed, 2 fingers broken, sent back to their families. Shen Qian frowned. Why was there another woman here? She turned and froze. What secretary, John? Why are you here? Shen Qian demanded. Had her man accidentally grabbed John King while capturing this vixen? Shen Qian smirked coldly. I wasn't planning to deal with you, but since you delivered yourself to me, don't blame me. Last time at Su Corporation, John King had humiliated her during their meeting. So what if she was the CEO's secretary? Just a lowly employee living off others. John King, what nonsense was this woman spouting? Su Hua chuckled softly. You really think you can do anything to me and John King? Why not? Shen Qian sneered. Everyone here is mine. One word from me, and they'll swarm you. Is that so? Su Hua tilted her head. Then let's see if they obey you or me. Fine, don't believe me? Shen Qian crossed her arms. Then open your eyes and watch. She barked at the guards. Seize this vixen, no, both of them. Tie them up. I'll deal with them myself. 1 second. 2, 3. A full minute passed. The guards stood motionless, staring at her like she was an idiot. Shen Qian's frown deepened. A strange unease crept into her. Why weren't they listening? What was happening? Unless she shook her head violently. No, impossible. These were her father's men. His guards had contacted her, saying they'd captured the vixen. There was no way they belonged to Su Hua. What are you waiting for? Shen Qian snarled. Grab her now. If you don't move, I'll have my father fire every last one of you. Still, the guards didn't budge. Then Su Hua spoke. Restrain her. Nas. A unified response. Shen Qian's face twisted in disbelief. No, she forced herself to rationalize. They were answering her, not that vixen. Yes, that had to be it. Suddenly, 2 guards approached from behind her. Hearing footsteps, Shen Qian spun around, assuming they were heading for Su Hua. Yes, Caesar, I'll make sure my father rewards you handsomely. She pointed at Su Hua, but the guards stopped right behind her. 1 on each side, they gripped her arms and forced her shoulders down. No! With a thud, Shen Qian collapsed onto her knees. Even she couldn't deny the truth now, these were Su Hua's people. Her face drained of color. What the hell was going on? Her mind reeled in chaos. Su Hua rose gracefully from her chair. Plaid and a kipao, every movement exuded elegance as she strode toward Shen Qian in her heels. Miss Shen, she mused lightly, didn't you notice these guards have been replaced? From the start, I've been leisurely trimming flowers, sitting in the master's seat. Does that look like a captive to you? Shen Qian muttered, how my father's guards are elite. There's no way they'd fail. A realization struck. She glared at Su Hua. You set this up. You conspired with Chen Fang, didn't you? How much did you pay him? Once she got back, she'd make sure her father crushed Chen Fang and this vixen. How dare he betray her? Su Hua arched a delicate brow. John King, did you get the photos? Yes, John King confirmed. Su Hua nodded. Then show them to her. Are you really Su Hua? John King opened the photo album on her phone and placed it in front of Shen Qian. Ah, Shen Qian screamed. The photo showed dozens of freshly severed, bloodied fingers collected together. This was the first time Shen Qian had seen such a scene, and her face turned pale with terror. Miss Shen, would you like to know whose these are? John King smiled faintly, swiping to the next video, a recording of Chen Fang having his fingers chopped off. The next one showed Wang Yu suffering the same fate. Fear flashed in Shen Qian's eyes. These were all the bodyguards her father had assigned to capture this fox spirit. Yet, they had all been caught by Su Hua's people. And why were they showing her these videos? Did they plan to cut off her fingers too? The thought of losing 2 fingers made Shen Qian tremble uncontrollably. Miss Shen, do you see now? This is what happened to your bodyguards, John King said with a faint smile. What do you want from me? Shen Qian forced herself to sound composed. I'm warning you, if anything happens to me, my father will make you pay. John King put her phone away. Miss Shen, for your father to avenge you, you'd first need to leave this villa unharmed. A chill ran down Shen Qian's spine. Were they planning to silence her permanently? President Su, how would you like to deal with her next? I'll arrange it immediately. Jiang King asked respectfully. President Su? Shen Kaiqian's eyes widened. Jiang King was one of Su Hua's subordinates. The only president Su in Su Corporation was Yorili Su Hua, the head of Su Corporation. Shen Kaiqian stared at Su Hua in disbelief. Miss Shen, you're only realizing our President Su's true identity now? Jiang King mocked. It's over. Shen Kaiqian collapsed onto the floor, her face ashen. When this fox spirit had previously introduced herself as Su Hua, Shen Kaiqian hadn't believed her, assuming she was impersonating the CEO of Su Corporation. But it was true. How is this possible? Shen Kaiqian muttered, her face twisted in shock. Wasn't Su Corporation's leader known for being indifferent to men? And wasn't she famously cold and unapproachable? Yet, this fox spirit had shamelessly clung to Lin Chuan. That day at the restaurant, she had deliberately let Shen Kaiqian spill tea on her, playing the victim in front of Lin Chu and with pitiful tears. And then there was that time at the club she had acted like a seductress from an ancient brothel, lounging on the sofa, batting her eyelashes at Lin Chu and coaxing him to kiss her. How could such a woman be the icy, untouchable President Su? But Jiang King had called her President Su. Of course! If she weren't Su Hua, her father's 10 bodyguards wouldn't have been captured so easily, and Su Corporation wouldn't be protecting her like this. How had she not realized sooner? But more than fear, Shen Kaiqian felt hatred burning inside her. You've been toying with me! Shen Kaiqian glared at Su Hua, her eyes bloodshot. All this time I was chasing Lin Chu, and you were just watching me make a fool of myself. Su Hua sat elegantly in the main seat, her beautiful eyes coolly observing Shen Kaiqian. Suddenly, Shen Kaiqian shook off the bodyguard's grip and crawled towards Su Hua. The bodyguard moved to restrain her again, but Su Hua raised a hand, signaling him to stop. Shen Kaiqian reached Su Hua and pleaded, President Su, with your power, you can have any man you want. Lin Chuan is just a plaything to you, right? Can't you give him to me? Jiang King shook her head. Shen Kaiqian was obsessed, whether out of love or sheer obsession. It was hard to tell. Please, I'm begging you, let me have Lin Chuan, Shen Kaiqian continued desperately. Shen Kaiqian. Su Hua lifted Shen Kaiqian's chin with a gloved hand. Chuan has always been mine. How dare you covet him? I never let any woman who desires Chuan go unpunished. Her eyes turned icy as she shoved Shen Kaiqian away. Shen Kaiqian fell to the floor. 2 of the 3 men who had been watching panicked and tried to flee. Su Hua ordered, stop them. The bodyguards quickly restrained them. Miss, please spare us. We were just hired to do a job. We didn't mean any disrespect. Have mercy. The 2 men kowtowed frantically, begging for their lives. Only the 3rd man remained oblivious, grinning foolishly at Su Hua and calling her wife. Jiang King walked up to him. She is not your wife. Yes, she pointed at Shen Kaiqian. The man, believing her, turned to Shen Kaiqian and started chanting, wife. Wife? Shen Kaiqian, still unaware of the danger, trembled. Su Hua! She cried. You can't do this to me. It's illegal. You'll go to prison. Su Hua chuckled. If I were going to prison, I'd already be there. Shen Kaiqian, do you know what my favorite pastime is? Dressed in a striking red kipao, Su Hua crouched elegantly before her. I love personally tormenting people. I love watching my prey struggle in despair. I have many methods, but for you, I'll return the favor because your schemes against me were particularly vicious. You wanted those 3 men to rape me, didn't you? Since you chose them, you'll be the one to enjoy their company. Shen Kaiqian's eyes widened in horror. Was Su Hua really going to let those disgusting men violate her? Oh, you can't do this to me. Shen Kaiqian's voice shook. She refused. Only Lin Chu and had the right to touch her. Su Hua returned to her seat. Jiang King, drug the 3 men. Leave Shen Kaiqian as she is. Ness. Jiang King forced a pill into each man's mouth. The Dark Rose Society had no shortage of such peculiar drugs perfect for occasions like this. In less than a minute, the men's eyes glazed over with lust. Their bodies burned, and they clawed at their clothes. Su Hua commanded, take them to the basement. And remember, record everything. The whole nation will want to see. No, you can't! Shen Kaiqian screamed, her face white with terror. Jiang King sighed. Wasn't this just poetic justice? When Shen Kaiqian tormented others, she never imagined she'd face the same fate. The bodyguards dragged Shen Kaiqian and the 3 men into the basement. The door slammed shut. The 3 men were desperate to vent their urges, and Shen Kaiqian was the only woman in the basement. They lunged at her. This is what it means to heal and save lives. No, don't touch me. Get away from me. Disraste. Shen Kaiqian struggled desperately, but against 3 burly men, her efforts were futile. Night Garden. An hour and a half had passed since Lin Shu-un called Su Hua. He emerged from his study, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The treatment for Hua Bao's illness had finally made significant progress. Lin Shu-un decided to cook for Su Hua himself. He walked into the kitchen and asked, "What ingredients do we have today?" The servant listed everything for him. Lin Shu-un frowned. "Why are all the dishes things I like?" The servant smiled. "Miss said that whatever young Master Lin likes, she likes too. So we prepared meals that suit both your tastes." "No, I need to buy some additional ingredients," Lin Shu-un muttered. Hua Bao seemed in low spirits today, and he wanted to cheer her up. "Young Master Lin, are you planning to cook yourself?" Butler Wang approached and inquired. "Yes," Lin Shu-un nodded. "Young Master Lin, if any ingredients are missing, I can send someone to fetch them. Just tell me what you need." "No, maid, I'll go myself." It would be a good chance to clear his mind. He had wanted to continue researching the medicine, but his thoughts had hit a dead end. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make progress, so he set it aside for now. Lin Shu-un drove to a large supermarket. As soon as he stepped out of his car, he spotted an elderly man collapsed on the ground, his face pale and contorted in pain. Scattered snacks lay around him. Lin Shu-un, wasn't this a cliché trope straight out of a novel? An old man collapses, the protagonist saves him. The old man turns out to be some big shot, and later, the protagonist gets to flaunt his connection with him. He had just started learning medicine, and now this old man conveniently appeared. Was this a coincidence or? Never mind, this was the real world, not a novel. It had to be a coincidence. Having lived through a lifetime of hardships, Lin Shu-un had grown cold and detached. He had no interest in meddling with irrelevant people or matters. Besides, his knowledge of otherworldly medicine was still rudimentary. He wasn't even sure if he could save the old man, and he didn't want to invite trouble. Lin Shu-un turned to enter the supermarket and continue his grocery shopping, but after taking just one step, he paused. "What?" He looked back at the old man. There was something familiar about him. Lin Shu-un searched his memories, and suddenly, the image of an old man lying in a coffin flashed through his mind. Zhang Liangjun, a man of high status, with political influence, and his two granddaughters, one in politics, the other a businesswoman. Both were formidable figures. If he could become their savior, it wouldn't be a bad deal. Having made up his mind, Lin Shu-un pushed through the crowd and knelt beside the old man, checking his pulse. His furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Though the pulse was weak, with prompt treatment, the old man would recover without lasting harm. "Who are you? Are you a doctor?" a woman asked. Ignoring her, Lin Shu-un prepared to administer basic treatment. Just then, Lin Qingxiu shoved her way through the crowd. "Lin Shu-un, what do you think you're doing?" she demanded, frowning. Lin Shu-un raised an eyebrow. "Are you blind? Can't you see I'm treating him?" "Treating him?" Lin Qingxiu sneered. "A computer science student like you knows anything about medicine? How laughable!" The onlookers began murmuring. "I thought he was a doctor, but he's just a student and not even a medical student. Kids these days have no respect for human life. Dabbling in things they don't understand could kill someone." Fingers pointed at Lin Shu-un from all directions. Knowing they would interfere if he persisted, Lin Shu-un stopped and stood up. "Lin Shu-un, you were my brother for years, so let me give you some advice. Not everyone can play hero. One wrong move, and you'll have blood on your hands," Lin Qingxiu said, arms crossed. Lin Shu-un smirked. "He is in critical condition. Without immediate help, he might not make it. If I don't know how to treat him, do you?" "Of course," Lin Qingxiu scoffed. "I am a doctor. Even if I can't fully cure him, I'm still more competent than someone who knows nothing about medicine." Lin Shu-un let out a derisive laugh. Truth was, Lin Qingxiu couldn't handle this case. But since she insisted on showing off, he'd let her. "Fine, since you're so capable, go ahead." Lin Shu-un stepped aside, making room for her. Confident, Lin Qingxiu crouched down. She had already assessed the old man's condition earlier. It matched a disease she recognized. Luckily, she had brought some medical tools today. She could stabilize him. Lin Shu-un was probably hoping she'd fail so he could mock her. As if she'd give him that satisfaction. Lin Qingxiu checked the old man's pulse, lifted his eyelids, and nodded to herself. Just as she thought. This would be easy. She began administering treatment. The crowd watched in tense silence. Could she really save him? Lin Shu-un stood with his arms crossed, an amused smirk playing on his lips. 5 minutes later, Lin Qingxiu stopped. Now we just wait for the ambulance." "What?" someone exclaimed, pointing at the old man. "His fingers are twitching. His face has color again." She did it. "Incredible. A real doctor, beautiful and skilled." Lin Qingxiu basked in the praise, standing tall with pride. "Lin Shu-un, see this?" This is what saving a life looks like. Don't pretend to be something you're not, or you'll end up in serious trouble, she lectured coldly. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you actually cured him? What's that supposed to mean? Lin Qingxiu snapped, her anger flaring at his mocking tone. Who did he think he was, daring to look at her like that? Her mother was right. Lin Xuan was nothing but an ungrateful wretch. If she hadn't stopped him, he might have killed the old man and landed himself in prison. She had saved him from disaster, and instead of gratitude, he had the audacity to sneer at her. Maybe she should have just let him go ahead and face the consequences. It will cost him his life. A passerby curiously asked, Miss, which hospital are you from? Your medical skills are so impressive. If I ever have any minor health issues in the future, I'd like to come to you. I'm a doctor at Yunu Second Hospital. My name is Lin Qingxiu, she replied with a smile. So it's Doctor. What? How remarkable. She looks only in her 20s, yet her skills are so advanced and she's so beautiful too. Truly talented and accomplished, a middle-aged woman praised generously. Lin Qingxiu couldn't help but smile at the compliments around her. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a reporter filming her, so she straightened her posture even more. She even tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, ensuring her delicate features were fully visible to the camera. There had been many instances online where doctors gained fame for saving lives. As the heiress of Starlight Group, she was certain her act of heroism would go viral once it spread online. Perfect timing. Her father had been worrying about the company's falling stock prices. This could give them the boost they needed. The reporter inquired, Miss, if I recall correctly, Lin Chang, the chairman of Starlight Group, has a third daughter named Lin Qingxiu. May I ask if you're related to Chairman Lin? Lin Chang is my father, Lin Qingxiu confirmed. The reporter chuckled. As expected, a mighty father doesn't raise a weak daughter. Lin Xuan. Lin Qingxiu's gaze shifted back to Lin Xuan, her voice dripping with scorn. You ungrateful wretch, don't expect me to help you next time. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you were helping me and not just rushing to mock me? Lin Qingxiu, I've seen through your tricks since we were kids. Stop trying to glorify yourself. Lin Xuan, you. His words struck a nerve, and Lin Qingxiu flushed with anger. What? Consider my earlier act of help wasted on a dog. Don't you dare think. Before she could finish, a sudden PFFT cut her off. The elderly man lying on the ground abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Why is he bleeding now? The crowd gasped. Didn't she say he was cured? Why is he vomiting blood? And his face is deathly pale. Lin Qingxiu froze. Why was he bleeding? Panicked, she grabbed the old man's wrist to check his pulse again. Her hands trembled. What was happening? His pulse had weakened drastically. Her mind went blank, unsure of what to do next. She frantically re-examined the old man's condition but found no clues. Earlier, he wasn't this bad. It got worse right after this girl treated him. The comments jolted the others. That way, she's the reason his condition deteriorated. I thought she was some brilliant doctor from Yunu Second Hospital, but look at this mess. You don't know the half of it. Some doctors these days get into hospitals through connections barely qualified. She's probably one of them. And she had the nerve to lecture that young man for showing off? She's the real fraud here. Lin Qingxiu's face turned ashen. What should she do now? Whether it was her fault or not, the old man's condition had undeniably worsened and everyone would blame her. She had even announced her name and workplace earlier. If this got out online, she'd be attacked relentlessly and the company's stock would plummet. Forcing composure, she said, the gentleman's condition has taken an unexpected turn. He needs professional medical equipment now. We'll have to wait for the ambulance. But the crowd wasn't buying it. Can't handle it, or don't know how. You know the truth. But you acted so confident, but instead of curing him, you made him worse. Lin Qingxiu's expression twisted between rage and humiliation. It's his own problem. How is this my fault? Just then, several black-suited bodyguards pushed through the crowd. Their eyes widened in horror at the sight of the old man on the ground. Duh! They cried, hastily pulling out medication to administer, but it had no effect. A middle-aged woman spoke up. Earlier, this gentleman was lying here, but his condition wasn't this bad. This woman claimed to be a Ph.D. from Yunu Medical College and treated him right after he turned worse. The bodyguard's icy glares locked onto Lin Qingxiu. This has nothing to do with me, she snapped through gritted teeth. I was just trying to help. His condition worsened on its own. Miss, our employer's episodes have always been resolved with a single pill. Now he's like this, and you say it's not your doing? The bodyguard's gaze was murderous. Let me take a look. A highly authoritative medical expert stepped forward, coincidentally, the old man's personal physician. The bodyguards immediately pleaded, Dr. Chen, please examine our employer. We gave him his medicine, but he's still not improving. Dr. Chen knelt and checked the old man's vitals. 20 seconds later, his brows furrowed deeply, his expression grave. Lin Xuan remained silent, observing from the side. He remembered in his past life, this incident had been reported, but Lin Qingxiu hadn't been involved. Dr. Chen had arrived, administered the medicine, and the old man recovered swiftly. Lin Xuan shook his head. Lin Qingxiu had dug her own grave just to show off in front of him. Dr. Chen, what's the situation? The bodyguard pressed anxiously. Dr. Chen turned to Lin Qingxiu with a dark expression. Did you treat him? Yes, Lin Qingxiu answered, unnerved by his glare. But then she rallied. She was a doctor. Saving lives was her duty. I saw him lying here in critical condition. As a doctor, I couldn't just stand by. I treated him according to his symptoms, she declared righteously. Dr. Chen's face grew even sterner. Spotting an empty medicine bottle on the ground, he picked it up. You gave him this? Yes, I happened to have it on me, and his symptoms matched, so I administered it, Lin Qingxiu confirmed. He doesn't have the illness you assumed, only something similar. Do you realize this medication could kill him? Exclamation. Dr. Chen roared. Lin Qingxiu, the quack doctor, who is this person? Someone asked in confusion. Another replied, I know him, he's one of the top neurosurgeons in the country. He saved my uncle's life. There's no way he deliberately slanders some random doctor. Hearing this, the crowd turned their accusations toward Lin Qingxiu. What a menace! Some doctor she is. If you don't know what you're doing, don't go around harming people. Quacks like her are nothing but a hazard in the medical field. It was actually Dr. Shenlin. Lin Qingxiu felt a chill run down her spine. Her mind was consumed by one thought, I'm finished. With reporters present, Dr. Chen involved, and the old man's identity clearly significant, today's incident was bound to blow up. And if it did, her career would be over. A bodyguard urgently asked, Dr. Chen, is there really nothing we can do? If we rush him to the hospital and I perform the surgery myself, his survival rate is only 8%. But with the traffic jam right now, the ambulance won't get here fast enough. The longer we wait, the lower his chances become. Dr. Chen sighed. Lin Qingxiu was busy scheming how to distance herself from the mess. Then an idea struck her, and her gaze landed on Lin Xuan. Perfect. Lin Xuan loved showing off, didn't he? She'd let him treat the old man. Then she'd hire people online to steer the narrative, pinning everything on Lin Xuan alone. That way, she could wash her hands of the whole affair. Lin Qingxiu felt completely justified. This was all Lin Xuan's fault anyway. If he hadn't tried to play the hero, she wouldn't have stepped in to help the old man in the first place. Lin Xuan, she called out. Didn't you just say you had a way to treat this gentleman? Then go ahead and do it. You wouldn't just stand by and let him die, would you? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. So Lin Qingxiu was trying to shift the blame onto him. Too bad her plan was about to backfire. Fine, I'll treat him, Lin Xuan agreed. Lin Qingxiu hadn't expected him to accept so readily. His response left her momentarily stunned. Even Dr. Chen couldn't cure the old man, yet Lin Xuan dared to intervene. The audacity? Good, then hurry up and save him, Lin Qingxiu said with a faint smile. Lin Xuan, just so you know, today's events might make national headlines. If anything goes wrong, your reputation will be ruined. Third Miss Lin, Lin Xuan sneered, you're the one who worsened this gentleman's condition. Even if my reputation is destroyed, I'll drag you down with me. Lin Xuan, you. Rage flashed across Lin Qingxiu's face, but she bit back her words. Fine, let Lin Xuan have his moment. She'd hold her tongue for now. If she provoked him too much, he might refuse to treat the old man, leaving her without a scapegoat. Lin Xuan, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have intervened, and none of this would have happened. You brought this on yourself. Lin Xuan approached Dr. Chen, may I examine the gentleman? And you're? Dr. Chen frowned. I'm a senior computer science student at University, Lin Xuan replied. Ridiculous. Dr. Chen snapped. This is a matter of life and death, you can't just mess around. Dr. Chen, the gentleman's condition is. Lin Xuan proceeded to describe Grandpa John's illness in meticulous detail. At first, Dr. Chen dismissed him outright, but gradually his expression shifted to shock. He'd gotten everything right. There was even a latent, life-threatening issue that Dr. Chen himself hadn't detected. Grandpa John had been the one to inform him, and since the details of the illness were tightly guarded, there was no chance of a leak. So he diagnosed it himself. Lin Xuan continued, you know as well as I do that even if the ambulance arrives now, his chances of survival are slim. Let me take the risk. I might be able to pull him out of danger. Lin Qingxiu smirked. Lin Xuan's boasting is going to be his downfall. Since he dared to cross her, she had no reason to protect him anymore. Let him sink or swim on his own. Dr. Chen hesitated, studying Lin Xuan closely. The young man seemed confident he could cure Grandpa John, and he had accurately diagnosed the condition. Maybe it was worth a shot. All right, give it a try, Dr. Chen finally agreed. I'll take responsibility for any consequences. Do you need my assistance? No. Lin Xuan pulled out a cloth bundle filled with silver needles retrieved earlier from his spatial storage. Lin Qingxiu frowned. Acupuncture? She scoffed internally. Even surgery might not save him, and he thinks sticking needles in him will work? What a joke! Lin Xuan instructed a bodyguard to help Grandpa Zhang sit up, then carefully inserted the needles into his head. Lin Qingxiu couldn't resist commenting. The head is one of the most vital and fragile parts of the human body. One wrong move and you could kill him. Lin Xuan, I suggest you be very careful. Shut up! Lin Xuan snapped impatiently. Bystanders also frowned at her. After making his condition worse, she still has the nerve to lecture others? The audacity? Yeah, just keep quiet and let him work. The crowd jeered, their disdainful gazes fixed on Lin Qingxiu. Her face burned with humiliation, but she forced herself to stay. She wanted to see Lin Xuan get torn apart. 5 needles were inserted into Grandpa Zhang's head, with more placed in his fingers and chest. Lin Xuan focused intently, gently rotating the needles. His confidence came from a similar case he'd studied in his spatial archives, one he'd practiced extensively. He was 99% certain of success. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the risk. 5 minutes later, the ambulance arrived just as Lin Xuan withdrew the needles. Grandpa Zhang remained motionless on the ground. Dr. Chen quickly checked his pulse. Lin Qingxiu crossed her arms. You said you could cure him, right? Then why hasn't he shown any improvement? Lin Xuan arched a brow, but stayed silent. Thinking he was scared, Lin Qingxiu pressed on mockingly. Since you disowned me as your sister, don't expect me to clean up your mess this time. Lin Xuan laughed coldly. Third Miss Lin, the results aren't in yet. Why the rush to gloat? Fine, I'll wait for your so-called results. Lin Qingxiu sneered. The grass on the wall. Dr. Chen was still checking the elderly man's pulse. How is the old gentleman doing now? Lin Qingxiu asked. Dr. Chen remained deep in thought, his expression grave. Just by looking at Dr. Chen's face, Lin Qingxiu knew the old man's condition wasn't good. Her heart settled completely. This time, she could drag Lin Xuan down with her. Another minute passed, and Dr. Chen finally released the old man's wrist, turning to Lin Xuan with an excited expression. Lin Qingxiu frowned. Something felt off about Dr. Chen's gaze. Shouldn't his eyes be burning with anger? Could it be had Lin Xuan actually saved the old man? How was that possible? Lin Xuan was just a computer science student with no medical background. How could he pull off something like this? Lin Qingxiu refused to believe Lin Xuan had such skills, but Dr. Chen's expression filled her with unease. Dr. Chen, how is the old man? One of the bodyguards pressed. With a smile, Dr. Chen replied, he's completely out of danger now. He doesn't even need to go to the hospital. He's still unconscious, so just take him home to rest for a while, and he'll recover. The bodyguard sighed in relief, but for Lin Qingxiu, Dr. Chen's words were like a bolt from the blue. She stood frozen, her face gradually paling. Lin Xuan had actually cured him. How is this possible? This can't be real. Lin Qingxiu kept shaking her head, muttering to herself. If even she couldn't do anything, how had Lin Xuan managed to save him? It was all a lie. This wasn't the Lin Xuan she knew. The fickle onlookers couldn't help but praise him. That's incredible. Even Dr. Chen couldn't treat this illness, but he pulled it off. A college senior with such talent, what a promising young man. One nearly kills a patient, the other pulls him back from death's door. And this Lin Qingxiu dares to mock the kid? If Yundu Second Hospital has doctors like this, what if others are the same? They'll turn mild cases into life-threatening ones. Who'll take responsibility then? What? Reporters frantically recorded videos of Lin Qingxiu and Lin Xuan. This series of twists was simply too dramatic. The heiress of Starlight Group, a doctor at Yundu Second Hospital, had started by mocking and belittling her own brother. She'd been so sure she could cure the patient, even boasting to the crowd. But in the end, she'd worsened the man's condition to the brink of death. Meanwhile, the brother she'd ridiculed had saved him. And to top it all off, this brother had cut ties with their family. Was this some novel come to life? Such a sensational story was bound to go viral online. This was guaranteed traffic. Lin Qingxiu resigned. Get out of the medical field. Someone shouted the demand, and soon, others joined in. Get out of the medical field. Get out of the medical field. The chants grew louder and louder. Lin Qingxiu's eyes reddened. She had always been outstanding, always the one praised. How could she endure such humiliation? She couldn't take it. Her pride was utterly shattered. After shooting Lin Shu and a venomous glare, she lowered her head and pushed her way out of the crowd. "Young man," Dr. Chen said excitedly, gripping Lin Shuan's hand. "Thank you so much for this." Lin Shuan nodded. "As long as he's all right." "What's your name, young man?" Dr. Chen asked with a warm smile. He was already thinking of staying in touch. If this young man's medical skills surpassed his own, he could learn from him. If they were average, he'd take him on as a student. He always wanted a protege, but none had impressed him until now. This young man was perfect. Lin Shuan shook his head. "No need for names. Just take him home. I need to go buy groceries for my girlfriend." Dr. Chen admired him even more. Humble yet confident. Such young men were rare these days. What a shame he already had a girlfriend. He'd been considering introducing him to his daughter. Lin Shuan wasn't the type to do good deeds anonymously. If the Jiang family wanted to thank him, or if they needed the old man's condition properly treated, they'd come looking for him. With that, Lin Shuan headed into the supermarket to buy ingredients for Su Hua's meal. Lin Qingxiu returned to the Lin residence in a daze. Zhang Shuqin, who was applying a facial mask, frowned at her. "Qingxiu, you look terrible. What happened?" "Nothing. I'm just tired. I'll be fine after some rest," Lin Qingxiu replied weakly. "Then go lie down for a while." "All right." Once in her room, Lin Qingxiu collapsed onto the sofa, her face still pale. This incident would spread online. What could she do? Yes. She'd pay to silence the platforms. That way, it wouldn't affect her or the company. Downstairs, Zhang Shuqin rubbed her temples, her headache returning. She poured herself some medicine and swallowed it with water. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw her husband and her so-called best friend tangled in bed, whispering sweet nothings. She saw Lin Chang shielding that bitch Wang Yajin. Zhang Shuqin clutched her chest, her heart aching. Lin Chang no longer pretended to be a loving husband. He barely even came home now. A part of her blamed Lin Xuan. If he hadn't exposed the affair, she'd still be living in blissful ignorance. The fortune teller had been right. Lin Xu and was a curse, destined to tear this family apart. Meanwhile, Su Hua sat leisurely in her chair, sipping tea, though her expression was far from calm. 3 hours had passed since Lin Xuan's call, and he still hadn't contacted her again. Zhang King approached, studying Su Hua's mood. The CEO seemed increasingly displeased, but it wasn't a big deal. Shen Kaiqian was already suffering for it, and young Master Lin was the ultimate trump card. "CEO Su," Zhang King said respectfully. "Butler Wang mentioned that young Master Lin went out to buy groceries for you. It seems he plans to cook for you personally." Huh? The hostility around Su Hua vanished instantly. A faint smile touched her lips. She loved Lin Xuan's cooking. She'd have to return home early today. Jian King smirked inwardly. As expected, mentioning Lin Xuan's cooking always worked. "CEO Su, one more thing, Shen Kaiqian has fainted," Zhang King reported. Su Hua narrowed her eyes. "Douse her with ice water to wake her up, then bring her to me." "Yes." Destroy her face. Before long, the drenched Shen Kaiqian was brought before Su Hua. Her clothes were torn in several places. Her face and body bore numerous injuries, bruises of blue and purple, leaving her looking utterly disheveled. "Su Hua, you vicious witch! How dare you do this to me?" Shen Kaiqian glared at Su Hua with hatred. Her entire body ached with weakness, leaving her barely able to stand, let alone walk. Every movement sent sharp pain radiating from her lower body. She was consumed by hatred, wishing she could tear that bitch's face apart. She felt filthy, humiliated, all because of Su Hua. Jiang King raised an eyebrow. "Miss Shen, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Our CEO Su is merely following your example. If we're talking about cruelty, how could she possibly compare to you? If Su Hua were just an ordinary person, she'd be the one suffering this fate right now." Shen Kaiqian gritted her teeth. Regret gnawed at her. Had she known Su Hua's true identity, she would never have dared to cross her. But she couldn't let go of Lin Xu, and at the thought of him, her eyes burned red with fury. Now that she'd been violated by so many men, and this bitch had even recorded it, Lin Xu, and would surely find her disgusting. He never liked her to begin with. If he found out about this, any chance she had with him would vanish. What was she supposed to do now? "Jiang King, what else did Shen Kaiqian plan to do to me?" Su Hua inquired. "CEO Su, she intended to carve the word bitch into both sides of your face," Jiang King answered respectfully. Su Hua narrowed her eyes. "Bring me the tools." "Yes, CEO Su." Soon, Jiang King returned with a needle. Su Hua frowned. "That's too small." Understanding immediately, Jiang King presented a small knife instead. "CEO Su, here you go." Su Hua took the blade, its surface glinting coldly under the light. Shen Kaiqian trembled, her teeth chattering in fear. What was Su Hua planning? Was she really going to ruin her face? Well, she couldn't. Her face was everything. You fox spirit no, CEO Su. Shen Kaienkian mustered all her strength to crawl towards Su Hua, desperately kowtowing. CEO Su, please spare me. I'll never dare to cross you again. You don't like me clinging to Lin Chuan, right? I swear, I'll never even think of getting close to him again. I'll avoid him at all costs, just please, don't ruin my face. She couldn't become a monster. If the word bitch was carved into her skin, how could she ever show herself in public again? Shen Kaienkian, it's too late for that, Su Hua said, twirling the knife. I gave you chances, but you refused to listen. You kept clinging to my Huan. The cold blade tapped against Shen Kaienkian's cheek, making her shudder violently. I warned you, anyone who covets Huan deserves a fate worse than death. Su Hua smirked. So, Shen Kaienkian, enjoy what's coming. Su Hua's phone clattered to the floor, ignored. The sharp tip of the knife pressed against Shen Kaienkian's face, freezing her in place. Then, a ringtone cut through the tension. Shen Kaienkian noticed the phone on the ground. Screen up, displayed the caller ID. Huan. It had to be Lin Chuan. She had to let him know how cruel this woman truly was. She opened her mouth to scream, to beg for help, but Su Hua ordered, gag her. A cloth was shoved into Shen Kaienkian's mouth, silencing her. Only then did Su Hua answer the call. Hua Bao, are you still at the office? Lin Chuan asked. I'm out discussing a collaboration, Su Hua replied smoothly. When will you be back tonight? I'm making your favorite sweet and sour ribs and shrimp. About 2 hours. Huan, do we have oysters? I want you to eat those. Su Hua's lips curled suggestively. Lin Chuan coughed. Widow. He was convinced his Hua Bao's mind was filled with nothing but indecent thoughts. Hua Bao, focus on your meeting. I'll have dinner ready when you get back. Just as he was about to hang up, muffled noises came through the line. What's that sound? Lin Chuan frowned. Su Hua glanced at John King, who immediately clamped a hand over Shen Kaienkian's mouth. With an innocent tone, Su Hua replied, Oh, it's nothing. The client didn't know my rules and tried to push a man on me. I had John King drag him out. John King, the CEO's lies were truly effortless. Impressive. Shen Kaienkian's face burned with rage. This bitch? Who is she trying to fool with that pure, innocent act? But she was powerless, forced to watch as Su Hua deceived Lin Chuan. Really? Lin Chuan sounded skeptical. He could have sworn it was a woman's voice. Chuan. Su Hua's eyes softened. I belong to you. I'd never let another man touch me. And in return, Chuan had to remain untouched too. Every woman who desired him would be dealt with. Su Hua's murderous gaze settled on Shen Kaienkian. Lin Chuan's heart swelled. Hua Bao had kept her word in this life and the last. She'd been his alone. Who wouldn't adore a woman so utterly devoted to him? In his past life, he'd been blind. This time, he'd cherish her properly. Me too, Lin Chuan said tenderly. Good boy. Su Hua's voice dripped with affection. Wait for me. I'll reward you when I get back. It's been days since we've been intimate. How about the study this time? John King, seriously, CEO Su, flirting like this in front of everyone? Even the bodyguards were stunned. Their ruthless CEO was like this with young Master Lin? Shen Kaienkian's eyes nearly bulged out of her skull. What? Lin Chuan cleared his throat. Why did every conversation circle back to this? Hua Bao, I'll go prepare the ingredients. I'll be waiting. Hello? Su Hua ended the call. John King removed the gag from Shen Kaienkian's mouth. But Shen Kaienkian spat, but the icy look in Su Hua's eyes choked the rest of her words. Su Hua bent down, gloved fingers gripping Shen Kaienkian's chin. What were you trying to do just now? Hoping Chuan would save you? Or did you want him to know how I'm treating you? Her voice was lethally calm. Shen Kaienkian's eyes widened in terror. And no, CEO Su, you've got it all wrong. Su Hua's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. I don't think so. Since you love talking so much, how about I take your voice away? John King understood. She signaled a subordinate to fetch the medicine. What are you going to do to me? Shen Kaienkian bit her lip. Su Hua didn't answer, merely spinning the knife idly in her hand. CEO Su, the medicine is here. John King handed her a small vial. We are enemies. Su Hua held it in her hand, and Shen Kaienkian felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Don't worry, this is just medicine to make your voice unpleasant. I won't let you become mute. Su Hua's crimson lips curled into a smile. With that, Su Hua pinched Shen Kaienkian's chin and poured the liquid down her throat. Shen Kaienkian felt a burning pain sear through her throat. Gak, Shen Kaienkian collapsed to the floor, clawing at her neck, desperately trying to vomit the medicine out. But it was useless. Jian King watched the spectacle with amusement. Su Hua had commissioned the development of many such tormenting drugs. For those who crossed her, the consequences were always the same, worse than death, especially for someone like Shen Kaienqian, who had dared to touch Su Hua's bottom line. Su Hua would never let her off. After a while, the burning pain in Shen Kaienqian's throat faded, and she sighed in relief. That bitch Su Hua must have been lying to her. Shen Kaienqian, how do you feel now? Su Hua arched a delicate brow. Su Hua, you bitch. A hoarse, duck-like voice burst from Shen Kaienqian's mouth. Even the stern bodyguards couldn't hold back their laughter, their shoulders shaking violently as they stifled their amusement. Shen Kaienqian's eyes widened in horror. This was, the words that escaped Shen Kaienqian's lips still sounded grotesque. Give me the antidote, please. Shen Kaienqian begged, her eyes red with tears. Shen Kaienqian, I told you this is only the beginning. Su Hua picked up the small knife again. Now, it's time to carve words into your face. With a cruel lick of her lips, Su Hua ordered her men to restrain Shen Kaienqian and began slicing into her skin, stroke by stroke. Jian King was already accustomed to such scenes. Su Hua was just that ruthless, bloodthirsty. The gentleness she showed in front of young Master Lin was nothing but a facade. Screams echoed through the hall. Dark red blood dripped from the blade, falling to the floor in steady drops. Shen Kaienqian passed out from the pain, only to be doused awake again. She was forced to stay conscious, watching helplessly as Su Hua engraved the words into her flesh. Su Hua carved them deep, so deep that even plastic surgery wouldn't erase them. Hi! Su Hua tossed the knife aside, the metallic sound ringing sharply. Jian King kindly held up a mirror in front of Shen Kaienqian. Miss Shen, take a look. Doesn't our Su Hua's handiwork suit you perfectly? Shen Kaienqian's gaze fell upon the reflection, a woman who looked like a ghost. Disheveled hair. Her face was smeared with blood, 2 words carved grotesquely. Bitch. The right cheek, poor bitch. The left, woman. Shen Kaienqian wailed in agony, her voice still grating like a duck's. My face, my face. It was utterly ruined. Jian King smirked. Miss Shen, this is what they call giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Everything you wanted to do to our Su Hua, now it's all yours. Shen Kaienqian's eyes burned with hatred. Why was she the one suffering like this? She hadn't even succeeded. Su Hua was unharmed, yet her entire life was destroyed. Meanwhile, Su Hua sat elegantly in the main seat, peeling off her pristine white gloves. Her fingers traced the engagement ring Lin Xuan had given her. A blissful smile touched her lips. Xuan, you belong only to me. That was why she would eliminate every woman who dared try to take him from her. Shen Kaienqian gritted her teeth, glaring at Su Hua's flawless, untroubled face. Her own expression twisted in fury. Why was she the one suffering while Su Hua remained pristine? That bitch, with her innocent facade, was the one Lin Xuan loved. Lin Xuan would marry her, have children with her. She couldn't accept it. If she couldn't have Lin Xuan, neither would this woman. You bitch, I'll kill you. Shen Kaienqian's face contorted as she snatched the bloodied knife from the floor and lunged at Su Hua. But before she could get close, Jian King kicked her away. Bodyguards immediately pinned Shen Kaienqian down, forcing her face first onto the ground like a dog. Her eyes were bloodshot. So many people protecting this fox spirit, she couldn't lay a finger on her. The injustice burned inside her. She wanted revenge. Jian King, Su Hua asked coolly, if Shen Kaienqian had caught me, what else would she have done? Jian King answered, forced you to crawl on the ground and eat filth. Su Hua had to return to her Xuan now. With a dismissive wave, she said, handle it. Torment her for a few days, then send her back to the Shen family. Just make sure she doesn't die. Add in the Shen Corporation's bankruptcy, that should be enough. From now on, Shen Kaienqian would live in endless darkness. Death would be a mercy, so Su Hua would ensure she stayed alive. Yes, Su Hua. Jian King bowed respectfully. Su Hua, she added, there's a woman who's been tailing Shen Kaienqian. She likely witnessed everything here. How should we deal with her? Su Hua replied, bring her to me. Shen Yu, hiding nearby, heard Su Hua's order. She knew escape was impossible now. She had seen Su Hua's cruelty firsthand. If caught, she'd suffer the same fate. She had considered fleeing, but she couldn't bring herself to leave. Shen Kaienqian had ruined her family. Now that someone was finally making her pay, Chen Yu wanted to watch her descend into hell. Jian King approached Chen Yu with a polite smile. Miss, our Su Hua wishes to speak with you. Come along. All right. Trembling, Chen Yu followed. Shen Kaienqian snarled at Chen Yu. This little bitch had been following her? As Su Hua. Shen Yu's voice shook. Su Hua narrowed her eyes. Are you and Shen Kainqian allies? Oh, Shen Yu glared at Shen Kainqian, hatred burning in her gaze. We're enemies. Oh, Su Hua raised a brow, intrigued. Shen Yu clenched her fists. Because I was pretty, people at school voted me as the campus belle. I took the title from Shen Kainqian, and she made me her target for bullying just for her own amusement. When she found out my father's company worked with Shen Corporation, she used his job to threaten me. It was the job he worked so hard to get. He even became a school administrator. I didn't want him to lose it, so I gave in. But even then, she wouldn't stop. She made the partner company overload my father with work. My mother was sick and he couldn't quit. He needed the money for her treatment and my education. Shen Yu bit her lip. Her father had hidden all this from her and her mother, not wanting them to worry. If it weren't for her father's death and her subsequent secret investigation, she would never have discovered how hard he had been working. Making babies is the priority. Shen Yu took a deep breath before continuing. Later, my father died in a car accident on his way home from work due to overexhaustion. My mother, knowing that Shen Kainqian had used her to threaten me, took her own life. Tears streamed down Shen Yu's face. Their family had been so happy until Shen Kainqian destroyed everything. She wished she could tear Shen Kainqian to pieces. From the moment Shen Yu followed Shen Kainqian here, Zhang King had already sent someone to investigate her. The report had just arrived. Young Master Su, here's Shen Yu's file. What she said is true. Zhang King placed the documents in front of Su Hua. She gave Shen Yu a sympathetic glance. What a pitiful woman. Su Hua leisurely flipped through the records when Shen Yu suddenly knelt before her. Young Master Su, thank you for punishing Shen Kainqian. I have evidence of her illegal activities hidden in my home. Could you help me send her to prison? Shen Kainqian gritted her teeth. You dared to collect evidence against me? How could you? She never expected the meek and submissive Shen Yu to turn against her like this. Su Hua frowned. Gag her. Zhang King stifled a laugh. So even Su Hua found Shen Kainqian's voice grating. A rag was stuffed into Shen Kainqian's mouth by a bodyguard. MMPH. NMPH. She struggled desperately, but with the guards holding her down, escape was impossible. Young Master Su, as for me, Shen Yu said, her eyes red, you can deal with me however you see fit. Having witnessed Shen Kainqian suffer such torment, she had no regrets. At least her family could reunite in the afterlife. Su Hua closed the file. Do you want to take revenge yourself? She asked, stepping closer to Shen Yu. Huh? Shen Yu stared at Su Hua in shock. What did she mean? Su Hua spoke calmly. For the next few days, you'll be the one tormenting Shen Kainqian. As for the evidence of her crimes, I'll send someone to retrieve it. Joy flashed in Shen Yu's eyes. Thank you, young Master Su. She kowtowed repeatedly. She had longed for this chance. She never thought it would come true. Zhang King wasn't surprised by Su Hua's decision. Though ruthless, Su Hua didn't target just anyone. Only those who crossed her or young Master Lin faced her wrath. Since Shen Yu had done nothing to harm them, Su Hua had no reason to punish her. After Su Hua left, Shen Yu approached Shen Kainqian. Shen Kainqian, you used your family's power to force people to their deaths, to destroy my family. Did you ever imagine you'd end up like this? A cold smile twisted Shen Yu's lips. She would make sure Shen Kainqian suffered every second of these next few days. Fear filled Shen Kainqian's eyes. Shen Yu hated her to the core. She wouldn't show mercy. Knowing Shen Kainqian wanted to speak, Shen Yu pulled the rag from her mouth. Shen Yu, I'll give you money more than you could ever spend. Just let me go. Shen Kainqian begged. But Shen Yu's eyes burned with fury. Can money bring back my parents? Shen Kainqian, this time, you'll pay for everything you've done. She laughed bitterly. You're finished. Su Hua sat in the car nearing the night garden when she suddenly ordered, stop. What's wrong, young Master Su? Zhang King hit the brakes, puzzled. Do I smell like blood? Su Hua asked. Not that I can tell. Zhang King shook her head. Still uneasy, Su Hua commanded, take me to Imperial Hotel. Is something the matter? Zhang King asked. I don't want Xuan to smell blood on me. He doesn't like it when I kill, Su Hua murmured. She knew that when Xuan had seen her kill Su Hai, he decapitated the man himself and claimed they were the same, but those were just words to comfort her. Years ago, witnessing her slaughter countless people had traumatized him. She refused to let him see her bloodthirsty side. She had to remain perfect in his eyes. Zhang King stifled a chuckle. Could she call this husband whipped? Also, prepare a set of clothes for me, Su Hua added. Young Master Su, Imperial Hotel already has plenty of outfits in your size. The hotel kept a permanent suite for her, stocked with all her necessities. The wardrobe was always packed with clothes for her and Lin Xuan. No, not those, Su Hua clarified. After hearing Su Hua's request, John King smirked. Young Master Lin was in for a long night. She sighed. If only Su Hua hadn't taken that contraceptive shot. Given how often she and Lin Chuan couldn't keep their hands off each other, she'd surely be pregnant by now. Su Hua scrubbed herself clean, changed into the outfit John King provided, and draped a long coat over herself, concealing the alluring attire beneath. Only Chuan deserved to see this side of her. On the way back to Night Garden, all servants were ordered to stay in their rooms. After dropping Su Hua off, John King drove away, only to spot Old Master Su being stopped at the gates. Apologies, sir. Young Master Su said no visitors today. Old Master Su huffed. I'm her grandfather, not some guest. I can't even enter? Sir, these are her orders. Please don't make this difficult, the guard pleaded. I'm going in whether she likes it or not. Old Master Su insisted. I want to see what she's hiding. John King pulled over. Chairman, she greeted respectfully. Even though Old Master Su had retired, she still addressed him as before. Secretary John, perfect timing. Tell me, how is my own granddaughter's home off limits to me? He grumbled. Chairman, today really isn't the day, John King said. Is you are having another episode? Is that why she doesn't want me to see her? Old Master Su fretted. Rest assured, Chairman, she's fine. John King smiled. Young Master Lin is with her. She gave strict orders no one enters the villa tonight. Realization dawned on Old Master Su. He grinned. Ah, I see. Very well. I won't disturb them. Making babies is more important, after all. Jiang King rubbed her nose sheepishly. If the chairman finds out that President Su had injections and can't get pregnant, wouldn't he be furious enough to spit blood? How nice. Su Hua entered the living room, took off her coat, and casually tossed it onto the sofa before heading toward the dining area. She had come home a little earlier today, and Lin Chuan was still cooking. Watching Lin Chuan bustling around in an apron, a faint smile curled at the corners of Su Hua's lips. This kind of life, it was truly wonderful. She walked over and wrapped her arms around Lin Chuan from behind, pressing her cheek against his back. The warmth radiating from him filled her with an indescribable sense of peace. Hua Bao, you're back. Be good and go wash your hands first, then wait at the table. Dinner will be ready soon. Ahmed Shaum. Su Hua nodded but didn't let go. Lin Chuan had no choice but to let her cling to him. This was the last dish. Once it was stir-fried and plated, Lin Chuan washed his hands and prepared to soothe Su Hua. But when he turned around, he was met with the sight of Su Hua dressed in a maid outfit and black stockings. Her slightly curled hair cascaded down, adorned with nothing but a pink hairband. Her attire was innocent, yet paired with her alluring figure, it exuded a tantalizing charm. Lin Chuan was stunned. Su Hua rose onto her tiptoes, her soft arms looping around his neck. Do you like how I look, Ah Chuan? It's acceptable. Lin Chuan's gaze darted away, afraid that if he looked any longer, his nosebleed would betray him. As long as Ah Chuan likes it. Su Hua's crimson lips curved into a smile as she leaned in, her breath warm against his ear. Today, I'm your little maid, master. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Lin Chuan, exclamation in bed. He had called her master before, but this was the first time she had addressed him that way. The feeling was incredible. The bewitching woman's sweet, seductive voice could melt a person's bones. I'll take good care of you, your daily needs and even your physical desires. Lin Chuan had a premonition. His kidneys were about to flee his body by train tonight, and yet he was eagerly looking forward to it. At the dining table, Su Hua picked up a piece of braised pork with her chopsticks and held it to Lin Chuan's lips. Master, let me feed you. At first, it was just feeding him with chopsticks, but soon, things took a different turn. Su Hua settled onto Lin Chuan's lap, her arms winding around his neck as she pressed her lips to his. A moment later, she pulled away slightly, panting. Master, do you like this little dessert? Sham. Lin Chuan's Adam's apple bobbed. Su Hua, overwhelmed by passion, kissed his throat, her fingers trailing teasingly down his chest. Lin Chuan tensed. This temptress. Master can enjoy me to your heart's content. Su Hua murmured against the corner of his lips. Hua Bao, someone might see. Lin Chuan grabbed her mischievous hands. Damn it, if this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold back. Don't worry, I sent everyone away. The whole villa is just the two of us and the surveillance is off. No one will see no matter what we do here today. Su Hua leaned back on the dining table, bending slightly forward. Master, don't you want to indulge in me? Her low-cut maid outfit left a little to the imagination from Lin Chuan's angle. Lin Chuan, expectation. If he held back any longer, he wouldn't be a man. Platter, everything on the table was swept to the floor. The dining room was soon filled with an intoxicating atmosphere. That night, Lin Xuan was thoroughly drained. Dining room, kitchen, living room, bathroom, study. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxiu had spent a fortune suppressing news about her medical mishap on other platforms. But what she didn't know was that the story was spreading like wildfire on Huyin. Lei Hui, aware of the rift between Lin Qiu and the Lin family, had instructed the tech team to tweak the algorithm ensuring every Huyin user would come across Lin Qingxiu's scandal. The protagonists were siblings, Lin Qingxiu, the heiress of a top entertainment conglomerate, and Lin Xuan, a rising business star. The incident involved the medical profession, and the drama was too juicy to ignore. Lin Qingxiu's video exploded on Huyin. The gossip-loving Chinese netizens, unable to find the story elsewhere, flocked to download Huyin just to follow the drama. This further boosted Huyin's user base. General Manager, a secretary rushed into the office. Our app downloads have skyrocketed in the last 4 hours. Millions of new users. What's the reason? Lei Hui asked, puzzled. He didn't recall any recent promotions. The secretary grinned. Lin Qingxiu paid to bury her scandal everywhere else. Now, we're the only platform where people can get the scoop. Users are praising us for not taking bribes to suppress the news. Excellent. Lei Hui nodded, pleased. This not only tarnished Lin Qingxiu's reputation, but also expanded their user base. A win-win. Lin Qingxiu had always looked down on Lin Qiu and dismissed Huyin as insignificant, assuming its small user base wouldn't cause a stir. The next day, she went to the hospital as usual, but doctors and nurses alike shot her strange glances, whispering among themselves. Always acting like some untouchable princess, looking down on everyone. Serves her right for this humiliation. Tisset, she's not just embarrassing herself, she's dragging the hospital's name through the mud. Look at her, shamelessly showing up like nothing happened. Most of them despised Lin Qingxiu. At the hospital, she carried herself like the privileged heiress of a billion-dollar empire, bossing around doctors and nurses with an air of superiority. They had endured her arrogance, fearing retaliation if they spoke up. But now, with her scandal spiraling out of control, she had bigger problems and they no longer had to hold back. Lin Qingxiu's mind buzzed as she caught snippets of their conversation. Were they talking about yesterday's incident? How did they know? Shut up! She snapped. Since when do you get to judge what I do? Oh, Lin Qingxiu, still putting on airs. A doctor sneered. You should worry about yourself first. After such a disgrace, you dare act high and mighty? Take a look, your mess is all over the internet. The doctor waved his phone in her face. Lin Xuan's ability. Lin Qingxiu snatched her phone back and began scrolling, her eyes landing on a video from Huyin. It showed her mocking Lin Xuan at first, only to slink away in defeat later. When she checked again, 3 million likes. The comments section was flooded with demands for Lin Qingxiu to be expelled from the medical field. How could so many people have seen this? Her face pale. She had assumed Huyin had a small user base, and since it was Lin Xuan's app, she didn't want to give him money by paying to suppress the incident. Yet a single video had garnered this much attention. 3 million likes likely meant tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions, of views. Lin Qingxiu, we all know about your family drama. None of you ever respected your younger brother, did you? Yet he's the most accomplished of you all, a medical genius and a business prodigy. Do you regret driving him out now? A female nurse crossed her arms, smirking. Lin Qingxiu was too shaken to even react to their taunts. Hands trembling, she opened the app store and searched for Huyin. Over 100 million downloads. How was this possible? How did he grow this app so successfully? Wasn't he always just a good-for-nothing? Lin Xuan. She clenched her phone. They were blood-related siblings, yet he allowed her humiliation to spread like wildfire on his platform. Lin Qingxiu, come to my office immediately, the hospital director said sternly. Her face drained of color. With heavy steps, she followed him inside. Your incident yesterday has gone viral. I called you here to deal with the fallout, the director said, his expression grim. Their hospital prioritized PR, suppressing all past disputes until now. In less than a day, their reputation had plummeted. Director, Lin Qingxiu pleaded, just give me some time. I'll handle this. Penbullet. He snapped. It's already out of control. What can you possibly do now? Her mind was a mess. She had no solution. Since this morning, people have been flooding our website and protesting at the gates, demanding your removal. This must be resolved, or the hospital will suffer irreparable damage. The director delivered his verdict. Submit your resignation. Director, I don't want to leave. Her eyes reddened with desperation. You have no choice. If you stay, the hospital will pay the price. Then let me take a leave of absence. Once this blows over, I'll return. It was the only compromise she could think of. Lin Qingxiu, the internet never forgets. Your brother clearly holds a grudge. With Huyan's daily active users in the tens of millions, what if this resurfaces later? What then? I eye her fists clenched tightly. Resign voluntarily or face termination. You have 30 minutes to decide. In the end, Lin Kingxiu handed in her resignation and stumbled back to the Lin family home in a daze. Mom, I was forced to resign. She collapsed onto the sofa, her face ashen. Kingxiu, what happened? Jiang Shukin asked, alarmed. Lin Kingxiu didn't answer, burying her face in her mother's shoulder as she sobbed uncontrollably. Lin Chang soon arrived, his expression thunderous. Dad, she stood before him, tears streaming, her voice trembling. Left! A harsh blow sent her head snapping to the side. Tears of humiliation spilled over. Lin Chang, how could you hit her? She's an adult now. Jiang Shukin shielded her daughter. See for yourself what she has done. He flung his phone onto the coffee table. This is your precious daughter. Frowning, Jiang Shukin picked it up and scrolled. Lin Kingxiu, if you're incompetent, don't pretend otherwise. Lin Chang roared. Do you realize our company's stock hit the limit down at market open today? After meticulous efforts to boost their shares, they'd been soaring until now. He planned to cash out some holdings, but with the stock frozen, selling was impossible. And it's not just the stock. People are boycotting our games and products. He spat through gritted teeth. Dad, I didn't mean for this to happen, Lin Kingxiu whimpered. I thought I could treat him. I only stepped in because I feared Lin Qiu and would make things worse. But it turned out his diagnosis was different. I think Lin Qiu set me up. He knew my treatment was wrong yet stayed silent, letting me fail before swooping in at the last second. She pressed her lips together. He must have done it to humiliate her, to flaunt his skills, and to get revenge. How does Lin Qiu even know medicine? Lin Chang demanded. She stayed silent. She couldn't fathom it either how Lin Qiu had saved a patient even she and Dr. Chen had given up on. His abilities exceed what I imagined. Lin Chang's face darkened. In the past, he'd have celebrated Lin Qiu's talents, seeing them as an asset to the family and Starlight Group. But now, Skybell Group's gaming and entertainment divisions were encroaching on Starlight's market share. Lin Qiu was targeting them. The stronger he became, the greater the threat. Pacing the room, Lin Chang racked his brain for a solution. Abruptly, he stopped and turned to Lin Kingxiu. Tomorrow, no, this afternoon I'll hold a press conference. You'll publicly apologize and announce your withdrawal from the medical field. Only this could minimize Starlight Group's losses. Dad, I won't apologize or quit, she protested through clenched teeth. Then get out of this family. She fell silent. Her mind flashed to Lin Qiu on how their father had issued the same ultimatum on his wedding day with Qin Royao. Back then, she relished the drama. Now, experiencing it herself, she understood the agony. But then again, Lin Kingxiu scowled. Lin Qiu was nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Why should she pity him? Dad, I'll listen to you, Lin Kingxiu said softly. At that moment, Jiang Shukin, seated on the sofa, stared fixedly at her phone, her face deathly pale. Rake the phone screen displayed an image of Grandpa John's face. Jiang Shukin's mind wandered through memories of the past. Back then, when she was being bullied, it was Lin Chang who rescued her. She fell in love with him at first sight, and soon they were together. Unexpectedly, her father and brother disapproved of their relationship. They relentlessly targeted Lin Chang. They always claimed to cherish her the most, yet in reality, all they wanted was control. She didn't even have the right to choose her own love. Resentment festered in her heart. To escape that suffocating family, she secretly used the company's resources to help Lin Chang's Starlight Group grow. Later, when Starlight Group faced financial difficulties and needed $1 billion, she tried to transfer the money to Lin Chang again. But her father and brother found out. Their eyes were filled with disappointment. Ha! How ridiculous! What right did they have to be disappointed in her? If they hadn't desperately opposed her relationship with Lin Chang, she would never have stolen from the company. They claimed the company's cash flow was broken, that the money was borrowed from the bank. If she took it, the company would face a crisis. She didn't believe it. How could a company as big as theirs possibly have cash flow problems? This had to be another one of their lies. In the end, they gave her two choices. First, cut ties with Lin Chang. Second, they wouldn't stop her from taking the money, but from then on, the John family would sever all ties with her. They were forcing her to leave. Back then, Lin Chang treated her so well he was the only one who made her feel warmth. Without hesitation, she chose the second option. She left the John family. After that, she never paid attention to any news about them again. Jian Langjun, her biological father. This was the first time in all these years she had seen him, even if only on her phone. Jiang Shukin recalled Jian Langjun's words, Lin Chang is not a good man. Her mind flashed back to the image of Lin Chang and Wang Yajun in bed together. Her eyes darkened. No, she wasn't wrong. So what if Lin Chang wasn't faithful to her? He had been good to her before, and even now, with his infidelity, her 3 daughters and son were grown and working. She could still rely on them for a comfortable life. Her days would still be sweet. Before long, Lin Qingwen rushed home. Lin Qingxiu had already retreated to her room, and Lin Chang had left for the company. Only Jiang Shuken remained on the sofa, quietly wiping away tears. Mom, what's wrong? Lin Qingwen asked, puzzled. Nothing. Jiang Shuken forced a smile. Wenner, come here. Lin Qingwen sat beside her. Wenner. Jiang Shuken grasped her hand. At least I still have you all by my side. If only she hadn't given birth to Lin Xuan, everything would be perfect. Mom, no matter what happens, I'll always be here for you, Lin Qingwen said. Good, good. Jiang Shuken smiled in relief, drying her tears. Wenner, you've heard about Ziller, right? Yes. Lin Qingwen nodded. She resigned from the hospital and got scolded by your father. She's heartbroken, go comfort her, Jiang Shuken urged. All right, Lin Qingwen agreed. She had rushed back from work precisely because she was worried about Ziller. She entered Lin Qingxiu's room. The desk was littered with tissues. Lin Qingxiu's eyes were swollen from crying. Big sis, it was Lin Xuan who set me up. Lin Qingwen stayed silent. She already knew the whole story. Ziller had been too eager to prove herself at first. But Xiao Xu, and was also at fault. He should have stopped her when he saw her misdiagnosis. If he had, Ziller might have seen his kindness, and their relationship could have improved. Now, it seemed her resentment toward him had only deepened. Lin Qingwen had a headache. Xiao Xu seemed to be drifting further and further away from the Lin family. Ziller, Lin Qingwen sighed, trying to console her. It's fine that you left the hospital. You can come work at the company, or if you want, I'll invest in your own lab. Thank you, big sis. Lin Qingxiu wiped her tears. That afternoon, Lin Qingxiu arrived at the press conference venue. The moment she stepped out of the car, people who had been lying in wait hurled rotten vegetables at her. Quack doctor, get out of the medical field. Canvas, how many lives have you ruined? What, you think just because you're a Lin family heiress, you can treat ordinary people's lives like trash? The accusations stung. Lin Qingxiu was crushed. Every patient under her care before had been treated successfully. Just one mistake, and all her past achievements were erased. She wanted to defend herself, but these people wouldn't listen. Head bowed, she slunk into the conference hall. The night before, Su Hua and Lin Xuan hadn't slept until 4 in the morning, so they woke up a little late today. Butler Wang checked the time and smiled knowingly. Seems like the young miss and young master Lin had quite the intense night. By 1 in the afternoon, Lin Xuan woke first. Su Hua was still asleep, her arms wrapped around his waist. Lost in some sweet dream, the corners of her lips curled slightly. In slumber, she looked serene and beautiful. Why? Xuan couldn't resist tracing her delicate features with his fingers. He had been blind before. How could he have chased after Qin Royale like a lovesick fool instead of cherishing a woman like her? His fingers brushed over Su Hua's lips, then paused when he noticed the red marks on her neck. Last night, Hua Bao had been too irresistible. He couldn't control himself, leaving countless marks on her porcelain skin. Guiltily, he tried to pull his hand back. Just then, Su Hua stirred awake. Hey Xuan! She rolled on top of him, her fingertips tracing slow circles on his chest. What are you doing, Soul is utterly captivated. Lin Xuan. It's nothing, I just think you're very beautiful, Hua Bao. Su Hua chuckled softly. If Xuan likes this face of mine, it's my honor. Previously, she hadn't paid much attention to her appearance, but since Xuan liked it, she would take good care of it. The alluring woman pressed her crimson lips against the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth. Master, did you enjoy my service last night? Her voice carried a hint of coquettishness. It was. All right. Lin Xuan's gaze drifted away. Those books were truly a bad influence. Hua Bao had learned so many strange positions, and those sweet, honeyed calls of Master were enough to make his soul fly away. If Master liked it, shall we continue now, Su Hua, who was already pressing down on Lin Xuan, didn't give him a chance to refuse before sealing his lips with a kiss. The temperature in the room rose steadily. Amidst the haze in his mind, a single thought surfaced. Hua Bao had really become addicted to calling him master. Downstairs, Jiang King arrived with documents for Su Hua to sign. Secretary Jiang, are you looking for President Su? Butler Wang inquired. Yes, I have some documents that require President Su's signature. Is she in the study? I'll take them up to her, Jiang King replied. Secretary Jiang, President Su hasn't gotten up yet. Perhaps you could come back later. Still in bed? John King glanced at her watch. It was already 1:30 p.m. How could she still be asleep? A certain possibility crossed her mind, and she shook her head with a smile. It seemed President Su and young Master Lin had kept each other busy late into the night. If she hasn't gotten up yet, I'll wait here. The documents were urgent, but John King didn't want to disturb Su Hua, so she settled in the living room to wait. An hour later, Lin Xiu and finally carried Su Hua downstairs, her arms looped around his neck as she nestled obediently in his embrace. Her neck was littered with telltale red marks. John King clicked her tongue in amusement. This was the same cold and domineering President Su everyone knew, yet in front of young Master Lin, she was as docile as a little bird. Lin Xuan brought Su Hua into the dining room. "Hey Xuan, feed me. My arms are sore, I don't want to move," Su Hua murmured, her eyes fixed on him as if he were the only one in her world. John King, the glaringly obvious third wheel. Was it really appropriate to say such things so shamelessly in front of her? She glanced at Butler Wang, whose expression remained unruffled. Clearly, he was already accustomed to scenes like this. Lin Xuan dutifully fed Su Hua while she listened to John King's work report. By the time she finished eating, John King had just wrapped up her briefing. "President Su, that's all for now," John King said respectfully. Su Hua took the documents, skimmed through them briefly, and signed her name. "President Su, young Master Lin, there's one more thing," John King added. Starlight Group is holding a press conference today, with Lin Qingshu as the main speaker. They're forcing her to publicly apologize for her medical error with the elderly patient. Lin Xuan scoffed. Lin Qingshu is so arrogant, making her apologize in front of the entire nation must be worse than death for her. Lin Qingshu was the heiress of Starlight Group, and she had flaunted her family name that day. Her mistake would undoubtedly affect the company's reputation. Lin Chang valued profit above all else. If Lin Qingshu was apologizing, it was only because he had forced her. "Hey Xuan, do you want to watch?" Su Hua arched a brow. "Of course." Lin Xuan smirked. "How could I miss such an entertaining spectacle? Then I'll accompany Master to watch the press conference later." Su Hua's sudden use of Master made John King's eyes widen. Master, then she remembered the maid outfit and black stockings Su Hua had asked her to prepare yesterday. So President Su had been role-playing as a maid, one who called him Master. These two really knew how to spice things up. After Lin Qingshu and went upstairs to attend to something, Su Hua's gentle demeanor vanished, replaced by an icy coldness. She elegantly settled on the sofa and began brewing tea. John King reported, "President Su, Chen Yu has been tormenting Shen Kainqian quite brutally." She had visited the place where Shen Kainqian was being held the previous night, and what she saw had shocked her. She never expected Chen Yu, who seemed so delicate, could be so ruthless. That's to be expected. It's the murder of her parents. Why would Chen Yu let Shen Kainqian off easy? Su Hua sneered. That was precisely why she had handed Shen Kainqian over to Chen Yu. John King, have the doctors keep an eye on her. Let Chen Yu do as she pleases, just make sure Shen Kainqian doesn't die. After 4 days of torment, throw her back to the Shen family. Understood. John King silently lit 3 imaginary sticks of incense for Shen Kainqian. The next few days would not be kind to her. By the way, have we found Shen Kainqian's criminal evidence yet? Su Hua asked. Shen Mao covered his tracks well. It'll take a few more days, John King replied. Su Hua nodded. Anything else? Her gaze flicked dismissively toward John King. Not that. Then you may leave. The dismissal was clear. John King strongly suspected she was being treated as a third wheel. President Su wanted alone time with young Master Lin and found her presence irritating. As John King left with the documents, Lin Qingshu and settled on the sofa with Su Hua in his arms, watching Starlight Group's press conference on TV. Su Hua occasionally fed him pieces of fruit. On screen, Lin Chang and Lin Qingshu appeared before the crowd. Lin Qingshu bit her lip, her expression strained. Lin Chang bowed deeply before taking his seat. Yesterday, my third daughter made a minor mistake while treating a patient. I've brought her here today to offer our sincerest apologies. Lin Qingshu, her eyes red, added, I realize now that I was too arrogant. Due to the urgency of the situation, I didn't conduct a thorough examination before treating the elderly patient, which nearly endangered their life. I deeply apologize. To make amends, I've resigned from Yundu's second hospital and will retire from the medical field entirely. Additionally, I'll provide 1 million as compensation for the patient's treatment and emotional distress. The million was given grudgingly, but the public didn't care about Lin Qingshu. Their focus was entirely on Lin Xuan. When the Q&A session began, reporters immediately directed their questions at Lin Qingshu and Lin Chang. Lin Xiuan built his own empire from scratch, broke records in the computer science competition by solving a world-class problem, founded Skyline Group, and is a medical genius, truly a prodigy. The reporter asked bluntly. Meanwhile, your second son, Lin Lai, has yet to achieve anything noteworthy. Do you regret cutting ties with Lin Xiuan? Lin Chang's face darkened. The Lin family values character over capability. There's no regret here. Since Lin Xiuan no longer sees me as his father, I won't insist on recognizing him as my son. The reporter pressed on relentlessly. According to my investigation, Lin Xiuan only received a few hundred yuan in monthly allowance. His shoes and clothes were often worn out, and while juggling his studies, he took on 2 part-time jobs. Meanwhile, the other Lin children lived in luxury. Could it be that your family's treatment of him broke his heart, driving him away? Lin Chang's expression darkened. This reporter clearly had evidence. If he dared to refute, she would undoubtedly expose it. This is irrelevant to today's press conference. Next question, Lin Chang replied stiffly. How is this irrelevant? The reporter frowned. Lin Xiuan played a crucial role in this medical incident. If he hadn't saved that elderly man's life, your daughter would be facing a manslaughter charge. Lin Chang glanced at the time and said, I have business to attend to. The press conference ends here. Despite the conference, Starlight Group stock continued to plummet. Lin Xiuan watched with amusement as Lin Chang and Lin Qingxiu's expressions soured. Xiuan, how did you learn medicine? Su Huan nestled in Lin Xiuan's arms, her face filled with curiosity. She had just watched the video of him saving a life. She never knew her Xiuan had medical skills. Just how many surprises was he hiding? I recently took an interest in medicine and picked it up from books. It was just luck. Lin Xiuan brushed it off casually. No wonder I fell for you, you're amazing. Su Hua's eyes curved into crescents. Her gaze returned to the TV. She loved watching Xiuan take down the Lin family and Qin Royo. In the past, he cared deeply about them, which drove her mad with jealousy. Now, not only did he no longer care, but he also retaliated against them. It proved he had truly changed. Now, his eyes were only on her. Hua Bao, she's my biological sister. Don't you think I'm cruel and heartless for going after her? Lin Xiuan asked. I love this side of you. Su Hua's red lips curled into a smirk. The worse Xiuan behaved, the more it showed they were cut from the same cloth. That day, Su Hua and Lin Xiuan stayed at Night Garden, inseparable. Wang Da had gone to dinner with his girlfriend at a hotel near the vocational school. His girlfriend wore a white dress with long, straight black hair, looking deceptively pure. Xian, are you sure you're free next Wednesday? Wang Da asked eagerly. Amicham. Wang Xian glanced at her phone, her tone slightly impatient. A man like Wang Da couldn't possibly have respectable friends. If not for his generosity and the million yuan prize money he won in a computer competition making him her personal ATM, she wouldn't even spare him a glance. Wang Da continued excitedly, let me tell you, we grew up in the same orphanage, shared everything. We are as close as brothers. Hooking up with brother Wang Da, Wang Xian let out a cold laugh. An orphanage? That's a far worse background than Wang Da's. He's exceptionally talented. You'll understand once you meet him, Wang Da said with a grin. Sure, Wang Xian replied dismissively. Oblivious to the impatience on Wang Xian's face, Wang Da proudly continued. You probably wouldn't believe someone like me as such an outstanding brother, right? And I even get to freeload off him. Thanks to Xiu, and Boss Su had rewarded him with 100,000 yuan in cash, a watch worth millions, and an internship at Tanmu Group next month. Not to mention the computer team competition Xiuan had led them to first place, earning him another million yuan bonus from Boss Su. Wasn't that freeloading off his brother? Honestly, his good brother's soft life was truly delicious. Xiuan freeloaded off Boss Su, and he freeloaded off Xiuan. Perfect. What do you think? Wang Xian rolled her eyes, not even looking up as she texted her friends. Wang Da sighed admiringly. But he really is that incredible a genius in computer tech, and he even founded Tanmu Group. Tanmu Group, Wang Xian froze. She knew this company. Even the app she used, Hein, was under its umbrella. She'd heard the owner of Tanmu Group was a business prodigy, and he was Wang Da's friend? Da, you mean Tanmu Group? Wang Xian asked, stunned. Yep, Wang Da, beamed. Impressive, right? Yeah, very impressive. Wang Xian's heart swelled with excitement. Who knew Wang Da had such a high-achieving brother? If she could charm him, the dinner this Wednesday might just be her opportunity. She'd have to dress to impress. If only she'd known earlier, she would have picked a sooner date, but changing it now would leave a bad impression. Wang Da gazed at Wang Xian's smile and grinned goofily. Xian, You look so beautiful when you smile. Wang Xian wrinkled her nose in disdain. So dumb. But his stupidity worked in her favor. How else would he let her swindle him so easily? Once she seduced his brother, she'd kick him to the curb without a second thought. Shen Qian had been locked up for 3 days. Shen Yu slept barely 3 hours a night before dragging herself out of bed to torment her again. Shen Qian's condition was horrific. Her body was covered in wounds, blood oozing everywhere. Her fingernails and toenails had all been ripped out. Now, untied, she sat slumped in a basement room. Shen Yu stood over her, smirking. How does it feel? Shen Qian gritted her teeth weakly. Shen Yu, once I get home you'll pay for this. Don't kid yourself. You'll never get the chance to bully me again, Shen Yu said coldly. Boss Su had granted her wish, but she'd also witnessed his brutal methods. Once Shen Qian was dealt with, she'd likely be silenced too. But it was worth it. After all this time torturing Shen Qian and ensuring she'd rot in prison, Shen Yu could die without regrets. Only her mother had wanted her to live. She'd have to disappoint her. Shen Qian, know what this is? Shen Yu held up a handful of white granules. Before Shen Qian could respond, Shen Yu shook her head. Never mind. A spoiled brat like you wouldn't recognize laundry detergent mixed with salt. Even unharmed hands sting from holding it. Imagine what it'll do to your wounds. Shen Qian trembled at the explanation. Your body's filthy. Your heart's filthier. Let me clean you up. Shen Yu smiled. Strip her. The shadow guards immediately tore off Shen Qian's clothes, exposing her ravaged skin, not a single patch unmarked. Shen Yu had them pin her down as she scattered the detergent over the wounds. A searing, fiery pain erupted. Ah! Shen Qian writhed on the floor, screaming. Shen Yu felt nothing but satisfaction. Tormenting Shen Qian had once been an impossible dream. Yet here she was, living it. We're not done, Shen Qian. We've got a whole day left to play. Shen Qian crawled to her, clutching her pants leg in agony. I was wrong, please let me go. She regretted everything. She never should have coveted brother Lin Xuan. Never should have provoked Su Hua. Su Hua was a demon. First, she'd hired men to defile her and scar her face. Now she'd unleash Shen Yu. No, you're not sorry, Shen Yu sneered. You've bullied anyone you disliked your whole life. You're only groveling now because you hit a wall. And even if you meant it, would it bring my parents back? She yanked Shen Qian's hair. Enjoy this show. Shen Qian glared at Shen Yu's triumphant face, itching to claw it apart. Who did this nobody think she was? Without Su Hua's backing, she was nothing. But right now she was powerless. Despair flooded Shen Qian's eyes. For the next 24 hours, Shen Yu employed every torture method she'd learned from dramas, needles under fingernails, swarming her with centipedes, pressing her hands onto red-hot stoves. The shadow guards watched in awe. Ruthless. Absolutely ruthless. When women turned vicious, men had nothing on them. Still, Shen Qian's endurance was commendable. By the 4th day, she finally snapped, descending into madness. Don't think it's over, Shen Qian. You'll be rotting in prison for a long time, Shen Yu whispered, eyes gleaming with delight. Jiang King arrived. The doctor confirmed she's mentally broken. Recovery could take years, an attendant reported. Understood, Jiang King nodded. Return her to the Shen family. Her father must be worried. Yes, the shadow guards hauled Shen Qian away. Miss Chen, Jiang King turned to Shen Yu. Shen Yu knew her fate was next. Secretary Jiang, are you going to give me closure now? From the moment she saw Su Hua tormenting Shen Qian, she had already anticipated this outcome. Shen Yu said, no matter what, I still want to thank Boss Su. I'm grateful she gave me the chance to take revenge with my own hands. Shen Qian's family had power and influence, while she was just an ordinary person. If not for Boss Su, she might never have gotten her revenge unless she found an opportunity to stab Shen Qian to death. Shen Yu bowed deeply to Jiang King. Jiang King smiled. Miss Chen, you've misunderstood. What I meant to say is, I'll arrange for someone to take you home. But Shen Yu froze. You're not going to kill me or lock me away somewhere. Wouldn't that be safer? Jiang King chuckled. Miss Chen, you're overthinking it. Even if you went around spreading the story, few would believe you. And even if they did, there's nothing they could do to Boss Su. Of course, I doubt you'd have the courage anyway. Let's go. Our people will drive you back. Jiang King turned to leave. Wait, Shen Yu stopped her. Miss Chen, is there something else? Secretary Jiang. Shen Yu hesitated before speaking. Could you let me stay? I want to work for Boss Su. She wanted to repay Su Hua's kindness. Moreover, after these past few days of tormenting Shen Qian, she realized she was more suited to this dark life. The sunlight no longer felt like her place. Su Hua's methods fascinated and awed her. Jiang King smiled. Miss Chen, our organization isn't something you can just walk into. You need real skills. Shen Yu frowned. Real skills? Shen Kaiyan had been missing for days without a trace. Her phone remained unreachable, and even her location couldn't be tracked. Shen Mao was going mad searching for her. Between the company's troubles and Shen Kaiyan's disappearance, he was utterly exhausted. A black car pulled up in front of the Shen family villa. Shen Kaiyan was shoved out of the vehicle before the driver hit the gas and sped away, leaving a cloud of dust behind. Shen Kaiyan was covered in blood, her face carved with the word shameless bitch. Combined with the darkness of the night, she looked like a vengeful ghost. A servant, hearing the commotion outside, curiously opened the door only to be met with the horrifying sight of a bloodied figure. Ah! The servant screamed in terror. A ghost! A ghost! Panicked, the servant scrambled away. Shen Mao sat in the back seat of his car, his voice low and tense. Still no leads? No, it's as if someone deliberately erased all traces. We truly can't find any clues, the search team replied nervously. Useless! Shen Mao snapped. It's been this long, and you still can't find a single person? You're all worthless. If you don't find her, you're all fired. Screech. The driver slammed on the brakes, the tires shrieking against the pavement. What's going on? Shen Mao's temper flared even hotter. Sir, there's someone at the villa's entrance, the driver said. My daughter, get her out of here, Shen Mao said impatiently. Yes, sir. The driver stepped out of the car. He was about to speak when he suddenly noticed the woman covered in blood. What is this? The driver frowned. The maid who had initially screamed about a ghost had now come out of the villa with 3 others in tow. She's right at the entrance, covered in blood, the maid said. At first, the maid had thought she was a ghost, but then she reconsidered ghosts didn't exist in this world. She wanted to investigate, but was too afraid to go alone, so she had brought backup. That's her. The maid pointed at Shen Kaiyan as she approached. The master is back, someone shouted loudly. Hurry, let's deal with her quickly. We can't let her get in the way of the master's return. The group moved to drag Shen Kaiyan away, but she suddenly mustered unexpected strength and shoved them off. Get away from me! How dare you filthy lowlifes lay a hand on me? A shrill, grating voice pierced the air. What the hell is that? It's unbearable. How can anyone sound like that? The car door was open, and Shen Kaiyan's unpleasant voice reached Shen Mao's ears. He frowned, about to look away, when Shen Kaiyan suddenly raised her hand and pointed at the maids. Listen here, if any of you lowborn scum dare touch me, I'll make sure my father ruins you. Shen Mao's eyes locked onto the bracelet on Shen Kaiyan's right wrist. Wasn't that the gift he had given Kaiyan for her 18th birthday? How did this woman have it? Her arrogant, domineering attitude was identical to Kaiyan's, which meant she really was Kaiyan. Realizing this, Shen Mao frantically flung the car door open and rushed toward Shen Kaiyan. The maids were still trying to drag her away. Stop right there! Shen Mao roared. He reached Shen Kaiyan, trembling as he brushed the hair from her face, and there was no mistaking it. It was Kaiyan. Kaiyan, my daughter, what happened to you? Who did this? His voice shook with anguish, his face twisted in pain. Shen Kaiyan stared blankly. She clutched his hand. Is it really you, Dad? Yes, it's me, Kaiyan, Shen Mao said. Dad, I want to marry Lin Xuan. Please, make it happen for me, Shen Kaiyan begged. Kaiyan, forget that for now. Let's get you to the hospital first. Shen Mao carried her into the car, and she soon passed out. What happened to the young miss? The maids whispered among themselves. Karma, I suppose. But she never treated us like humans anyway. Their eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Seeing Shen Kaiyan suffer like this was nothing short of delightful. Whoever tortured her had done an excellent job. She didn't wake until the next day. Kaiyan, tell me who did this to you. I'll make them pay, Shen Mao demanded, his voice thick with fury. His daughter, her fingernails and toenails gone, her face carved with words, her hands burned, her entire body covered in wounds. Whoever was responsible would suffer tenfold, 100-fold. He'd make sure of it. But Shen Kaiyan didn't answer. Instead, she repeated, Dad, I want Lin Xuan. I want to marry him, have his children. But he has a girlfriend, he doesn't like me. Help me get him, please. The same plea as the night before. Kaiyan, Lin Xuan can wait, Shen Mao said gently, stroking her hair. Right now, we need to find who hurt you. Dad, I'm begging you, I need to marry Lin Xuan. She gripped his hand desperately. Finally, Shen Mao noticed something was wrong. From last night until now, she had spoken of nothing but Lin Xuan. He studied her eyes, frowning. There was something off about her gaze. Could it be a test his suspicion? He asked her several questions. No matter what he asked, her answers always circled back to Lin Xu and marrying him, being with him, begging Shen Mao to help. Kai Qian's mind was broken. Shen Mao didn't suspect Lin Xiu and was the one who had tortured her. Lin Xiu and didn't have the means, nor did he have any reason to risk provoking the Shen family's wrath by harming Kai Qian so brutally. He hurriedly called for the doctor. Doctor, examine my daughter immediately. Check her mental state. Of course. The doctor rushed in and began assessing Shen Kai Qian's condition. After running tests, the doctor's expression darkened. Your daughter's condition is severe. The inhumane treatment she endured has caused a mental breakdown. It will take a long time for her to recover, if she ever does. He shook his head. Whoever she had crossed must have been ruthless. Shen Mao staggered back, fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Who would do this? Who dared to hurt his daughter like this? Doctor, what can I do to help her recover faster? Shen Mao pressed. Just then, the doctor heard Shen Kai Qian mutter Lin Xiuwen's name again. Who is Lin Xiuwen to her? The doctor asked. The man she's infatuated with. She's been obsessing over him since last night, begging me to arrange their marriage, Shen Mao explained. The doctor nodded. Mr. Shen, this seems to be her fixation. Fulfilling her wish might aid her recovery. I have other patients to attend to. If you need anything else, don't hesitate to contact me. With that, the doctor left. Shen Mao stood by the bed, staring at his daughter's vacant expression. His fists tightened. Before his wife died, she had made him promise to protect their only daughter, and he had failed. He would fix this. He would heal Kai Qian, no matter the cost. Pulling out his phone, he dialed his secretary. Find me Lin Xiuwen's contact information, he ordered coldly. Yes, Chairman, the secretary replied. Shen Mao waited, tending to Kai Qian while keeping an eye on his phone. An hour later, he called again. Why hasn't this been done yet? Chairman, those who know his number refuse to disclose it. We've hit a dead end with other methods, the secretary admitted. Then contact Lei Hui from Tamu Group. Give him my number and tell Lin Xiuwen to call me or I'll make Tamu Group regret it. His voice was steel. Soon, Lei Hui received a call from Shen Corporation, his brow furrowing tightly. Although Tamu Group wasn't afraid of Shen Corporation's retaliation, he thought it best to inform his boss about the matter. Lei Hui contacted Lin Xiuwen and relayed the situation to him. Boss, should you reach out to him? Lei Hui asked respectfully. Why wouldn't I? Lin Xiuwen replied coldly. He was curious to find out what Shen Mao wanted from him. Boss, Shen Mao gave me his phone number. I'll send it to you, Lei Hui said. Fine. Lin Xiuwen nodded. After receiving the number from Lei Hui's, Lin Xiuwen dialed Shen Mao. Mr. Shen, you were in such a hurry to contact me. What's the matter? Lin Xiuwen asked, raising an eyebrow. Lin Xiuwen, Shen Mao's tone was amicable. There's something I'd like to discuss with you in person. Sure. Lin Xiuwen agreed. He and Shen Mao had no prior dealings, so it was likely that Shen Mao wanted to talk about Shen Kai Qian. It was about time they had a proper conversation. Shen Mao, let's meet at Jingzheng Hotel at 3 p.m. All right. Lin Xiuwen hung up. Shen Mao frowned. Lin Xiuwen's eagerness to meet suggested he might be trying to curry favor with the Shen family. It seemed that with the right incentives, he could be persuaded to stay by Kai Qian's side. What Shen Mao needed was a man who genuinely cared for Kai Qian. Lin Xiuwen could never truly love her, but for now, there was no other choice. Shen Mao returned to the hospital room. Brother Lin Xiuwen, I want Brother Lin Xiuwen, Shen Kai Qian muttered obsessively, her every word revolving around him. As soon as Shen Mao sat by her bedside, Kai Qian grabbed his arm, her voice frantic. Dad, what's the update? Did you bring Brother Lin Xiuwen to me? Kai Qian, Shen Mao stroked her hair and smiled gently. Don't worry, I've made arrangements. Lin Xiuwen will marry you soon. Thank you, Dad. You're the best. A faint light finally returned to Shen Kai Qian's dull eyes. Kai Qian, I will make sure you recover, and I will find out who did this to you. They will pay dearly. Shen Mao's gaze darkened. Before meeting Shen Mao, Lin Xiuwen stopped by his company. Boss, Lei Hui greeted him with a grin. Lin Xiuwen glanced at him, frowning. There was something about Lei Hui's expression that felt suspiciously mischievous. Boss, I've been waiting for you like a man waiting for the stars and moon, Lei Hui said cheerfully. Lin Xiuwen rubbed his temples. Out with it. What's the matter? Lei Hui rubbed his hands together. Well, boss, last time, Su Corporation's personal secretary, Secretary Zhang, came to our company. Lin Xiuwen froze. What? Lei Hui, that time when you tied up those 2 bodyguards. Lin Xiuwen's frown deepened. That day, wasn't Su Hui supposed to be having a meal? She didn't even know about his visit to the Black Tiger Gang. Why would John King come to the company looking for those bodyguards? Did you see me tying them up? Lin Xiuwen pressed. No, I untied them beforehand, Lei Hui answered. Did she ask anything? Lin Xuan questioned further. Lei Hui suddenly smacked his forehead. Though he'd been so focused on uncovering the truth about Lin Xu and Su Hua's relationship that he'd forgotten John King had specifically told him not to let Lin Xu and know she'd visited Tamu Group. The relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend shouldn't raise any questions. They left after just a moment. Lei Hui answered without changing his expression. Lin Xuan's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. It seemed he had overthought things. Then again, if Hu Bao found out he had deliberately let himself be captured by the Black Tiger gang, she would definitely lock him in a dark room. Lei Hui was still preoccupied with the relationship between Su Hua and Lin Xuan. Boss, it seems those two bodyguards are from Su Corporation. Since they can stay by your side to protect you, what exactly is your relationship with President Su? Lei Hui asked with a grin. Xiao Xingfen happened to pass by and, hearing Lei Hui's words, let out a cold laugh. What else could it be? It was nothing more than his ability to charm women, leaving President Su utterly infatuated. Lin Xuan replied, "We're in a romantic relationship and we'll be married in the future." Lei Hui! Exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. His mouth fell open in shock. Even though he had already suspected this might be the case, hearing Lin Xu and confirm it still left him utterly stunned. Their boss's girlfriend was actually the CEO of Su Corporation, the richest person in the country. The legendary President Su, known for keeping men at a distance and caring only for work, had actually been won over by their boss. With President Su backing them, couldn't their company do whatever it wanted? Boss, you're amazing! Truly incredible! Lei Hui couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Their boss really was capable of anything, a business prodigy, a computer genius, and now he had even won over the famous President Su. Keep our relationship a secret for now, Lin Xuan said. Doubt it. Lei Hui couldn't help but think this couple really had a flair for drama, keeping their romance underground. Lin Xuan walked into his office. Alright, let's talk business. Bring me the latest documents you need me to review. Sure. Lei Hui handed over a thick stack of files. Lin Xuan was already used to this routine from Lei Hui. Resigned, he picked up the documents and began reading carefully. This is really great, Lei Hui said, unable to suppress his smile. Lin Xuan and President Su together, what a perfect match. His daughter loved reading novels about obsessive tycoons. Those stories always had one thing in common. The tycoons were indifferent to men, ruthless in business, but once they fell in love, it was for life. President Su was clearly a tycoon. As for whether she was obsessive, he wasn't sure. Remembering something, Lei Hui turned to Xiao Xingfen. Xiao Xiao, I noticed your computer skills are top-notch. And once, when I passed by Su Corporation, I saw you coming out. Are you actually from Su Corporation, temporarily transferred here to help Tamu Group develop the game? Lei Hui asked. Xiao Xingfen nodded. That's right. I'm an employee of Su Corporation. He had been sent by President Su to please Lin Xuan. Just as he thought. Lei Hui stroked his chin. Seems President Su really values our boss. General Manager Xiao Xingfen frowned. I see you admire Lin Xu, but he's just a freeloader. What's there to admire about a man like that? Xiao Xiao, I'll say it again, our boss is extraordinary. Stay here a little longer, and you'll see for yourself. Lei Hui chuckled. Besides, what's wrong with freeloading? I admire men who can live off others. If you can lie around and still eat well, who'd want to work? He sighed wistfully. Too bad he wasn't good-looking enough. Rich women probably wouldn't glance his way. Xiao Xingfen, this guy was insane, actually admiring freeloaders. Half an hour later, Lin Xuan closed the last file. He asked, how's the game development coming along? At the mention of the game, Lei Hui straightened his expression and answered seriously, we're in the final stages now. It should be completed in about 2 to 3 months. That? Lin Xuan nodded. Let me take a look at the game. Of course. Lei Hui led Lin Xuan to the game development department. Lin Xuan sat in front of a computer and began reviewing the game. Soon, he spotted an issue. The maximum concurrent player capacity is only 9 million? Lin Xuan frowned. Yes, that's the highest capacity we could design after careful consideration, Lei Hui replied respectfully. Boss, people aren't that obsessed with games these days. 9 million should be enough. Lin Xuan's frown deepened. It's not enough. 9 million is still too low. I want this to be a game for the masses. It needs to support at least 60 million concurrent players. Xiao Xingfen couldn't hold back. Young Master Lin, do you think expanding game capacity is as simple as snapping your fingers? This game already takes up over 10 gigabytes of phone storage. If the capacity increases too much, do you really think players will accept that? Lin Xuan tapped the desk lightly with his fingers. Yeah, Just increase the capacity without taking up more storage. Xiao Xingfen froze, then sneered. Lin Xuan, it seems your computer skills are only half-baked. What you're suggesting is impossible. A nearby employee tugged at his sleeve. Xiao Xiao, don't question the boss. Otherwise, you'll regret it when he proves you wrong. Regret it? Xiao Xingfen scoffed. There's no way Lin Xuan can pull this off. Not even he could do it, let alone Lin Xuan. The employee gave up trying to persuade him. Fine. Soon enough, Xiao Xingfen would witness their boss's brilliance. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Xiao Xiao, how about a bet? What, bet? Xiao Xingfen frowned. Lin Xuan said, let's bet on whether I can increase the player capacity to 60 million without increasing the game's storage usage. Fine, let's bet. Xiao Xingfen snorted. If you actually pull it off, I'll kneel and call you dad 3 times. From then on, I'll follow your every word. But if you fail, you have to leave President Su. Lin Xuan's expression darkened. Hu Bao isn't a bargaining chip. She can't be part of our bet. Besides, if I really lost and left her, do you think she'd let you off once she found out? Xiao Xingfen's mind flashed images of Su Hua and Lin Xuan being affectionate. True, if he broke them up, President Su would make sure he suffered. Xiao Xingfen backed down. Fine, let's change the terms. If you lose, then. He had originally planned to demand a return to Su Corporation, but with the King's Glory game project, he couldn't bear to leave. He couldn't think of another condition. Lin Xuan said, if you can't decide, let's leave it for now. I'll owe you a favor instead. Yeah. Xiao Xingfen nodded, but doubt crept into his mind. Lin Xuan sounded so confident, could he really have this ability? Lin Xuan sat in front of the computer and began typing. Lines of code rapidly appeared on the screen. Xiao Xingfen was stunned. What kind of typing speed was this? What's more, his fingers never stopped typing code on the keyboard. Didn't he even need to think? Xiao Xingfen's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. It seemed Lin Xuan was just writing nonsense this time. Victory was his for sure. A freeloader was just a freeloader. He thought Lin Xuan might have some real skills, but it turned out he was nothing special. Foxtail had heard about the bet and came over to join the commotion, leaning on Xiao Xingfen's shoulder. You've got some guts, daring to bet against the boss, Foxtail said, impressed. Why wouldn't I dare? Xiao Xingfen sneered. This time, he was going to thoroughly humiliate this freeloader. Foxtail shook his head. Seemed like this new guy had no idea what their boss was capable of. This was going to be fun. Foxtail watched with great interest. Time ticked by. In just over 10 minutes, Lin Xuan stopped typing. He stood up from his seat. Xiao Xingfen frowned. You're not even going to check it? There was no way he could have finished in such a short time. No maid. Lin Xuan stepped aside and gestured to the chair he just vacated. Go ahead, Xiao. See for yourself if I've pulled it off. Xiao Xingfen scoffed and started running the code Lin Xuan had just written. At first, his eyes were full of disdain, but gradually, shock crept in. He actually increased the game's concurrent user capacity to 160 million. How Xiao Xingfen stared at Lin Xuan in disbelief. Wasn't Lin Xuan just an ordinary college senior? How did he know how to do this? Remembering something, Xiao Xingfen quickly checked the game's memory usage. He opened the memory tab. A glaring 520 GB stared back at him. It was half the original size. Xiao Xingfen's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Xuan glanced at the time. I've got things to do. If you're going to call me dad, better hurry up. Xiao Xingfen's face flushed red. When he made the bet, he never once considered the possibility that Lin Xuan might win. Yet here he was, defeated. A bet was a bet. Xiao Xingfen bent his knees and dropped to the floor with a thought. Eyes squeezed shut, he shouted. That. 3 loud, forceful calls. Good boy. Lin Xuan smirked. Xiao Xingfen, humiliating. So damn humiliating. After Lin Xuan left, Xiao Xingfen kept muttering to himself. No way, there's no way Lin Xuan is this good. His computer skills seemed even better than his own. A tech department employee patted Xiao Xingfen's shoulders sympathetically. You never stood a chance. Our boss recently competed in the national computer competition and solved a world-class computing problem. Lin Xuan is actually this amazing. What? You're saying Lin Xuan solved Master Oli's problem? Xiao Xingfen's face was filled with shock. He had only heard someone mention it in passing before, and he had marveled at the fact that their country had finally produced a computer genius. At the time, he had been too busy to ask who it was. Could it really be Lin Xuan? Yes, didn't you know? The employee quickly nodded. Well, if you had known, you wouldn't have made that bet with the boss. Bro, that must have stung. Let me give you some advice. Never question our boss, no matter who you doubt. Xiao Xingfen stood frozen in place, unable to snap out of his daze. Lin Xuan went to meet Shen Mao. Meanwhile, John King knocked and entered the CEO's office at Su Corporation. President Su, young Master Lin has gone to meet Shen Qianqian's father, Shen Mao. What does he want with Xuan? Su Hua's brows furrowed tightly. President Su, as per your instructions, we've been keeping an eye on Shen Qianqian and Shen Mao. After being tormented, Shen Qianqian has lost her sanity and keeps muttering young Master Lin's name. Jian King answered respectfully. She begged Shen Mao to drive you away from young Master Lin so she could marry him instead. She shook her head. Shen Qianqian was truly obsessed even in her madness. She was still fixated on young Master Lin. President Su, I believe Shen Mao is meeting young Master Lin because of Shen Qianqian's condition. He probably wants to pressure him into marrying her, Jian King speculated. A dark, furious swirled in Su Hua's beautiful eyes. Jian King could feel the temperature in the room plummeting. The president was truly furious this time. The Shen family was about to be utterly destroyed. Coldly, Su Hua asked, is everything ready regarding Shen Corporation? Everything is prepared, Jian King confirmed with a nod. Su Hua, launch a full-scale attack on Shen Corporation. I want them bankrupt within 3 days. Understood. Jian King immediately made the necessary calls. Then, she watched as Su Hua stood up and strode toward the office door. President Su, you have an important partnership signing with Zhukwang International soon, Jian King reminded her. Su Hua paused. Which is more important, a business deal or my boyfriend? Jian King, wasn't young Master Lin completely devoted to President Su? There was no way the Shen family could steal him away. Besides, just one call from President Su would shut Shen Mao down immediately. Couldn't she handle both? Su Hua's gaze was icy. That father-daughter pair is trying to take my man. It's time I paid them a visit. An assistant approached. President Su, the chairman is here. Su Hua responded indifferently. Tell him I have urgent matters to attend to. He can come back another time. Understood. The assistant nodded. Just as Su Hua was about to step into the elevator, Su Guoxing emerged from it. What? He called out to stop her. Su Hua halted. Su Guoxing leaned on his cane as he approached her. Hua, where are you off to in such a hurry? His expression was almost pitiful. He had made the trip here specifically to see his beloved granddaughter, only for her to slip away. Chairman Su, President Su has urgent business to handle, the assistant explained respectfully. I've seen her schedule. She has nothing for the next 40 minutes. Hua, humor this old man and stay for a chat. The old man huffed, his mustache bristling. He didn't want to disturb the young couple at their home, so he had come to the company instead. It had been too long since he'd spent time with his granddaughter and he just wanted to talk. No matter what, he wasn't letting her leave today. Su Hua, someone is trying to steal your future grandson-in-law. I need to deal with it. Jian King thought to herself, that's an instant kill against the chairman. What? Exclamation. Su Guoxing's eyes widened. Who dares to lay a hand on my future grandson-in-law? Su Hua pressed her lips together. Shen Qianqian, the daughter of Shen Corporation's chairman, has set her sights on Chuan. Today, her father Shen Mao went to see him likely about this matter. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. The old man was seething. His granddaughter had never shown interest in men before. Now that she'd finally fallen for someone, and he liked Lin Xu, and was destined to be his grandson-in-law. Hua, go at once. Don't mind me. And make sure you teach them a lesson. Su Guoxing fumed. How dare they try to snatch his future grandson-in-law? Had they lost their minds? Don't worry. I'll handle it thoroughly. A cold glint flashed in Su Hua's eyes. She stepped into the elevator. Su Guoxing, still fuming, returned home with his cane. Even after arriving at the Su family mansion, he couldn't swallow his anger. Gnashing his teeth, he barked, someone. Yes, sir. The butler hurried over. Su Guoxing, have Shen Mao from Shen Corporation ambushed and beaten in a sack. How dare he try to steal his grandson-in-law? The man had a death wish. Sir, what did he do to offend you? The butler asked, puzzled. He's trying to take Chu and away to be his son-in-law. The old man snapped. What? Exclamation. The butler's eyes burned with fury. How dare they lay a finger on their young master's future husband? Sir, I'll arrange for him to be taught a lesson at once, the butler said coldly. Xincheng Hotel. Shen Mao had been waiting at his seat for some time. He checked his watch, his expression growing darker by the minute. His secretary frowned. Chairman, Lin Xuan is half an hour late. Does he really have so little respect for you? Probably thinks his status as a rising business star gives him the right to snub me. Shen Mao sneered. If it weren't for Qianqian, he would have walked out long ago. Right now, Qianqian's sanity depended on Lin Xuan. He had to endure this, but once she recovered, he'd make sure Lin Xiu and regretted this. As Lin Xiu and entered the hotel, Zhang Yutong happened to be walking out. When she caught sight of his face, her pupils constricted violently. President Zhang, what's wrong? Her secretary asked in confusion. Did you notice how much that man resembles my father when he was young and even my grandfather? Zhang Yutong asked. The secretary thought for a moment. She nodded. There is a resemblance. Do you think he could be my father's illegitimate child? Zhang Yutong speculated. That's impossible. After Madame passed away, the chairman never got close to another woman. How could he have a secret son? The secretary shook her head. You're right. It must just be a coincidence. Zhang Yutong dismissed the thought and returned to her company. As the second daughter of the Zhang family, she currently managed a cosmetics firm. President Zhang, here are the sales reports for our products. A senior executive handed her a document. Zhang Yutong flipped through the pages, her frown deepening. Why are the numbers so low? DR Cosmetics recently launched a new product line, which has severely impacted our sales, the executive reported. Show me their new products, Zhang Yutong ordered. Right away. The executive pulled up a file on her phone and handed it over. Zhang Yutong's expression darkened. This their company researches whatever new products GR Cosmetics is developing. Seems Lin Qingwen is determined to drive their business into the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan walked into the private room Shen Mao had arranged for him. Chairman Shen, long time no see. Lin Xiu and offered a casual greeting before pulling out a chair and sitting down, his expression far from friendly. Using my company as leverage to threaten me must be urgent business. Go on, what is it? Lin Xiu and crossed his legs, his tone dripping with indifference. Shen Mao bristled at Lin Chuan's attitude. Originally, Lin Chuan had been the one eager to meet. Now, he was putting on this act clearly. He'd caught wind of something and assumed Shen Mao had no choice but to beg for his cooperation. Taking a deep breath, Shen Mao forced his voice into something calmer. Lin Chuan, you've met Qian before. I have. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chuan's eyes. Shen Mao continued. She had an accident recently. Her mental state isn't stable. She keeps saying she wants to marry you. Oh, Lin Chuan arched a brow. So today's meeting is about me marrying Shen Qian. Exactly. Shen Mao nodded. The doctors say you're her obsession. If you marry her, she'll recover. Chairman Shen, I already told you at Su Corporation I have a girlfriend. Lin Chuan's lips curled into a smile, but his voice was icy. You know that, yet you still want me to marry Qian. Are you suggesting I abandon my girlfriend? Shen Mao chuckled dismissively. Lin Chuan, a man should weigh his options. Women mean nothing in the face of real benefits. Once you rise to power, you can have any woman you want. He dangled the bait. Qian is my only daughter. Marry her and you'll inherit Shen Corporation. Shen Mao knew exactly how capable his daughter was. Handing the company to her was out of the question. Lin Chuan had the skills. He could expand Shen Corporation into something greater. And when Shen Mao grew too old to manage things, he'd simply discard Lin Xiu and find Qian a more pliable puppet. Sorry, Chairman Shen, my girlfriend and I are unshakable. Even if you handed Shen Corporation to me today, I wouldn't leave her. Lin Chuan picked up his glass and took a leisurely sip. Lin Chuan, Shen Mao's patience snapped. His lips twisted into a cold smirk. Think carefully. Will you marry my daughter or not? Do it, and Shen Corporation is yours. Refuse, and don't blame me for coming after Tamu Group. Oh, I'll marry her. Lin Chuan straightened, his expression deadly serious. Shen Mao smirked in triumph. No matter how tough Lin Xiu acted, he couldn't resist such an offer. Sign this agreement. Shen Mao tossed a document across the table. Lin Xiu skimmed the contents, then let out a humorless laugh. Fine, I'll marry Shen Qian immediately, and the second I take control of Shen Corporation, I'll kick her out. Does that work for you, Chairman Shen? You've pissed me off, Lin Xiu. What did you just say? Shen Mao abruptly stood up from his seat, his face dark with anger. You want to kick my daughter out of the Shen family? Chairman Shen, isn't that what you imply? That profits matter more than women. Once I take control of Shen Corporation, Shen Qian will have outlived her usefulness. Then I'll marry a wife with power and influence, someone who can actually help me. What do you think, Chairman Shen? Fine, fine, fine. Shen Mao let out a bitter laugh. My daughter isn't desperate for you, Lin Chuan. You've crossed a line. Never in all his years since founding Shen Corporation had anyone dared speak to him like this. Tamu Group, oh, they were something else. Just wait for Tamu Group to go bankrupt, Shen Mao said coldly. Lin Chuan remained unfazed. I think Chairman Shen should worry less about other companies and more about his own. From what I hear, Shen Corporation hasn't been doing too well lately. Shen Mao's expression shifted rapidly. Lately, his company had been under relentless pressure, and dealing with the fallout had left him exhausted. Who could be behind such a ruthless attack? He couldn't fathom who he might have offended to deserve this. Lin Xuan casually picked up his chopsticks and sampled the dishes on the table, nodding approvingly. Not bad. Chairman Shen, don't forget to pay the bill before you leave after all. This was your invitation, wasn't it? Shen Mao was seething. Lin Xuan, just you wait. Once his company recovered, he'd make sure Tamu Group was crushed. Then he'd see how smug Lin Xuan could be. With that threat, Shen Mao stormed out. Chairman, if you leave now, what about Miss Qianqian's condition? His secretary hesitantly asked. A man like Lin Xuan is cunning and uncontrollable. If he really married Qianqian, it'd be like inviting a wolf into our home. Not only would the company fall into his hands, but Qianqian would end up on the streets, Shen Mao said grimly. I refuse to believe Qianqian's illness can't be treated without Lin Xuan. Shen Mao was about to leave when he spotted Su Hua entering the lobby. The head of Su Corporation. Su Hua rarely attended social events ordinarily. Shen Mao wouldn't even get a chance to meet her. A thought crossed his mind. With Su Corporation's support, Shen Corporation could weather this crisis. But just as quickly, his hope dimmed. No, Su Corporation would never work with him. They'd already terminated their partnership. Why did Shen Mao leave? Su Hua frowned. Where's Chuan? Master Lin is still in the private room, Zhang King replied. Su Hua narrowed her eyes dangerously as she watched Shen Mao's retreating figure. Chairman Su, Shen Mao greeted her respectfully as he approached. Chairman Shen, hello, Su Hua acknowledged, pausing. Shen Mao was stunned. Su Hua had actually responded to him. You look troubled, Chairman Shen. Has something happened at Shen Corporation? Su Hua arched a delicate brow. Shen Mao was even more shocked. Su Hua was speaking to him at length about his company, no less. What did this mean? Could it be? Hesitantly, he ventured. The company is facing some minor difficulties. If Su Corporation could lend a hand, I'd be sure to repay you generously. Then let's talk, Su Hua said, her tone light. Shen Mao's face was a picture of disbelief. Was Su Hua actually considering a partnership with Shen Corporation? Why would she? Quickly, he convinced himself. Despite its current troubles, Shen Corporation was still one of Yundu City's top companies. It was a sound investment. If they could re-establish ties with Su Corporation, the crisis would be over. Excitement surged through him. Chairman Shen, after you, Su Hua gestured. Chairman Su, please, Shen Mao replied, unable to suppress a smile. Su Hua gave a slight nod and walked ahead. She led them straight to a private room on the 3rd floor. Shen Mao frowned. Wasn't this the same room where he just confronted Lin Xuan? Why would Su Hua choose this one? This wouldn't do. If Lin Xuan was still inside, he might sabotage the negotiations. Chairman Su, Shen Mao stepped in front of her. This room is already occupied, and the 3rd floor rooms are rather plain. Why don't we discuss this on the 8th floor instead? Su Hua's expression remained impassive. This one will do. She was here for Xuan, not to humor Shen Mao's business talks. But Shen Mao hesitated. Chairman Shen, is there something in there you don't want me to see? Su Hua's sharp eyes glinted. No, absolutely not. Shen Mao hastily denied. John King cut in coldly, then stopped blocking our chairman's way. Reluctantly, Shen Mao stepped aside. Tamu Group was only a year old. Someone like Lin Xuan wouldn't even register on Su Hua's radar. Even if Lin Xuan tried to interfere, he wouldn't stand a chance. With that thought, Shen Mao relaxed slightly. The door swung open. Lin Xuan, mid-bite into an oyster, froze. Hua Bao? What was she doing here? Su Hua's lips curved as she noticed the oyster in his hand. Yut! Chuan moved to replenish his energy. Shen Mao hurried to pull out a chair. Chairman Su, please have a seat, he said obsequiously. Su Hua ignored him, walking straight to the seat beside Lin Xuan and sitting down. Shen Mao blinked in confusion. With so many seats available, why would Su Hua choose the one next to Lin Xuan? Did she take an interest in him? The moment the thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. Impossible. Su Hua was famously indifferent to men. There was no way she'd be drawn to Lin Xuan. It had to be a coincidence. Shen Mao took a seat as well. Chairman Su, what a coincidence. I was just discussing business with Mr. Lin in this very room. These dishes were freshly ordered, but they might be cold now. Shall I order another set? No need. These will do, Su Hua said. Of course, whatever you prefer. Shen Mao signaled to his secretary. Call the office immediately. Have them send over the documents, print copies, and bring them here fast. He couldn't risk Su Hua changing her mind. The sooner the contract was signed, the better. Right away, Chairman. The secretary nodded and rushed out. With the secretary gone, only 4 remained in the room: Shen Mao, Lin Xuan, Su Hua, and John King. Shen Mao cleared his throat. Chairman Su, shall we discuss the partnership between our companies now? Go ahead. Su Hua leaned back, her slender fingers tapping the table, a faint smirk playing on her lips. Of course! Shen Corporation is currently developing a high-potential project, and we've made significant progress. However, it requires substantial investment. The project, Shen Mao was explaining things with a parched throat off to the side. Su Hua and Lin Chuan began whispering to each other. What are you doing at the hotel? Su Hua's voice carried a hint of danger. Lin Chuan's heart tightened. He had to explain himself properly today. There was no way he could let Hua Bao misunderstand. Hua Bao, don't get the wrong idea. I came to see him today only because, just as Lin Chuan was about to speak, Shen Mao glanced over. President Su, he said with a smile, this is the general outline of my project. Do you have any concerns? Lin Chuan clicked his tongue in annoyance. Still angling for a partnership with Hua Bao's company? He never forgot a slight. If Shen Mao had crossed him, did he really think he could still work with his girlfriend? Not a chance. Lin Chuan laced his fingers behind his head and smirked. Chairman Shen, with your company in this state, you still expect Su Corporation to invest? Shen Mao's face darkened. Lin Chuan, I'm discussing business with President Su. What does the state of my company have to do with you? He pointed toward the door. Get out. Now. Lin Chuan crossed his legs defiantly. Why should I? I'm staying right here. Fine. Lin Chuan, if you refuse a toast, you'll have to drink the penalty. Shen Mao's expression was livid. Security. He barked. 2 bodyguards entered. Chairman, they said respectfully. Drag him out. Throw him out of the hotel. Shen now ordered, pointing at Lin Chuan. No matter what, he wouldn't let Lin Chuan ruin today's negotiations with Su Hua. The fate of Shen Corporation depended on this deal. Yes, sir. The bodyguards moved forward. What? Su Hua's voice cut through the tension. President Su, what do you need? Shen Mao's tone turned ingratiating. Su Hua spoke coldly. Chairman Shen, did you forget I was here the moment you decided to have someone dragged away? President Su, I just thought his presence would be a nuisance that he might bother you. So I wanted him removed, Shen Mao said deferentially. I don't find him a nuisance at all. Su Hua's red lips curled slightly. If anything, he was quite the sight. Seeing the look on Su Hua's face, Lin Chuan knew Hua Bao wasn't angry. He exhaled in relief. As long as she didn't misunderstand. In the past, the slightest hint of trouble would land him in her dark room. But now, Hua Bao was starting to trust him. That was progress. This Shen Mao frowned. He still didn't want Lin Chuan staying. Something told him that if Lin Chuan remained, things would go south. President Su, I really think it's better to remove him. Our discussion involves trade secrets and having an outsider present. Before he could finish, an icy glare shot his way. Are you questioning my decision, Chairman Shen? Su Hua narrowed her eyes. Shen Mao wiped sweat from his brow. President Su, I wouldn't dare. For some reason, he felt like Su Hua was shielding Lin Chuan, but someone like Lin Chuan had no connection to her. President Su had never been one for men. There was no way she'd fall for him at first sight. He must be overthinking it. Hua Bao's quirky taste explained this project again. I zoned out earlier, Su Hua said once more. Yes. Before diving into the project details, Shen Mao shot Lin Chuan on a fierce glare. Lin Chuan had better not pull any stunts, or he wouldn't let him off easily. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow. A warning? As long as he was here, Shen Mao could forget about securing a deal with Su Corporation. John King stood off to the side, arms crossed, watching the drama unfold. This couple had quite the understanding, keeping their relationship a secret from Shen Mao. Little did Shen Mao know he'd become part of Su Hua and young Master Lin's little game. As Shen Mao continued his presentation, Su Hua appeared to listen attentively, but beneath the table, her fingers traced a slow path along Lin Chuan's thigh before finally reaching his hand, where she lightly scratched his palm. Lin Chuan! Exclamation! What kind of mischief was Hua Bao up to now? John King caught the scene and shook her head. Just as she'd guessed, Shen Mao had indeed become an unwitting participant in their little charade. Shen Mao spoke passionately about his project. Under the table, Su Hua guided Lin Chuan's hand to her lap, just above her knee. She was wearing a pencil skirt today, leaving the space above her knees exposed when seated. The moment Lin Chuan's fingers brushed against her smooth skin, it felt like his hand had been scorched. Inappropriate images flashed through his mind. Was Hua about planning to? John King had already tilted her head up, studying the ceiling as if it were the most fascinating thing in the world. Just as Lin Xuan thought Su Hua might lead him further, she suddenly leaned in and whispered in his ear, "What's Xuan thinking about?" Lin Xuan cleared his throat. "Nothing." Su Hua chuckled softly. "I know exactly what Xuan is thinking. Be good, I'll satisfy you later when we get home." Lin Xuan, damn it. Wasn't this all her doing? Now she was making him out to be the perverted one. With a playful glint in her eyes, Su Hua straightened up just before Shen Mao glanced their way. "President Su, that's everything. Let me know if there's anything unclear or unsatisfactory. Feel free to point it out," Shen Mao said with a smile. "And what do you think, sir?" Su Hua arched a brow at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan had caught bits of Shen Mao's proposal and knew the project had investment potential, but he didn't want Su Corporation backing Shen Mao. He wanted Shen Corporation to go bankrupt sooner rather than later. That way, Shen Qingqian wouldn't have the energy to pester him anymore. Besides, if Shen Corporation managed to bounce back with Su Corporation's help, they'd inevitably come after his own company, Skyline Group. He wasn't in the mood to deal with that. "I think you'd be better off not investing in him," Lin Xuan said, leaning back in his chair. "There are countless promising projects out there. Shen Corporation is on the verge of collapse. Why not invest in my company instead?" "President Su, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lin Xuan, CEO of Skyline Group." Su Hua's delicate brows lifted slightly. "Investing in Huan's company? Now that was an interesting idea." Shen Mao's face darkened. Was Lin Xuan seriously trying to steal the deal right in front of him? "Lin Xuan, you've got some nerve," Shen Mao sneered. "President Su is here to discuss a partnership with me. What business is it of yours? You're really trying to poach her right under my nose?" Su Hua smirked. "I think he makes a fair point. Skyline Group has shown impressive growth since its founding. CEO Lin must be quite the business prodigy." Shen Mao's heart lurched. Was President Su actually considering Lin Xuan's company? No, this couldn't happen. He couldn't let Lin Xuan steal her away. "President Su," Shen Mao forced a smile, "Shen Corporation may be facing difficulties, but we've been in business for 20 years. With your investment, we'll recover in no time. It's a guaranteed return. As for Skyline Group, they're a new company. If you invest in them, you might lose everything. You should think carefully." Su Hua tapped her fingers lightly on the table, as if weighing his words. "CEO Lin," she said, her gaze lingering on Lin Xuan, "what exactly makes Skyline Group worth investing in? Chairman Chen here seems to think it's a risky bet." Lin Xuan nodded. "He's not wrong. Our current projects do carry significant risk. In the entertainment sector, we're up against Starlight Group's suppression. Our upcoming game is still in development, no telling if it'll be a hit or a flop." He went on to outline Skyline Group's situation. "As for our publishing division, you know novels don't bring in much revenue. Our strongest platform is Tiger Sound, but it relies solely on ads and live streaming for income. Monetization is weak, and with competitors flooding the short video market, we're under heavy pressure." Shen Mao scoffed. "At least you're self-aware, Lin Xuan." "President Su, you heard him. Skyline Group isn't worth your investment," Shen Mao said smugly. "You should focus on partnering with Shen Corporation first." Just then, Shen Mao's secretary hurried in with a stack of documents. "Chairman, the materials you requested." Shen Mao placed the files in front of Su Hua. "President Su, here's the project proposal and contract. Please review them." Su Hua leaned back in her chair, making no move to pick them up. "Chairman Shen, why the rush?" Lin Xuan's lips curled into a faint smile. "I haven't finished presenting my company yet." "Fine, let's hear what else you have to say." Shen Mao couldn't help but think Lin Xuan was an idiot. When pitching for investment, shouldn't you highlight your company's strengths? Instead, he was downplaying everything, practically driving investors away. Maybe he'd overestimated Lin Xuan. The man was just a fool. How far could Skyline Group go under his leadership? "What I've described so far isn't the main point," Lin Xuan said calmly. Shen Mao snorted. "If none of that mattered, what did? The real reason President Su should invest in us is..." Before Lin Xuan could finish, Shen Mao cut in again. "Lin Xuan, President Su hasn't agreed to anything yet, and you're already fantasizing about her backing Skyline Group? Ridiculous." At the same time, a strange feeling crept over Shen Mao. Why was President Su tolerating Lin Xuan's nonsense for so long? Su Hua, who had been waiting to hear Lin Xuan's next words, was visibly irritated by the interruption. She fixed Shen Mao with an icy stare. "Chairman Shen, it's rude to interrupt when someone else is speaking. The Shen family claims to be elite. Is this how you were raised?" "I'm sorry, President Su." Shen Mao quickly apologized, a sudden wave of unease washing over him. Is President Su protecting Lin Xuan because she genuinely intends to invest in Starlight Group? President Lin, please continue. Su Hua's gaze settled back on Lin Chuan. Our company has something incredibly valuable. I guarantee it will secure your investments without fail, Lin Chuan declared confidently. Su Hua arched a brow, intrigued. And what might that be? Lin Chuan suddenly stood up from his chair. Our company has me. John King couldn't help but nod in agreement. For President Su, this was indeed a killer move. Lin Chuan, aren't you overestimating yourself? What makes you so special? Shen Mao scoffed, unable to hold back his derision. There are plenty of capable people in the world. Do you really think you alone can win President Su's favor? Or are you suggesting that your looks alone can secure her investment? Lin Chuan nodded. Seems you're not entirely clueless, Chairman Shen. You're absolutely right. I plan to use my handsome face to convince President Su to invest in our company. Shen Mao burst into mocking laughter. Lin Chuan, you really have no shame. Didn't you do your research before spouting such nonsense? President Su only cares about work. She has no interest in men. No matter how good-looking you are, she won't spare you a second glance. His daughter was the one obsessed with looks, which was why she'd fallen for Lin Chuan's charm. But President Su, never. In the past, many had tried to send men her way, and she never so much as glanced at them. Did Lin Chuan really think he was something special? President Su, what do you think? Shen Mao fawned, turning to Su Hua. Indeed, looks alone won't cut it, Su Hua replied, her lips curving slightly. Shen Mao shot Lin Chuan a triumphant look. He'd known President Su would respond this way. She was indifferent to men. Whether Lin Chuan was ugly or handsome made no difference to her. So, President Lin, Su Hua said with a faint smile, if you want my investment, you'll need to offer something else. Her slender, jade-like fingers brushed against her crimson lips. John King didn't even blink. President Su's hint couldn't have been more obvious. This was about to get interesting. Lin Chuan saw right through Su Hua's intentions. His Hua Bao was teasing him, playing with fire. But he'd already made his claim. Backing down now would be embarrassing. How could he forget? Hua Bao wasn't the reserved type. If he flirted with her, she'd never let him off the hook. Steeling himself, Lin Chuan strode over to Su Hua, bracing one hand on the armrest of her chair while the other tilted her chin up. Was Lin Chuan out of his mind? Shen Mao's face was a picture of shock. Su Hua's lips curled. President Lin, what exactly are you planning to do? Though her voice was languid, that single hum dripping with implication. I want to kiss you, President Su. With that, Lin Chuan leaned down and captured her lips. John King smirked, her expression turning knowing. Tusk. They really knew how to play. She couldn't help but feel that not just Shen Mao and his secretary, but even she herself, had become part of Su Hua and Lin Chuan's little game. Seduction. Shen Mao was dumbfounded. Lin Chuan actually dared to kiss Boss Su? He truly had no sense of self-preservation. Everyone knew Boss Su kept men at arm's length. Those who so much as brushed against her had their hands broken. Now, Lin Chuan was truly done for. Honestly, Lin Chuan was an idiot. From the tone of Boss Su's earlier words, she had seemed quite interested in investing in Tanu Group. Had Lin Chuan just offered enticing terms, Boss Su would have surely invested in his company. But instead, he not only downplayed his own company's worth, but also tried to seduce Boss Su with his looks, even going so far as to kiss her. Wasn't Lin Chuan just digging his own grave? Boss Su would undoubtedly fly into a rage. Tanu Group would go bankrupt, and Lin Chuan himself would be left wishing for death under Boss Su's torment. The secretary whispered to Shen Mao in relief, Chairman, it seems Lin Chuan only managed to establish Tanu Group by seducing women. Exactly. No doubt about it, Shen Mao sneered. A sudden wave of dread washed over him. Thank goodness Kang Qian hadn't married Lin Chuan, and she would have been miserable. Now that Lin Chuan has gone and offended Boss Su on his own, I don't even need to lift a finger to deal with him, Shen Mao mocked. What a fool! Shen Mao and his secretary prepared to watch as Lin Chuan was thrown out of the hotel by Su Hua's people. Several minutes passed. Chairman, something's not right, the secretary murmured, noticing the oddity. Why hasn't Boss Su pushed Lin Chuan away yet? Even Secretary Jiang is just sitting there, doing nothing. It looked as though Boss Su was letting Lin Chuan kiss her willingly, without hesitation. Shen Mao scoffed. Boss Su and her secretary must be in shock. They've probably never encountered someone like Lin Chuan before and haven't reacted yet. The secretary muttered under her breath, is that really it? But this was too strange. Boss Su had previously declared she would no longer collaborate with Shen Corporation, yet today, she had suddenly proposed a partnership. Not only that, she had walked straight into Lin Chuan's private room and sat beside him. When Shen Mao tried to have Lin Chuan thrown out, Boss Su had stopped him. And there was more. Given Boss Su's temperament, she would never tolerate interruptions during a business discussion, yet she had repeatedly allowed Lin Xuan to cut in. All of Boss Su's reactions suggested she had come here today solely for Lin Xuan. Chairman, the secretary cautiously pointed out, do you think Boss Su might actually enjoy being kissed by Lin Xuan? Enjoy it? How is that possible? Shen Mao scoffed. Lin Xuan is younger than her. Not only does Boss Su avoid men like the plague, but even if she were to take an interest in someone, it wouldn't be him. The secretary fell silent. The chairman seemed too blinded by rage to listen to reason. There was no point in arguing further. Lin Xuan, you have some nerve. Shen Mao slammed the table and stood up. How dare you treat Boss Su like this? The intimate moment was shattered. Lin Xuan rarely acted so boldly with Su Hua in front of others. It had taken considerable resolve to kiss her just now. Now, snapping back to reality, he awkwardly retreated to his seat. Su Hua's aura turned icy. Not, her voice dripped with danger. Boss Su, let me teach this brat a lesson for you, Shen Mao said, assuming her anger was directed at Lin Xuan. He shot Lin Xuan a triumphant look. You're finished, Lin Xuan. Shen Mao pulled out his phone, ready to summon the bodyguards waiting outside. But then Su Hua spoke. Secretary Jiang, shut him up. Yes, Boss Su. Jiang King complied without hesitation. Shen Mao thought the order was meant for Lin Qiu, and until Jiang King stepped in front of him. Chairman Shen, my apologies. Boss Su wants you to be quiet. Secretary Jiang, you must have misunderstood. Surely Boss Su meant Lin Xuan. No mistake. That's you. Without further explanation, Jiang King clamped a hand firmly over Shen Mao's mouth. The secretary shrank back, too terrified to utter a word, desperately trying to make herself invisible. Just as she had suspected, Boss Su was here for Lin Xuan. Hua Bao, let's go back, Lin Xuan muttered, avoiding eye contact. You started this, Xuan. Did you think you could just run? Su Hua nipped at his ear. Shen Mao's eyes bulged in disbelief. Since when were Boss Su and Lin Xuan this close? Su Hua suddenly stood and strode over to Lin Xuan, draping her slender arms around his neck. Kiss me, she commanded, leaving no room for refusal. Lin Xuan sighed but obliged, lowering his head to capture her lips. The temperature between them soared. Su Hua's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, making her all the more alluring. The kiss was slow, deep, and achingly tender. The entire time, Jiang King kept Shen Mao's mouth sealed, ensuring not a single sound disrupted the moment. Shen Mao could only gape in shock, his mind reeling. What the hell was happening? Not only was Boss Su not punishing Lin Xuan, she was sitting in his lap, kissing him passionately. What kind of spell had Lin Xuan cast? Even Kai Qian had fallen for him at first sight. Su Hua didn't pull away until 20 minutes later, leaving one last teasing bite on Lin Xuan's neck. A vivid mark bloomed on his skin, along with a smudge of her lipstick. She traced the bruise with her fingertips, satisfaction glinting in her eyes. Xuan, we'll continue this later, she murmured, her voice husky. Then, just like that, she returned to her seat, her demeanor shifting back to that of the untouchable CEO. Only the lingering flush on her cheeks betrayed her desire. Her gaze darkened with frustration. If not for needing to deal with Shen Mao, she would have ordered Jiang King to clear the room and pounce on Lin Qiu, and right then. Finally, Jiang King released Shen Mao. Boss Su, you and Lin Qiu and your Shen Mao stammered, still struggling to process what he'd seen. Su Hua smirked. Lin Xuan's performance was satisfactory. I've decided to invest in Tamu Group. Shen Mao's face paled. Boss Su, Tamu Group is just a startup. Investing in them is a gamble. You could lose everything. That's pocket change to me. I can afford to lose it, Su Hua replied dismissively. Shen Mao's heart sank further. Boss Su's words made it clear she was investing in Tamu Group and abandoning Shen Corporation. Without Su Corporation's backing, Shen Corporation was doomed. He had to find a way to salvage this. A thought suddenly brightened Shen Mao's eyes. Boss Su, don't be fooled by Lin Xuan's righteous and self-disciplined appearance. The truth is, he already has a girlfriend. You should be careful not to fall for his hypocritical act. He's not sincere with you. He's only after your money, Shen Mao said obsequiously. Girlfriend? Su Hua raised an eyebrow. Yes, Shen Mao nodded. The other day when I went to Su Corporation to see you, I ran into him carrying a takeout box. He admitted to me himself that he has a girlfriend. Oh, and he even introduced her to my daughter. Su Hua nodded. I know about that. During that time, Shen Qian stormed into my company, demanding that I fire a woman for offending her. That woman must be Lin Xuan's girlfriend, right? Boss Su, Shen Mao said apologetically. I'm truly sorry about that. Qian was being immature. I went to Su Corporation several times, but you must have been too busy. I never got the chance to meet you. Su Hua parted her red lips. Not too busy. I just didn't want to see you. Shen Mao's face stiffened in embarrassment. Su Hua tapped the desk lightly, her expression cold. As I recall, after Shen Kainqian barged into my company and threatened me to fire that woman, I terminated all cooperation with Shen Corporation. Boss Su, I apologize. Thinking Su Hua was bringing up the past because she was still angry, Shen Mao hurriedly offered more apologies. I've already disciplined Kainqian severely. Besides, she was recently kidnapped by someone no one knows who, and now she's mentally unstable. The doctors say she was assaulted by multiple men. She's disfigured and covered in injuries. Shen Mao pulled out his phone and showed Su Hua a photo of Shen Kainqian. It was a picture he had taken when she was first admitted to the hospital. Shen Kainqian lay on a stretcher, drenched in blood, with the word slut carved glaringly into her face. Lin Xuan's gaze flickered to the image on the phone, his face filled with shock. Who had done this to Shen Kainqian? Brutal, but well-deserved. Given Shen Kainqian's arrogant and domineering nature, she must have offended plenty of people. No wonder someone retaliated. Truly, evil has its own reckoning. Su Hua subtly observed Lin Xuan's reaction, noting not a trace of sympathy in his eyes. A satisfied smile curled at the corner of her lips. Xuan, you're behaving well, knowing better than to show pity for another woman. Boss Su, look how badly my daughter has suffered. She's already been punished. Surely you're satisfied now? Shen Mao said ingratiatingly. Su Hua let out a light laugh but remained silent, her icy gaze fixed on him. Shen Mao pressed on. Boss Su, I swear everything I've said is true. Lin Xuan has a girlfriend. If you don't believe me, you can investigate. Right now, Shen Mao was desperate to expose Lin Xuan as a scumbag in Su Hua's eyes. That way, she'd lose interest in him and refuse to invest in Tanmu Group. I've known about his girlfriend for a long time, Su Hua said calmly. I got close to men. Shen Mao frowned. Since Su Hua knew that Lin Xuan had a girlfriend, why had she just acted so intimately with him? Su Hua raised an eyebrow. Shen Mao, you and Shen Kainqian must have looked into Lin Xuan's girlfriend, right? Are you curious why you couldn't find any information about her? Shen Mao's brows knitted tightly. Seeing how infatuated Kainqian was with Lin Xuan, he had indeed tried to investigate the girl, but he had found nothing. Later, when the company was hit with one crisis after another, he became too overwhelmed to focus on the matter. Suddenly, a thought struck him and his expression darkened. No, if even he couldn't uncover her identity, she must be someone of significant influence. As Shen Mao recalled past events, a realization dawned on him. You're exactly. John King smiled and introduced. RCAO Su is Lin Xuan's girlfriend, the woman Miss Shen claimed to have offended. Jian King's words hit Shen Mao like a thunderbolt. Impossible! How could that be? Pale-faced, Shen Mao collapsed into his chair. CEO Su, you've always kept men at a distance. How could you be Lin Xuan's girlfriend? I did keep men at a distance before, Su Hua replied, her crimson lips curving. Because I was waiting for Xuan. Now, I've let one man in, but only him. Lin Xuan rubbed his nose. Hua Bao's words were a bit too lethal. Shen Mao's mind buzzed with shock. Lin Xuan's girlfriend was actually Su Hua, and yet, he had sent people to help Kainqian kidnap her. Su Hua lowered her voice. Xuan, I still have matters to discuss with Chairman Shen. Wait for me outside. All right. Lin Xuan nodded and left the private room. The door closed behind him. The warmth in Su Hua's eyes vanished, replaced by icy sharpness. She stepped forward, her voice a chilling whisper. Chairman Shen, your daughter is quite something, repeatedly coveting my man and even daring to send people to kidnap me. CEO Su, Shen Mao dropped to his knees with a heavy thud. He kowtowed frantically, forehead striking the floor. I'm sorry. We were blind. My daughter and I have offended you. Please forgive us. Su Hua spoke coolly. Your daughter is in the hospital now. I did that. Shen Mao had once sworn to make the person who harmed his daughter pay 1,000-fold, but now that he knew it was Su Hua, all his fury evaporated. A woman of her status and power was not someone he could afford to provoke. CEO Su, Kainqian was foolish. Her condition now is a lesson. She deserved it. Shen Mao trembled as he knelt before her. Su Hua smirked. Oh, and one more thing, your company's current predicament? That was also my doing. Shen Mao's face turned ashen. So it was Su Corporation. He should have realized sooner. Everything had gone downhill after Su Corporation terminated their partnership. If only he had noticed earlier, stopped Kainqian from targeting Su Hua, stopped her from pursuing Lin Xuan, and then maybe his daughter and his company would still be intact. but there was no medicine for regret. Originally, I planned to dismantle your company slowly, but you overstepped trying to force Xu and to marry your daughter. Su Hua's tone turned levelly soft. Shen Mao's heart lurched. CEO Su, I was wrong. Please spare me. He kowtowed again, the sound of his forehead hitting the floor echoing loudly in the silent room. Su Hua glanced away, her interest waning. If Xu and hadn't been waiting outside, she might have dragged this out, savoring his torment. But right now, nothing excited her more than being with him. John King, let's go. Su Hua's voice was indifferent. Yes, CEO Su. They left, leaving Shen Mao slumped on the floor, ghostly pale. The secretary never imagined Su Hua was behind Shen Corporation's downfall. This time, there was no coming back. Chairman, the secretary said, I have personal matters to attend to. I can no longer continue working here. I resign. How about that? Shen Mao laughed bitterly, staggering to his feet. I know you're only resigning because you think I'm finished, aren't you? The secretary bit her lip, silent. Offending others was one thing, but Su Hua, everyone knew how ruthless she was. Better to leave Shen Corporation before she got caught in the crossfire. Get out. Now. Shen Mao hurled a glass at her feet, shattering it. Thank you, Chairman. The secretary hurried away. Shen Mao collapsed again, his body drained of strength. It was over. The Shen family was finished. Regret gnawed at him. If only he hadn't spoiled Kang Qian. If only he had raised her better, would things have been different? Outside, Su Hua spotted Lin Xuan waiting by the door. She walked over, interlacing her fingers with his. Xuan, you still haven't answered me. Why did you meet Shen Mao? Su Hua's eyes narrowed dangerously, as if the wrong answer would land him in her private punishment room. He threatened me, demanding I marry Shen Qian, Ling Xuan answered honestly. Su Hua chuckled darkly, just as she'd guessed. Shen Mao had truly overestimated himself, daring to steal Xu and from her. And how did you respond? Her voice was light, but her slender fingers traced slow circles on his chest. I refused, of course, Lin Xuan replied without hesitation. My eyes are only for Hua Bao. No other woman exists to me. As for his threats with you as my shield, what do I have to fear? Su Hua's eyes curved with satisfaction. Rising on her toes, she looped her arms around his neck and pressed her lips to his. Their breaths mingled, the air thick with intimacy. Jiang King, the ultimate third wheel, and the bodyguards promptly turned away. These two were disgustingly sweet. Thankfully, she had no interest in romance, otherwise she'd be tempted to find a boyfriend just to keep up. Your reward for Akshu. And after a long while, Su Hua finally pulled away from Lin Xuan's lips, her face flushed with a rosy, intimate glow. That kiss just now was your reward, Akshuan. John King couldn't help but roll her eyes internally. Boss Su, are you sure you're not just making excuses to kiss young Master Lin? Of course, these words were only muttered in her mind. Even if she were given 100 extra ounces of courage, she wouldn't dare say them to Su Hua's face. It's getting late, Hua Bao. Let's head back, Lin Xuan said. Okay, whatever Akshuan says, Su Hua replied obediently, nodding. She had only taken a few steps when her legs suddenly gave way, nearly sending her tumbling to the ground. Fortunately, Lin Xuan swiftly caught her by the waist. Su Hua's cheeks flushed as she murmured, Akshuan, I'm fine. It's just that my legs feel a little weak. Maybe it's because we kissed for too long just now. My body's gotten a bit sensitive, that's all. Sensitive? Hua Bao really had become much more sensitive lately. Ling Xuan didn't question her words. Then let me carry you, Hua Bao. Thank you, Akshuan. A faint, triumphant smile flickered in Su Hua's eyes. Ling Xuan scooped her up into his arms, holding her bridal style. John King shook her head. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. With Boss Su's physical stamina, how could her legs possibly go weak just from a long kiss? This was clearly an act. Back at the restaurant, when young Master Lin had appeared, Boss Su had deliberately let Shen Qian spill tea on her, putting on the act of a pitiful victim, unlocking her White Lotus skills. Had Boss Su now become addicted to playing the delicate flower? Su Hua nestled against Lin Xuan's chest as he carried her to the car and climbed in after her. Immediately, she clung to him again. Just as Lin Xuan thought she might try something, Su Hua simply rested her head against his chest, idly toying with his fingers. Akshuan's fingers are so beautiful. Her lips curled slightly as the car glided smoothly into Night Garden. Little Wang, I need to talk to you. Come with me for a moment. Once the car stopped, John King, ever the perceptive secretary, quickly ushered the driver away. Got it. Little Wang pulled the handbrake and stepped out. John King even made sure to have Butler Wang clear the estate of all servants, instructing them to stay in their rooms. Butler Wang caught on immediately. Right away, Secretary Jiang. I'll handle it. Inside the black extended Rolls-Royce Bao, are your legs still weak? Should I carry you out? Lin Chuan remained oblivious to the shifting atmosphere. The stunning woman smirked, her red lips curving seductively before she pressed against him like a temptress. Xuan, let's finish what we started in the private room earlier, Without giving him a chance to refuse, she began undoing the buttons of his shirt one by one, then took his hand, content not suitable for all ages. Meanwhile, Shen Mao was in a daze as his chauffeur drove him back to the Shen residence. Neither of them noticed that the usually busy road now held only 5 cars. 2 of them suddenly swerved, cutting off Shen Mao's car from the front. Another 2 blocked the rear. The 4 vehicles had Shen Mao's car completely trapped. Screech, the driver slammed on the brakes, tires screeching against the pavement. Already in a foul mood, Shen Mao's anger flared at this reckless maneuver. He rolled down the window and shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Learn how to drive!" "Chairman," the bodyguard gulped, "I think they did this on purpose." The doors of the other cars swung open, revealing several sunglasses-clad bodyguards. These men were clearly here for him. Sensing danger, Shen Mao tried to roll up the window, but it was too late. One of the bodyguards yanked his door open. "Who are you? What do you want?" Shen Mao demanded, his voice tense. "You're Shen Mao, right? What do you think we're here for?" "We're here to teach you a lesson." Without another word, the bodyguard pulled out a sack and threw it over Shen Mao's head. "Are you all useless?" Shen Mao roared. "Get me out of here." His 2 bodyguards eyed the 7 or 8 towering men and swallowed hard. There were too many of them and they were clearly trained. They didn't stand a chance. Terrified but fearing unemployment, the 2 reluctantly stepped forward. Tut, tut, tut. The sound of fists pounding flesh echoed as the 2 bodyguards were swiftly beaten to the ground, groaning in pain. The assailants dragged the sack-covered Shen Mao out of the car. Tut, tut, tut. Kicks and punches rained down on him. Shen Mao howled in agony, his screams piercing the air. Soon, his face was swollen and bruised, his entire body burning with pain as he curled into a fetal position. Old Master Su stepped out of the center car, leaning on his cane. "Take that sack off him," he ordered coldly. "Yes, sir." The bodyguards obeyed, removing the sack from Shen Mao's head. Old Master Su glared down at him. "So, you're the one trying to steal my granddaughter's fiancé?" Shen Mao was too disoriented to process the words. "Granddaughter's fiancé? Who is he talking about? Who are you?" Shen Mao spat through gritted teeth. "Who I am doesn't matter. You dared lay hands on my future grandson-in-law, have you got a death wish?" Old Master Su snapped. No one was allowed to cut at Su Guoxin's chosen heir. "Keep beating him. Make sure he remembers this lesson," Old Master Su commanded. "Yes, sir." The bodyguards resumed their assault, fists and feet mercilessly striking Shen Mao until he was barely conscious, whimpering weakly. Stop before you kill him. Death would be too easy for him." Given his granddaughter's temperament, she surely had her own ways of dealing with Shen Mao. Let her handle the rest. Old Master Su had only stepped in because he couldn't stand the audacity, but as he turned to leave, he still felt unsatisfied. With a final swing of his cane, he struck Shen Mao's groin. The half-dead man suddenly jolted awake, clutching his crotch and writhing in fresh agony. "Was it broken?" His 2 battered bodyguards struggled to their feet and hurried to help him up. "Chairman, are you all right?" one asked anxiously. "Just get me into the car," Shen Mao hissed through clenched teeth. Supported by his men, he limped back into the vehicle, his face twisted in pain and fury. "Who the hell was that?" he growled. Even if Shen Corporation was in trouble, he wasn't someone just anyone could trample on. "How dare you steal my granddaughter's fiancé?" A bodyguard stared at the car Old Master Su was sitting in, his eyes widening in shock. "Chairman, look at that license plate 68. The bodyguard pointed at Old Master Su's car, his mouth hanging open. Shen Mao's eyes widened. 68, that meant his identity was absolutely, undeniably extraordinary. "Chairman, I heard this license plate belongs to the Su family," the bodyguard said. Could that old man just now be the former chairman of Su Corporation, the previous head of the Su family? Shen Mao froze. He recalled the words the old man had spoken, competing with him for a grandson-in-law. If that car really belonged to him, then wasn't he Su Hua's grandfather? And the grandson-in-law he mentioned must be Lin Chuan. Shen Mao suddenly felt like he wanted to die. Just what kind of people had he provoked? Now, there was no way he could even seek revenge for the beating he had suffered. Exhausted, Shen Mao returned to the Shen family residence. After changing his clothes, while the family doctor was applying medicine to his wounds, he received a call from the company. "Chairman, it's bad, our company's stock price has plummeted." Shen Mao clenched his fists. He had barely managed to stabilize the stock decline, and now it was crashing again. "Fine, I understand. As soon as he hung up, another call came in from a company manager. Chairman, it's terrible, our partner companies are calling to terminate their contracts with us. Shen Mao's face turned pale. They were all cutting ties. Su Yue! It had to be Su Yue. She was retaliating against him for forcing Lin Shu and to marry Kai Qian today. A chill ran down Shen Mao's spine. If it really was Su Yue, then any resistance from him would be futile. Not long after, another call came in. The ringing of his phone made Shen Mao tremble. He put the phone to his ear, hearing an urgent voice on the other end. Chairman, it's bad, our products have been exposed for having major defects. Consumers are demanding refunds. What should we do now? You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Shen Mao roared in frustration before hanging up. But it didn't end there. One urgent call after another rang out, the noise buzzing in Shen Mao's head until he couldn't take it anymore. He turned off his phone. Finally, the world was quiet. Shen Mao slumped back in his chair, utterly drained. Su Yue had truly gone all out this time. The company was already in crisis, and now it was on the verge of collapse. His eyes were bloodshot. This was the company his father had painstakingly built, the result of his own years of hard work, and now it was all ruined. Half an hour later, the butler answered a call in the living room. After listening, his expression turned frantic. He rushed upstairs and barged into the study without knocking. What is it? Shen Mao asked in a low voice. Master, something has happened to the young miss, the butler said. Now, any news about Shen Kaiqian only filled Shen Mao with irritation. If not for her, Shen Corporation could have continued thriving. It was all her fault. She had destroyed everything. Master, the butler reported, the hospital just called. The young miss is attempting suicide. The doctors are asking you to come immediately. What? Suicide? Instead of panic, Shen Mao felt nothing but fury. At a time like this, she still couldn't behave herself. Shen Mao hurried to the hospital and entered the ward. Shen Kaiqian's eyes lit up as she grabbed his hand. Dad, did you convince Lin Xuan to marry me? Shen Mao yanked his hand away. Dad, say something. I want to marry Lin Xuan. Did you arrange it? Shen Kaiqian persisted. With a loud smack, Shen Mao slapped her across the face. Lin Xuan this, Lin Xuan that. Shen Kaiqian, is that all you can think about? Shen Mao shouted in rage. Do you have any idea how much damage you've done to the Shen family and the company? Su Hua won't let us off. Neither the Shen family nor Shen Corporation will survive this. Everything gone. Though mentally unstable, Shen Kaiqian sensed the fury in her father's tone and shrank back in fear. Shen Mao pointed at her, his entire body trembling. I regret ever having a daughter like you. He had spoiled her since the day she was born, and now she had become the curse that would bankrupt his company. Shen Mao took a deep breath. Stay here. If you dare try to kill yourself again, I won't care even if you die. With that, he stormed out and returned to the Shen family villa. Shen Kaiqian showed no reaction to the company's downfall. She kept muttering to herself, I want Lin Xuan. I'll only marry him. No one can take him from me. Suddenly, her emotions flared. This, Su Hua, you fox spirit, how dare you steal Lin Xuan from me? Exclamation. Shen Mao didn't go to the company. Instead, he stayed in the villa, drowning himself in alcohol. Useless, it's all useless. Even if I go, there's nothing I can do, he slurred drunkenly. Once Su Hua sets her sights on you, there's no escape for Shen Corporation. Any struggle is pointless. 2 days later, Shen Corporation went bankrupt. 2 police officers arrived at the Shen family villa. Shen Mao, you concealed your daughter's crime of coercing someone into suicide. You're guilty of obstruction of justice. Come with us. They escorted him away. Though drunk, Shen Mao still retained some awareness, yet he didn't resist. He had already expected this. Su Hua would never let him or Kaiqian off. With her influence, no matter how well he had covered his tracks, she would uncover everything. Going to prison was inevitable. He just hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Shen Kaiqian was also taken away by the police from the hospital. Officers soon arrived at Zhang Li's doorstep. Seeing the uniformed police, her heart sank. Officers, Zhang Li forced a strained smile. What's this about? The police said coldly. You conspired with Shen Kaiqian to coerce someone into suicide. The evidence is conclusive. Take her away. Zhang Li staggered. They had found out. She had been right that woman's background was anything but ordinary. She must have gone after Shen Kaiqian, and now Zhang Li was caught in the crossfire. Pale-faced, Zhang Li allowed the police to handcuff her. When she was brought to the station, she saw Shen Kaiqian being escorted out of a police car. Shen Kaiqian, in a deranged state, screamed, "Let me go! How dare you arrest me? My father is the chairman of Shen Corporation, and my fiancée is Lin Xuan, the owner of Tamu Group. If you touch me, my father and my fiancée will make you pay." kick the king of hell. Zhang Lai could tell at a glance that Shen Kaiqian was mentally unstable. Had Shen Kaiqian gone mad? Shen Kaiqian's nails looked like they had been ripped out, her body covered in bruises and scars. And on her face, the word slut had been carved. Was this the work of that woman taking revenge on Shen Kaiqian? A chill ran down Zhang Lai's spine. Thank goodness she hadn't continued associating with Shen Kaiqian, otherwise, she might have ended up the same way. Shen Kaiqian was such an idiot. Not only did she ruin herself, but she had to drag others down with her. What are you staring at? Mo! The officer snapped coldly. Shen Yu watched as Shen Kaiqian and Zhang Lai were escorted into the police station, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. Shen Kaiqian, Zhang Lai, evil begets evil. You finally got what you deserved. At last, she had avenged her parents. Now, she needed to sharpen her skills and become one of Su Hua's trusted subordinates. In the office of Su Corporation, John King entered Su Hua's room and said respectfully, I've already submitted the evidence against Shen Mao and Shen Kaiqian to the police. However, they'll only be imprisoned for 10 years at most. Even though 3 people died by suicide due to Shen Kaiqian's coercion, it doesn't constitute murder. As for Shen Mao, his crime is aiding and abetting, far from a death sentence. Boss Su, if you want them dead, I can arrange it, John King offered. No need. Su Hua's red lips parted slightly. Death would be too merciful. What I want is for them to suffer living a fate worse than death. Her eyes narrowed. Now that Shen Corporation has gone bankrupt, Shen Mao must resent Shen Kaiqian. Add poverty to the mix, and the dynamic between that father and daughter will be quite entertaining. By then, Shen Kaiqian's mind might even recover. Facing this nightmare fully conscious would be far more agonizing than enduring it in madness. Shen Kaiqian never should have dared to steal Xu An from her. John King shuddered at Su Hua's tone. To provoke Boss Su, these two must have kicked the king of hell in their past lives. Last time, with the Lin Qingxiu incident, Lin Qingxiu had paid off platforms to suppress the story, which led to countless users downloading Haiyan for the gossip. Haiyan's user base skyrocketed once again. The executives of major streaming platforms recognized Haiyan's influence. If they could promote their shows on Haiyan, they'd attract massive traffic. So, they couldn't afford to offend Tamu Group. In the face of such profits, even Starlight Group's dominance in the entertainment industry meant nothing. Mr. Wang, CEO of Qiu Video, called Lei Hui. With a condescending tone, he said, I hear your company has a drama ready for release. I can let it air on our platform, but the revenue split will be adjusted 60 for us, 40 for you. He'd done his research. No other platform was willing to buy Tanmu Group's drama. Now that he was reaching out, Tanmu Group would surely jump at the offer. To his surprise, Lei Hui refused. Mr. Wang, I appreciate the offer, but our drama won't be airing on your platform. Are you sure? Mr. Wang's voice turned icy. Lei Hui replied, Mr. Wang, if I say it, I mean it. Lei Hui's, you clearly don't understand your company's predicament. Mr. Wang sneered. Right now, no streaming platform will touch your shows. If your drama doesn't air, you'll lose everything. No need for your concern, Lei Hui said with a faint smile. We've already secured a platform for our drama. Which one? Mr. Wang frowned. Had some platforms secretly agreed to work with Tanmu Group behind their backs? Lei Hui answered without hesitation. Palm Treasure. Palm Treasure? Mr. Wang's brows furrowed. Why did that name sound so similar to Tanmu Group's Palm Treasure novel app? A realization struck him. Is that your company's own platform? Correct. We developed it specifically for streaming content, Lei Hui admitted freely. It didn't matter if they knew Haiyan was already thriving. With Haiyan's promotional power, as long as the drama was good, users would flock to download the app. Traffic was the least of their worries. Mr. Wang burst into laughter. No wonder you're so bold. You've built your own streaming platform. He quickly searched Palm Treasure and found it had only 10,000 downloads. His smirk widened. You're amateurs in this field. Do you even know how much capital it takes to run a streaming platform? A brand new app like yours, how many viewers do you expect? You will be bankrupt in no time. Lei Hui chuckled. Again, no need for your concern. Fly, don't come crawling back to me later. Mr. Wang, humiliated, angrily hung up. Lei Hui shook his head. Starlight Group had blacklisted their actors, so Tanmu Group simply cast them in their own productions, adapted from their novel platform's IPs, promoted on their short video app, and aired on their own streaming service. A complete, self-sufficient ecosystem. They didn't need to rely on anyone. As for films, since cinema profits were negligible, the boss had casually invested in a near-bankrupt theater chain. Their movies would premiere exclusively there. If a film became a hit, other theaters would come begging to screen Tamu Group's movies. Here's your coffee, General Manager. The secretary placed a cup on Lei Hui's desk. Noticing his cheerful expression, she asked, "Something good happened, sir?" "Very good." Lei Hui smiled. "Haven't you noticed? Working at Tamu Group means never having to swallow your pride." What do you mean?" the secretary asked, puzzled. Lei Hui sipped his coffee. "I used to run my own company, always at the mercy of partners. But here, even when we're under pressure, we have the power to fight back. We can afford to offend people because we stand on our own." The secretary thought for a moment, then nodded. "You're right." Lei Hui grinned. "It all comes down to our boss's brilliance. No other company in the entertainment industry had achieved such seamless vertical integration. Just too lazy. Moreover, the boss actually had the ability to become the boyfriend of Su Corporation's leader. With Boss Su backing him, their company could practically strut sideways through Yandere City." The secretary nodded emphatically. "Sometimes I really suspect our boss is some kind of freak. He's just too damn impressive." Lei Hui sighed gloomily. "The boss is fine in other aspects, but he's just too lazy. Damn it, I've never seen any company's boss be such a hands-off figurehead." Once he started on this topic, Lei Hui couldn't stop venting. As the company's boss, the number of times he's actually shown up here can be counted on two hands. "Doesn't he worry I might secretly empty the company?" Lei Hui was absolutely furious. Lin Xuan was brimming with talent. If he could just come to the company more often, they could reach heights far beyond where they were now. The secretary shook her head. The general manager was practically praying day and night for the boss to show up. Xiao Xingfen entered the office to report to Lei Hui about the game development progress. Lei Hui couldn't resist dragging Xiao Xingfen into his complaints. "Hey, Xiao, don't you think that bastard Lin Xuan is ridiculously lazy? I mean, what kind of boss acts like this?" Lei Hui expected Xiao Xingfen to join him in criticizing Lin Xuan. To his surprise, Xiao Xingfen frowned and said, "Young Master Lin is highly capable, and didn't he hire you to manage the company? It's normal for him not to come in." "Wait, that's not right." Lei Hui eyed Xiao Xingfen suspiciously. "Weren't you always looking down on the boss before? Why are you defending him today?" Hearing this, Xiao Xingfen froze for a moment. He had always despised Lin Xuan. After all, Lin Xuan was the one constantly distracting their boss Su from her work. But Xiao Xingfen recalled how Lin Xuan had solved the game's memory issue in just over 10 minutes, as well as how he cracked the computer challenge posed by Master Ali. That day, after learning Lin Xuan had solved that world-class computer problem, he had watched the video of the team finals. He realized Lin Xuan's skills in computing were downright astonishing. A conflicted expression flickered across Xiao Xingfen's face. With abilities like that, Lin Xuan couldn't really be called a freeloader, could he? After hanging up his call with Lei Hui's, Mr. Wang from Penguin Video still couldn't swallow his frustration. He decided to visit Starlight Group in person. "Mr. Wife." Lin Chang shook his hand with a smile. "What brings you to our company today?" Mr. Wang replied, "I just received news that Skyvale Group, to counter our video platform's joint attack, has developed a new streaming app called Palm Treasure Video." "Is that so?" After a pause, Lin Chang sneered. "A newly launched video platform dares to compete with yours? How delusional." "Chairman Lin, I think we should prepare early," Mr. Wang suggested. "Do you have any proposals?" Lin Chang inquired. Mr. Wang said, "In 10 days, their TV series will debut on their platform. I need a big-budget historical drama to counter them." Now that the Shen Corporation had gone bankrupt, there was no need for Lin Xuan to marry into the Shen family, nor was there a reason to suppress Lin Xuan's company to force him back into the Lin family. Still, Lin Chang had no intention of letting Lin Xuan off easy. He said gravely, "Coincidentally, we've just approved a large-scale fantasy romance drama produced by my second daughter. These kinds of shows have strong appeal, and with an investment of 600 to 700 million, it's bound to dominate all discussions when it airs. That puts my mind at ease." Mr. Wang smiled and extended his hand. "Chairman Lin, let's work together smoothly." "Absolutely." Lin Chang shook his hand in return. After Mr. Wang left, Lin Chang smirked coldly. "Lin Xuan, don't blame me. You're the one who keeps opposing me and Starlight Group." Skyvale Entertainment officially announced that Palm Treasure Video would soon release 2 series, 3 Kingdoms and Meteor Garden. Starlight Entertainment immediately countered by announcing Celestial Love would premiere on Penguin Video. The secretary presented the online metrics for Celestial Love to Lin Qingwen. Manager Lin, the announcement post for Celestial Love has 3 million likes, and its Baidu search index is the highest among all upcoming dramas this year. Lin Qingyan was sitting on the sofa in Lin Qingwen's office. Hearing the report, she stood up and walked over with a smile. Big sis, don't worry. Every drama I've starred in has topped viewership in its time slot. This one is fully funded by Starlight Group. I'll make sure the company earns a fortune, Lin Qingyan declared confidently. Of course I trust your dramas, second sister, Lin Qingwen replied with a smile. She then asked the secretary, how are the metrics for Little Xu and's 2 shows? The secretary answered, Manager Lin, their shows only have some buzz among the original novel's readers. From the production team to the cast, no one has name recognition, and with a new platform, they'll probably flop spectacularly. Serves them right, Lin Qingyan scoffed. Lin Xu and acts so high and mighty just because he started a company. He deserves this lesson. Lin Qingwen frowned anxiously. With Starlight Group targeting Little Xu, and like this, his resentment toward the family would only grow. But if they didn't suppress his company, he'd never return to the Lin family. Soon, she convinced herself. It's fine. Once Little Xu comes back, I'll just compensate him generously. Second sister, Lin Qingwen sighed. Little Xu is our biological brother. We should treat him better. Treat him better? And how has he treated us? Lin Qingyan retorted scornfully. She was utterly sick of Lin Xu. There was one thing she had never dared to tell her big sister. That time she had a high fever, Lin Xu, and actually had the nerve to climb into bed with her. Lin Xu was disgusting. Lin Qingwen rubbed her temples. Her second sister's prejudice against Little Xu was deep. What could she do to change her impression? She had only begun understanding Little Xu after reading his diary. Maybe if she showed it to her second sister, her opinion might shift too. Second sister, when you get home later, go to my room and… Just then, Lin Qingyan's phone rang. It was her agent. Got it. I'll head over right away, Lin Qingyan said, nodding. After hanging up, she turned to Lin Qingwen. Big sis, my agent just called. I need to go to Heishi for an endorsement interview with a major company. What did you want me to do at home? Is it her jet? More money than brains, no rush. We can talk when you get back, Lin Qingwen said, shaking her head. All right, big sis, I'll head out first then. Lin Qingyan grabbed her bag and hurriedly left. Lin Qingwen sat back in her executive chair, massaging her temples with a headache. It was Tuesday. Wang Xian brought her close friend Lai King to a high-end women's boutique. Lai King frowned. Xian, the clothes from this brand are so expensive, over 10,000 yuan per piece. Are you sure you want to shop here? Absolutely, Wang Xian replied with a smile. Wang Da is footing the bill, so why worry? True, Lai King nodded in agreement. Wang Da is completely whipped for you, gullible and loaded. He'll definitely splurge on you. Xian, you're just so captivating. With just a word, these men will throw their money at you. Wang Xian couldn't help but smirk. She was currently stringing along several men, all just to get them to spend on her. But once she managed to latch onto Lin Xu, the owner of Skyline Group, a man with endless wealth, she could finally ditch those other guys. At the thought of Lin Xu, a faint blush crept onto Wang Xian's cheeks. Ever since Wang Da mentioned that Lin Xu was the boss of Skyline Group, she had looked him up online. She never expected Lin Xu to be so strikingly handsome, and his capabilities were exceptional too. If she could be with him, she'd settle down in a heartbeat. No more playing games with other men. Ladies, what kind of outfits are you looking for today? The sales associate asked politely. Do you have anything a bit more revealing? Lai King inquired. Of course, miss. Right this way. The sales associate led them to a row of mannequins. I think these styles would suit you both perfectly, very flattering and elegant. Let me know if any catch your eye. Xian, Lai King called out, stopping in front of a mannequin wearing a red bandeau mini dress. I think this one would look amazing on you. You have excellent taste, miss. This is our latest collection. The sales associate turned to Wang Xian with a smile. With your figure, you'd absolutely stun in this. Would you like to try it on? Wang Xian was tempted by the dress, but she declined. No, maid, do you have anything more innocent looking? Certainly. The sales associate nodded. Wang Xian's eyes immediately landed on a white dress. Lai King looked puzzled. Xian, didn't you say you already had a few modest outfits just for appearances? Why buy another one? Wang Xian smirked mysteriously. Because I'm meeting someone special tomorrow. Who? Lai King asked eagerly. A man who's both gorgeous and filthy rich. Wang Xian's expression turned determined. A man like Lin Xu probably had women throwing themselves at him left and right. He must be used to seeing flashy, seductive types. Her goal was to make him do a double take. If she could leave a good first impression, luring him in later would be a breeze. Atu. Lin Chuan sneezed twice while driving. He rubbed his nose. Su Yue must be missing him. Ah, if only she weren't so enthusiastic about certain activities, he'd skip class right now and head straight to Su Corporation to see her. Meanwhile, Wang Xian stepped into the fitting room and slipped into the white dress. Oh my, the sales associate gasped dramatically, putting her acting skills to work. Miss, this dress was made for you. Your figure is flawless, and the purity of this design, honestly, even I'm a little smitten. Lai King nodded in agreement. Xian, it looks incredible on you. Wang Xian twirled in front of the mirror, admiring herself. It really did look good. How much is this dress? Lai King asked the sales associate. That would be 49,999 yuan, came the reply. Lai King grimaced. Xian, this is way too expensive. If you ask Wang Da for the money, won't he think you're just after his wallet? Watch this. Wang Xian had Lai King film a short clip of her spinning in the dress. She sent it to Wang Da with a message. Da-ji, do you like this? Wang Da watched the video and didn't hold back his praise. It's stunning. His heart swelled with pride. His girlfriend was truly the most beautiful woman in the... Wait. His mind involuntarily flashed to Su Yue's striking, almost aggressive beauty. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't honestly say Wang Xian was prettier than her. So, his girlfriend was the second most beautiful woman in the world. Wang Xian replied, Da-ji, I'm glad you like it. My wealthy friend dragged me here and insisted I try this on. I can't afford it, so I won't get to wear it for you. I just wanted to show you how it looked. Wang Da could tell how much she adored the dress. Without hesitation, he responded, How much? I'll cover it. Wang Xian, it's so expensive, 49,999 yuan. Let's just forget it. You already spent so much on me. I don't want to burden you further. Wang Da's heart melted. His girlfriend was so considerate, so devoted to him. She was willing to give up something she loved just to spare his wallet. How could he, as her boyfriend, let her down when she finally found something she adored? With a surge of chivalry, Wang Da replied, It's just 49k. What? Money's no object. Xian, don't hold back on my account. If you really see me as your man, take this and get the dress. He transferred the money immediately. Wang Xian, well, alright then. Thank you, Da-ji. She tapped accept. Waving her phone triumphantly, Wang Xian smirked. A little act, and these men will hand over their cash without a second thought. Lai King's eyes sparkled with admiration. Xian, you're incredible. After buying the dress, Wang Xian picked out a pair of white pumps and a pink hairband. Her final stop was the salon, where she got her hair straightened. Back at her apartment, she changed into the white dress and slipped on the new shoes. Well, how do I look? She asked. Absolutely breathtaking, Xian, Lai King gushed. That wealthy hunk won't be able to take his eyes off you. Wang Xian brimmed with confidence. She had never failed to ensnare a man before. This time would be no different. She could hardly wait for tomorrow. The professor's speechless moment. Lin Chu arrived in the classroom and took his seat, casually flipping through a medical textbook he had brought back from his spatial realm. Lately, his research on Hua's condition had hit another roadblock. He couldn't shake the feeling that his medical knowledge was insufficient, so he decided to brush up on the fundamentals. Fortunately, Hua hadn't been experiencing many episodes recently. Doctor, son, he had also assured him that Hua's condition wouldn't worsen for now, giving him some time. The professor walked into the classroom to begin the lecture. Noticing Lin Chu and sitting upright at his desk, engrossed in his book, the professor nodded approvingly. This Lin Chuan was truly a diligent student. Despite having earned the privilege to skip classes after winning the national computer competition, he still attended regularly. Such dedication! If Lin Chu knew what the professor was thinking, he'd scoff internally. Ill-adept? Hardly. He was only here to avoid Hua and give his kidneys a rick. After the way Hua had seduced him yesterday, he could barely handle it. If it continued today, his kidneys would give out. As the professor lectured enthusiastically, Lin Chu shook his head. Learning in the real world was just too slow. He lay his head on the desk, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep. The professor, mid-lecture, well then, he took back everything he just thought. When class ended, Lin Chuan's consciousness returned from his spatial realm. Liu Yuan, who had grown close to Lin Chuan and Wang Da, came to the classroom to return a computer book to Lin Chuan. Wang Da packed up his textbooks and said, Chuan, don't forget to meet my girlfriend tomorrow afternoon. Lin Chuan hesitated. Da, are you sure she's loyal to you? Of course. Wang Da's dark face flushed slightly. We're deeply in love. I have some photos here. Take a look. Lin Chu handed Wang Da a set of pictures taken by a private investigator. One showed Wang Xian with a man's arm around her shoulders. They look pretty close. Da, don't you think your girlfriend might be playing the field? Wang Da, I know that guy. He's just a friend. Xian's family is poor, so she works part-time at a bar. That guy was probably just helping her because she drank too much while working. Besides, I've been giving her some living expenses. She'll quit the bar soon. Liu Yuan, Lin Xuan. He pulled out another photo. This one showed Wang Xian with her back to the camera, seemingly kissing a man. Their intimacy was undeniable. Wang Da, must be the angle. If they were kissing, why aren't they holding each other? Or maybe that's just someone who looks like Xian from behind. Xuan, photos can be misleading. Lin Xuan, this was hopeless. This simp was beyond saving. Wang Da used to call him out for simping over Qin Royale, but now he was the one obsessing over a green tea girl. Even with evidence right in front of him, he kept making excuses for her. Wang Da chuckled. Xuan, I know what you're worried about, but relax. Xian adores me. She'd never betray me. After all, he'd saved her life once, and the way she looked at him was full of love that couldn't be faked. Lin Xuan pinched the bridge of his nose, exasperated. It seemed he'd have to find another way to expose Wang Xian's true nature. But what method could he use? He actually thought of one before, a surefire plan. But if he were found out, he'd be finished. So he'd shelved that idea and hired a private investigator instead. Yet Wang Da, blinded by love, wouldn't believe anything unless he saw it with his own eyes. Liu Yun walked over and patted Wang Da's shoulder. Da, you know what you sound like right now? What? Wang Da frowned. Liu Yun smirked. No, not just sounded like. Wang Da was the living embodiment of one. Shut the hell up. Wang Da slapped Liu Yun's hand away. Listen here, I'd never be a sin. This is true love, understand? You don't just doubt your girlfriend. You trust her unconditionally to avoid unnecessary conflict. Xian loves me deeply. There's no way she'd cheat. Liu Yun, that was textbook simp talk. Who would have thought? Wang Da, the guy who used to mock Lin Xu and for being a simp, had now become one himself. Sure, true love. Your girlfriend would never betray you. Her relationship with that guy is totally pure. Liu Yun nodded sarcastically. Wang Da caught the mockery his tone and swung a fist at him, but Liu Yun dodged just in time. Xuan, Liu Yun, I get it. You two got burned by Qin Royale, so now you're paranoid about every woman. I understand. Wang Da sighed. But trust me, I'm wide awake. Lin Xuan knew reasoning with a lovesick Wang Da was pointless. Only cold, hard facts would wake him up. He'd been the same way once. Liu Yun didn't push further either. He just placed a hand on Wang Da's shoulder and said solemnly, Young Master Wang, as someone who's been there, let me give you some advice. Simping, end up with nothing. Anyway, I'm starving. Off to lunch. With a laugh, Liu Yun left the classroom. He couldn't help but think no wonder they got along so well. Sims just naturally flocked together. Wang Da scowled. Clearly, Lin Xuan and Liu Yun still didn't believe Xian's feelings were genuine. But it didn't matter. Eventually, they'd see that Xian was nothing like Qin Royale. As he packed up, Wang Da reminded Lin Xuan, don't forget you're having dinner with me and Xian tomorrow afternoon. Got it, Lin Xuan replied. Back in his dorm, Lin Xuan idly scrolled through Weibo and noticed a trending topic at the top of the hot searches, celestial love. He remembered this drama was produced by Starlight Group, with a budget of nearly 700 million. The company had profited massively from it, and Lin Kanyan's career had skyrocketed thanks to her role. Lin Xuan clicked into the topic and browsed the posts. OMG, this is what real fairy tale romance looks like. The post featured a behind-the-scenes clip of Lin Kanyan playfully flirting with the male lead on set. Fans of both actors flooded the comments, hyping up the drama's premiere on Tencent Video in 8 days. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes. So it was airing the same day as his two dramas. Looks like they were going head-to-head. Take a look at the diary. The TV dramas My Lucky Star and Three Kingdoms are considered classics in another world, and I believe they will also be huge hits in this one. But that's not enough. These two shows are not the same genre as Celestial Love, so the buzz around Celestial Love probably won't die down. Lin Xuan made a call to Lei Hui. Uncle Lei, is the filming for The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3 finished? Lin Xuan asked. It's done and we've just started post-production, Lei Hui replied. Lin Xuan said, send me all the footage. Also, find voice actors for it. Boss, what are you? Lei Hui sounded puzzled. Lin Xuan replied, in 8 days, we're releasing The Legend of Sword and Fairy on our Palm Treasure platform. 8 days? Release The Legend of Sword and Fairy? Lei Hui was stunned. He frowned and said, Boss, that's nearly impossible. 8 days is way too tight. The show needs editing, and since it's a fantasy drama, there's a lot of CGI work, voice acting, and approval processes. There's just no way. Leave the rest to me. Just get a voice actors ready, Lin Chuan said. For the first time, Lei Hui doubted Lin Chuan's words. Was this really doable? Was the boss just bluffing? Completing so much work in just 8 days sounded like pure fantasy. Even a workhorse from the production team couldn't pull this off. But this was his boss, someone who had already done many unimaginable things. Half convinced, Lei Hui packed all the footage and sent it to Lin Chuan. Once he received it, Lin Chuan immediately retreated into his workspace and began editing all the content for The Legend of Sword and Fairy. The next day, Lin Qingyan returned to the Lin family home by plane from Haichang. I'm exhausted, she sighed, dropping her bag onto the living room sofa before slumping down herself. My back and legs are killing me. At least I secured the endorsement deal. She rubbed her shoulders and legs, trying to ease the soreness. Lin Qingyan, who wasn't working today, came downstairs. You're back, second sister. Yeah, finally. I'm dead tired. Lin Qingyan nodded. Then, remembering something, she asked, Oh, eldest sister, didn't you say 2 days ago that you wanted me to do something when I got back? What was it? Curious, she tilted her head. Lin Qingyan's hand, stirring her coffee, paused. To prevent her sister's misunderstanding of Lin Chuan from deepening, she thought it best to show her his diary as soon as possible. Second sister, wait here. I'll go get something from my room, Lin Qingyan said. All right, Lin Qingyan agreed. Though she was puzzled, her sister's expression made it seem like whatever she was bringing was important. What could it be? 2 minutes later, Lin Qingyan returned downstairs with a diary in hand. Second sister, read this carefully. What is this? Lin Qingyan asked, confused. Lin Qingyan replied, Lin Chuan's diary. Why would I want to read that? Lin Qingyan scoffed, tossing the diary aside. Lin Chuan was such a backward country bumpkin. Who even kept diaries these days? Second sister, after reading it, you'll understand him better, Lin Qingyan insisted. Eldest sister, I already know Lin Chuan well enough. He's selfish, a liar, always bullying Lear, and an ungrateful wretch, Lin Qingyan snapped irritably. Just mentioning Lin Chuan made her feel sick. A brother like that wasn't worth her time. Only Lear deserved to be called her brother. Lin Qingyan shook her head. Lin Chuan isn't like that. Second sister, all of us, including me, have misunderstood him terribly. A wave of regret washed over her. When an avalanche happens, no snowflake is innocent. Every member of the Lin family, herself included, had treated Lin Chuan horribly in the past. That was why he hated them so much now. Eldest sister, I've been traveling for hours. I'm tired, I'm going to bed. She stood up, leaving the diary on the sofa with no intention of reading it. Lin Qingyan, you will read this diary today. Lin Qingyan snapped. Lin Qingyan had always been gentle with her sisters. This was the first time Lin Qingyan had ever been shouted at by her. Something was off about eldest sister's mood. Lin Qingyan frowned. Had Lin Chuan written something in this diary to trick her? Fine, let's see what nonsense he wrote, Lin Qingyan sneered, picking up the diary. As she read, her brows furrowed deeper. Lin Qingyan's voice choked up as she thought about how Lin Chuan had suffered in their family. In the past, Lin Chuan had it so hard with us. He often went hungry, wore shabby clothes, and served us like a servant, no worse than a servant. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she spoke. At least the servants get enough to eat, receive wages, and aren't subjected to such relentless humiliation by us. Second sister, every one of us in the Lin family has wronged Lin Chuan. Lin Qingyan pulled out a few tissues, wiping away the tears on her face. After barely steadying her emotions, she spoke again. Lin Chuan's life has been unbearably hard in the past. I hope you'll join me in treating him better, so he can feel the warmth of family. Maybe then he'll consider coming back to us. Lin Qingyan found the diary utterly unconvincing. After skimming just the first few lines, she shut it with disdain. Elder sister, don't be fooled by Lin Chuan. Hasn't he lied to us enough already? Honestly, I think he's just pretending to be some starving, neglected victim to manipulate us. He's a young master of the Lin family. How bad could his life really be? Wasn't this his usual act back home? Playing the pitiful one to win our sympathy. If he were truly so miserable, how could he still find the energy to keep targeting Lear? Lin Qingyan shook her head. No, second sister, he's not pretending. You know he only got 400 yuan a month as allowance. And this is where he lived. Lin Chuan's room had already been cleared out by Zhang Shuken's orders, but Lin Qingyan had taken photos of the room beforehand. Lin Qingyan glanced at the pictures on Lin Qingyan's phone, her expression still dripping with scorn. Lin Chuan went all out to sell this act, didn't he? probably afraid we'd see through his little charade. She crossed her arms. As for that 400 yuan, that's just the official amount. Who knows how much money he secretly took from the family behind the scenes. Second sister, have you ever given Lin Xuan any money? Lin Qingwen asked solemnly. Why would I give him money? Lin Qingyan sneered, curling her lip. She'd rather throw her money at beggars than give a single cent to Lin Xuan. He lives in such poverty then if you didn't give him money, and neither did mom, dad, third sister, nor I, where did his money come from? Lin Qingwen retorted. Lin Qingyan frowned. Why was her eldest sister always defending Lin Xuan? She never expected Lin Chu, and to be so cunning he'd even fooled their eldest sister. No, she had to show her sister Lin Chuan's true colors. Yes, we didn't give Lin Chu and money, but he must have asked the finance department for it. I'll call the finance officer right now and have him come over. Lin Qingyan picked up her phone and dialed the finance officer's number. The finance officer arrived quickly. Young mistress, second young mistress, how may I assist you? He asked respectfully. Lin Qingyan sat on the sofa, crossing her legs. Tell me, how much money has Lin Chu and taken from our family while living here? The young master receives a fixed monthly allowance of 400 yuan. He's been back with the Lin family for about 8 years, so he has spent less than 40,000 yuan in total, the finance officer replied. How could it be so little? Lin Qingyan frowned. The Lin family's children typically received tens of thousands per month, and after entering university, their allowances increased to over 150,000. Whenever they went shopping, their parents would give them extra money too. Suddenly recalling something, Lin Qingyan pressed further. Are you sure nothing was missed? Besides the allowance, there must have been other expenses. There weren't any, the finance officer shook his head. Madam only instructed me to provide the allowance. What about tuition and meals? Didn't you pay the school directly? If so, you shouldn't just count the allowance, those expenses should be included too, Lin Qingyan argued. If that were the case, an extra 400 yuan wasn't insignificant, it was still better than what most ordinary families could afford. Besides, Lin Xuan had grown up in an orphanage. Compared to that, this was already a much better life for him. Second young mistress, Madam never gave such instructions. I've never paid for the young master's tuition or meals, the finance officer insisted. How is that possible? Lin Qingyan refused to believe it. Second young mistress, I once asked Madam if I should pay the young master's tuition, but she said no. She also told me not to report anything related to him in the future, so I stopped asking. Lin Qingyan frowned. She vaguely remembered that day Little Lai had ranked first in the monthly exams, and the whole family was celebrating his achievement. Amid their joy, the finance officer's interruption had irritated their mother, leading her to say those words in frustration. Lin Qingwen closed her eyes in pain. Xiao Shu had suffered so much in this family, they had never given him an ounce of affection. His life in the Lin household was no better than in the orphanage. No way! Someone like Lin Xuan would never endure such hardship willingly, Lin Qingyan muttered, shaking her head. She still couldn't believe Lin Xuan had truly lived a difficult life. I've got it, eldest sister. I know the reason now, Lin Qingyan said excitedly. Lin Xuan wouldn't have tolerated suffering forever. If he pretended at home, he couldn't have kept up the act at school. Eldest sister, let's go to Lin Xuan's high school and ask his teachers. Then we'll know how he really lived there. He must have lived well. Lin Qingyan nodded. All right. She also wanted to understand what Xiao Xuan's high school life had been like. Lin Qingyan and Lin Qingwen arrived at Heowen High School, an elite private institution with both junior and senior divisions. After returning to the Lin family, Lin Xuan had been directly enrolled there. What brings you here today? Asked the homeroom teacher who had taught Lin Xuan for 3 years. Teacher Wang, right? Do you know Lin Xuan? Lin Qingyan asked. Of course. He left quite an impression on me, Teacher Wang replied with a smile. Teacher Wang, I'd like to ask, did Lin Xuan live extravagantly at school? Lin Qingyan cut straight to the point. Extravagantly? Teacher Wang looked puzzled. He was a scholarship student. Where would he get money to splurge? A scholarship student? Lin Qingyan's eyes widened. How was that possible? No matter how you looked at it, Lin Xuan couldn't have qualified as a scholarship student. Teacher Wang explained, Lin Xuan was famous at our school for his frugality. He wore the same few sets of clothes repeatedly and ate very simply, often just plain rice and vegetables from the cafeteria. Some of us teachers would secretly top up his meal card. Oh, and during his first year, he participated in a sports meet and won first place in a race. He pushed himself so hard that he collapsed after crossing the finish line. The prize was a pair of sports shoes worth several thousand yuan. His own shoes were worn out, but he didn't take the men's pair. He insisted on a size 36 women's pair. He must have wanted to give them to someone very special. Teacher Wang shook his head. Thankfully, he had the school's scholarship. Otherwise, I don't know how he would have managed. Scholarship? With his grades, how did he qualify? Lin Qingyan frowned. Lin Xuan's grades were excellent. He always ranked first in his class, Teacher Wang said, his expression softening with fondness. A diligent, well-behaved student like Lin Xuan was hard not to like. But how could his grades have been good? His college entrance exam scores were terrible. Lin Qingyan protested. It was such a shame. He fell seriously ill during the exams. He could barely keep his eyes open. During the science section, he fainted and was hospitalized. I suggested he retake the exams, but he said his family wouldn't allow it. At this point, Teacher Wang couldn't help but vent. Later, I learned his family paid to get him into Tsinghua University. That's when I realized Lin Xuan wasn't an orphan. His family had money after all. Those people were truly heartless, refusing to cover his tuition or living expenses. Fortunately, Lin Xuan was resilient. He became the national champion in a team computer science competition and even founded Skyline Group. What? Teacher Wang suddenly eyed Lin Qingyan and Lin Qingyan suspiciously. You're both surnamed Lin. Could you be Lin Xuan's family? Before he could finish, Lin Qingyan hastily cut in. Teacher Wang, we have other matters to attend to. We'll take our leave now. She pulled Lin Qingyan away. The way Teacher Wang had looked at her made her face burn with shame. His expression only confirmed his suspicions. Teacher Wang sighed. Lin Xuan made the right choice cutting ties. A family like that wasn't worth keeping. Back in the car, Lin Qingyan kept muttering, how could this be? Huh? Lin Xuan had lived like this in the Lin household, and for 9 whole years. She was completely wrong. Scenes of everyone's scornful remarks about Lin Xuan flashed through Lin Qingyan's mind, along with the fact that she had never seen him at the dining table since then. Elder sister, if Lin Xuan is so hungry, why doesn't he eat with us? Lin Qingyan couldn't help but ask. Second sister, do you remember the day after Xuan returned home? Lin Qingyan tightened her grip on the steering wheel. That day, our family had Western food for dinner. Xuan didn't know how to use a knife and fork, and everyone looked at him with disdain, treating him like some country bumpkin. Because he was too nervous, Xuan accidentally flicked a small piece of cut steak onto Mother. She was furious and forbade him from ever eating at the table again. Lin Qingyan fell silent. She remembered this incident after it happened. She had even joined their group chat with elder sister and third sister to mock Lin Xuan mercilessly. Lin Qingyan's eyes grew moist. From then on, Xuan would only eat after we finished picking at the leftovers. I heard all this from the servants. But no matter how pitiful he is, doesn't he still have terrible character? Lin Qingyan stubbornly insisted. Lin Qingyan sighed. Yanyan, you should really take a proper look at that diary. Lin Qingyan clenched her fists. Suddenly, she felt afraid to face that diary. Back at the Lin residence, Lin Qingyan stared at the diary lying on her bed, biting her lip, unable to muster the courage to open it. Then, she received a message from Lin Lai, who was on an exchange program in the U.S. Lin Lai, second sister, do you like this dress? If you do, I'll buy it for you. He even sent photos of the dresses. A faint smile appeared on Lin Qingyan's face. Leia really was so thoughtful. But then her mind wandered back to Lin Xuan and how, after leaving the Lin family, he had always responded to her with harsh words. Her expression darkened. So what if Lin Xuan was pitiful? Wasn't it his own fault for being so unlikable, for making everyone ignore him? And didn't he have a mouth? If he had just asked Mom and Dad for money, wouldn't his life have been better? Finally, Lin Qingyan picked up the diary and flipped to the section she hadn't read yet. The second day after coming home, I ran into second sister. She's so beautiful, but she seems to think I'm dirty and doesn't like me. It's second sister's birthday. I don't have money to buy her a gift, but my school held a sports meet. I ran my hardest and won a pair of women's shoes as a prize. But second sister didn't seem to like them. I really and a younger brother, no matter what he gives her, she always loves it. Lin Qingyan recalled what Lin Xuan's high school teacher had said, how he had pushed himself to the point of collapsing just to win those shoes for her. So he had given everything he had just to prepare a gift for her. But what had she done when she received those shoes? She had sneered that they must have come from some roadside stall, then tossed them into the trash right in front of him. Lin Xuan's expression had been so heartbroken, and she had secretly taken a photo of him, posting it in their group chat just to mock him. What kind of monster had she been? A sharp, stabbing pain spread through Lin Qingyan's chest. She turned to the next page. Second sister joined a talent show. She is so amazing! I bought so much of her merchandise, even an album with her autograph. Just from the words, she could feel Lin Xuan's excitement. but second sister burned the album I bought. She said I wasn't worthy of keeping her things. Well, as long as she's happy, it's fine. I don't need to collect them. Tears welled up in Lin Qingyan's eyes. At the time, she hadn't thought anything of treating Lin Chu in this way. But now, reading his words, she realized how utterly despicable she had been. He was her own younger brother. Lin Qingyan kept reading. Second sister has a high fever. It's been 2 days, and it still hasn't broken. I'm so worried, but there's nothing I can do. At night, I sneak into her room and keep wiping her forehead and hands with a cold towel. I was so exhausted that I fell asleep on second sister's bed. I don't know how I ended up lying there. What should I do? She must hate me even more now. Lin Qingyan froze. This was the incident she had never been able to let go of, the one that made her think Lin Chu and was disgusting. But he had only been trying to help her fever go down. Her hands trembled. Just how much had she misunderstood about him? If she had just asked, everything would have been cleared up. But what had she done instead? She had slapped him twice, called him disgusting, forced him to kneel and kowtow in apology, and banned him from ever entering her room again. Shoo on shoo, and Lin Qingyan pressed the diary against her chest as tears rolled down her cheeks. I'm sorry. Second sister shouldn't have treated you like that. I misunderstood you. She had always thought it was Lear who had wiped her sweat that night. But she had been wrong. About everything. How much more didn't she know? Desperate, Lin Qingyan quickly flipped through more pages. Second sister is being attacked online. People are demanding she leave the entertainment industry. It must be because they're jealous of her talent. They're hiring trolls to ruin her. She looks so hurt. What can I do to help? I made a secret Weibo account. Every day, I send her private messages to encourage her. I wonder if she'll ever see them. Lin Qingyan's breath caught. Back then, when she was being torn apart online, she had almost no supporters left. Her inbox had been flooded with hate. She had been on the verge of breaking down until an account called Longing for Family Chu and started sending her daily words of encouragement, giving her the strength to keep going. Could that have been Lin Chuan? Frantic for answers, she read on. Second sister never replied to me before, but today, she did. She even wants to meet me, but she dislikes me so much I don't dare tell her I'm Lin Chuan. What if she thinks I'm mocking her? It really was Chu, and all that time when I was being torn apart, when I wanted to die, the one who stayed by my side was Chuan. And how had she repaid him? With nothing but cruelty. She didn't deserve to call herself his sister. Chuan, I'm sorry. Her vision blurred as she clutched the diary to her heart, her chest aching with every breath. I'm sorry. Second sister misunderstood you. I never should have treated you like that. Oh, she had to find him and beg for his forgiveness. Before, no matter how horribly she treated him, he had always tried to make her happy. If she sincerely apologized, surely Chuan would forgive her. Lin Qingyan set the diary down and rushed downstairs. Just as she was about to get into her car, she noticed a deliveryman peering inside. Young Master Lin contained President Su. As soon as Lin Qingyan saw the delivery person, she remembered that today was her birthday. Every year on this day, this same delivery person would bring her a birthday cake. It must be Little Lai ordering the cake for her again. Lin Qingyan walked over. Are you Miss Lin Qingyan? The delivery person asked. I am, Lin Qingyan replied, taking the receipt from the delivery person and signing her name on it. Then she handed the receipt back. The delivery person smiled and said, Miss Lin, your younger brother really loves you. Yes, Lin Qingyan said with a faint smile. Little Lai has always been like this, full of surprises. Little Lai? The delivery person frowned. Miss Lin, do you have 2 younger brothers? Lin Qingyan instinctively wanted to correct him. She only had 1 brother. It had almost become second nature to her. But then, the diary Lin Chuan had written flashed through her mind, and the words died in her throat. Yes, I have 2 brothers. Lin Qingyan nodded, puzzled. Why do you ask? Well, Miss Lin, the delivery person explained. This cake wasn't sent by the brother you mentioned. Lin Qingyan froze. Not Little Lai? Then was it Lin Chuan? That's right, it was him. The delivery person pulled out a slip of paper and handed it to her. He left this when he placed the order. Lin Qingyan stared at the writing on the paper, Lin Chuan's name, the delivery address, and her phone number. It was unmistakably his handwriting. So, this cake really was from Lin Chuan. Then were all the previous cakes also from him? Lin Qingyan grabbed the delivery person's arm urgently. Yes, he always asked my father to make them, the delivery person confirmed. My father owns the bakery. Lin Chuan would come every 2 years, pay for 2 cakes in advance, and ask us to deliver one to you on your birthday. Oh, and the designs on the cakes? He sketched them himself. He always reminded us, over and over, not to put peanuts in because you're allergic. He was incredibly meticulous. and when he was just a teenager, he didn't have much money. The cash he used to pay for the cakes was all saved-up coins and small bills stuffed in a little box. At this, the delivery person frowned slightly. Given how wealthy their family seemed, where allowances were probably tens of thousands a month, why did he have to scrape together loose change like that? Lin Qingyan's throat tightened unbearably. She took the cake and walked back home in a daze. I was wrong, I was so wrong, she murmured to herself. It wasn't Little Lie. It was Lin Xuan. He was the one who sent me cakes every year. She had always assumed it was Little Lie. Lin Qingyan placed the cake on the coffee table and opened the box. A rich, sweet aroma filled the air. On top of the cake, written in frosting, were the words, "Happy birthday, second sister." Lin Qingyan scooped a bite with a spoon and brought it to her lips. But instead of sweetness, all she tasted was bitterness. Lin Xuan, I'm sorry. Second sister misunderstood you all this time. How could she have hurt such a kind younger brother? When Lin Qingyan came downstairs, she found Lin Qingyan sitting on the sofa, mechanically eating cake. Tears streaked her entire face. Lin Qingyan sighed and sat beside her. Lin Qingyan had eaten too much cake too quickly. Suddenly, she felt sick. Ugh, she doubled over, retching. Second sister, stop. Don't eat anymore, Lin Qingyan said softly, wiping the cake from Lin Qingyan's mouth and hands. Elder sister Lin Qingyan collapsed into Lin Qingyan's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Elder sister, do you know? I misunderstood Lin Xuan. I thought he was disgusting for sneaking into my bed, but he was just staying up all night to take care of me when I had a high fever, and he was the one who encouraged me when I was at my lowest. He sent me cakes every year, and I thought it was Little Lie. Lin Qingyan broke down completely. He treated me so well, and I treated him like that. I'm horrible, elder sister. Lin Qingyan didn't know what to say. After all, she, too, had misunderstood Lin Xuan. She had been one of those who ignored him. His heart had grown cold toward their family, and she was partly to blame. Elder sister, what do we do now? Lin Qingyan clutched Lin Qingyan's arm. Lin Xuan hates us now. He doesn't want to come back. It'll be okay, Lin Qingyan reassured her, stroking her hair. Lin Xuan has always been understanding. He'll come back eventually. Elder sister, Lin Qingyan suddenly tensed. We need to reschedule the release of Heavenly Fate. If it airs at the same time as Su Corporation's drama, Lin Xuan will think we're trying to sabotage him. He'll resent us even more. No, we won't change it. Lin Qingyan shook her head. Second sister, right now, Lin Xuan is being manipulated by that woman. He is distancing himself from us. If we want him to come back, we have to push him. Otherwise, he'll never return. To her, Lin Xuan was just that woman's plaything. She wanted him back in the Lin family partly to make amends, but also because only then could they protect him from that woman's influence. Lin Qingyan frowned deeply at her elder sister's words. Would this really work? That day, Lin Xuan didn't go to class. Noticing that Su Hua hadn't been eating well the day before, perhaps because of the weather, he decided to cook lunch for her. At noon, he arrived at Su Corporation with the meal. Jian King entered the CEO's office. President Su, she said respectfully. Su Hua's aura was icy as she fixed her gaze on Jian King. This had better be important. Jian King remained unfazed. Young Master Lin has brought lunch for you. The moment those words were spoken, the coldness around Su Hua vanished. The executives in the room, who had been delivering reports, brightened visibly. Their savior had arrived. Su Hua closed the file in her hands and tossed it back to them. Go revise this proposal. Bring it back to me this afternoon. Yes, President Su. The executives exhaled in relief. As they left the office, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Young Master Lin is our guardian angel. Honestly, he's the only one who can handle President Su. We'd better stay on his good side. As they stepped out, they nearly bumped into Lin Xuan, who had just exited the elevator. Hua Bao's extremely cold gaze, the executive's eyes lit up as they instantly crowded around him. Young Master Lin, let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Yuan, the marketing manager. Young Master Lin, I also share your surname Lin Jianghai. Our ancestors might have even been the same. They eagerly shoved their business cards into Lin Xuan's hands. Young Master Lin, if you ever need anything, just come to me. As long as it's within my power, I'll go through fire and water for you without hesitation. In the office, Su Hua kept glancing at the clock on the wall, her brows tightly furrowed. Why hasn't Xuan arrived yet? She muttered impatiently. Jiang King bowed slightly. President Su, shall I go check? No need. Su Hua arose from her executive chair. I'll go myself. The moment she stepped out of her office, she spotted 3 or 4 executives crowding around Lin Chu and near the stairwell. Young Master Lin, don't forget about me. My position in Su Corporation is higher than theirs. If you need anything, I can get things done much faster. Old Liu, your rank is barely a notch above mine. Don't forget, I own another company on the side. How can you even compare? Stop inflating your importance. Lin Xuan was trapped, unable to move an inch amidst their clamor. The incessant chatter grated on his nerves. Since when had he become this popular? Su Hua's beautiful eyes narrowed dangerously as she watched these people block her Xuan from coming to her. The executives suddenly felt an icy gaze drilling into their backs. They froze. That gaze, it was all too familiar. Almost like their president Su's. They turned stiffly and saw Su Hua watching them, a faint smile playing on her lips. A very dangerous smile. Hey President Su, I have a proposal to finish, so I'll take my leave. Why yes, me too. Not daring to wait for the elevator, they bolted for the stairs. The longer they stayed, the greater the peril. Su Hua retracted her gaze and walked toward Lin Xuan. Hey Xuan, you're here. Her voice softened instantly, a stark contrast to the icy CEO from moments ago. I brought you lunch. Let's eat inside. Lin Xuan took her hand. Okay. Su Hua nodded. Lin Xuan had prepared 4 dishes, arranging them neatly on the dining table. Hua Bao, these are all your favorites. Go ahead and eat. His voice was gentle. Su Hua leaned over him, one hand resting on the armrest of his chair. Her silky dark hair brushed against Lin Xuan's face. Hey Xuan, you should know what my favorite is. She smirked. Lin Xuan tensed. Her favorite was him. Just as he thought she was about to pull him into an embrace, Su Hua suddenly chuckled and settled onto his lap. Hey Xuan, feed me. Her melodious voice left no room for refusal. They shared an intimate, lingering meal. Afterward, Su Hua insisted Lin Xuan stay and nap with her. Glancing at the time, Lin Xuan realized it was time to meet his girlfriend. Meanwhile, the executives who had swarmed Lin Xuan at noon spent the next few hours in nervous dread. Huddled together, they whispered anxiously. President Su's glare at noon was terrifying. I can't shake this feeling. What if she retaliates? Relax, it's been hours and nothing's happened. If she wanted to punish us, she would have done it already. Ugh, I regret bothering young Master Lin now. They were filled with remorse. After witnessing how easily young Master Lin could sway their president, they'd been desperate to curry favor with him. So when they finally got the chance, they pounced. Who knew President Su would emerge from her office at that exact moment? At 2:20 p.m., Su Hua woke from her nap in the resting room, her expression languid and satisfied. Returning to her desk, she picked up the phone. Come in. John King entered shortly after. President Su, if they had time to pester Xuan for so long, they must not be busy enough. Su Hua's tone was deceptively light. Assign them some tasks and make sure they complete everything personally. No delegating. Yes, President Su. John King and 3 assistants sought out the 4 executives. Good, you're all here. Saves me the trouble of tracking you down separately. The executives eyed the stacks of files in the assistants' hands, a sinking feeling in their stomachs. Director Zhang, what's all this? One asked, gulping. Oh, these? John King smiled. These are Su Corporation's financial statements from the past 3 years. You'll be organizing them, and President Su's orders no outsourcing the work. The executives, Secretary Zhang, is this because of what happened at noon? One ventured fearfully. What do you think? John King's smile widened. Of course it was. The executives wanted to weep. John King offered a friendly warning. Best not to cling to young Master Lin. President Su dislikes anyone monopolizing him, women or men. We just wanted to get on his good side, they sighed, and it backfired spectacularly. There's a right way to do it. Take notes, I've earned plenty of bonuses from President Su just by being useful to young Master Lin. Jiang King smirked. The executives, how was that fair? Exclamation, she was President Su's secretary, she had constant access to Lin Xuan. They only got to speak to him when he visited Su Corporation. At this point, they were convinced John King was just rubbing it in. After delivering the tasks, John King returned to her desk, smug. Young Master Lin's favor wasn't so easily won. No one was stealing her advantage. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan drove toward Junlong Restaurant. Wang Da called. Xuanzi, you on your way? Relax. I remember. I'll be there in 10, Lin Xuan replied. I'll order first then. Just as Wang Da finished ordering, Wang Xian arrived wearing a white sundress, a pink bow headband adorning her hair, a picture of pure innocence. Wang Da stared, mesmerized. Wang Xian smiled. Da Ji, do I look nice? Beautiful. Wang Da nodded emphatically. His girlfriend was stunning. Wang Xian sat beside him, beaming. Da Ji, today's my first time meeting your friend. I wanted to make a good impression. Seeking death, I'm afraid he might think I don't value him enough. hold a grudge against me, or even try to stop us from being together. Wang Xian's voice was sweet and delicate. Wang Da, completely charmed by her honeyed words, didn't notice anything amiss. Xian, don't worry. I know Xu and well, he won't judge you based on how you dress, Wang Da reassured her. I just want to be cautious, Wang Xian replied. Afraid of running into Lin Xuan, she avoided being too intimate with Wang Da and obediently returned to her seat. Lin Xuan parked his car outside the restaurant. The moment he walked in, he drew countless gazes. Several girls covered their mouths, squealing in excitement. Oh, he's so incredibly handsome. I need his contact info in 3 seconds. I know who he is. At just 22, he's already the CEO of Tamu Group and a computer genius. During the last national computer team competition, he solved the world-class problem and won over 100 million in prize money alone. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. If I could be with a man this handsome and wealthy, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. Don't even think about it. A man like him would only be with an extraordinary woman. Someone like you, he wouldn't even glance your way. Most women had enough self-awareness to know they didn't stand a chance with Lin Xu, and so they didn't delude themselves into thinking they could be his girlfriend. But there were always those who were average yet overly confident. From the moment Lin Xuan appeared, Wang Xian's eyes were glued to him, unable to look away. Her heart raced as she stared at him. Lin Xuan's online photos were already stunning, but in person, he was so breathtaking that just one glance from him made her legs weak. Xian, see that? That's my best friend, Xuanzi. He's crazy popular with women, Wang Da boasted proudly. Just look, those women couldn't take their eyes off him. But with Su Hua keeping an eye on him, none of them would get close. MHM. Wang Xian nodded, her cheeks flushed. He is really impressive. Had Wang Da looked at her then, he would have noticed her blushing face brimming with infatuation. As Lin Xuan approached their table, a heavily made-up woman in a seductive outfit suddenly walked toward him. Then, she pretended to twist her ankle. She let out a delicate cry and deliberately fell toward him. Instinctively, Lin Xuan lifted his foot and kicked her away. The woman landed on the floor, stunned. Why had he kicked her? Shouldn't he have caught her? Sir, how could you? She bit her lip, feigning hurt. Lin Xuan replied coolly, sorry, I don't like being touched by other women. He tossed 1,000 yuan at her. Consider this compensation for that kick. Remember, don't just throw yourself at men. A woman should have some self-respect. Humiliated beyond belief, the woman sat on the floor, her pride shattered. She wanted to leave in defiance but couldn't resist the money. Head down, she took the cash and slunk away. Wang Xian's heart pounded even harder. A man with such self-control was rare. Being his girlfriend would be a dream come true. No, she had to have him. Lin Xuan took a seat across from Wang Da. Wang Da gestured toward Wang Xian. Xuanzi, this is my girlfriend, Xian. Blushing, Wang Xian extended her hand. Hello, Lin Xuan. I'm Wang Xian. Hello. Lin Xuan's response was indifferent. He didn't shake her hand. Hua Bao didn't like him touching other women. Even a handshake was off limits. If she found out, his kidneys would be in trouble again. Wang Xian awkwardly withdrew her hand. Da, your girlfriend is quite pretty, Lin Xuan remarked with a smirk. Wang Da grinned. Of course. Would I settle for anything less? Throughout the meal, Wang Da kept serving Wang Xian attentively. Meanwhile, she stole glances at Lin Xuan, her face growing redder the more she looked. Lin Xuan, however, frowned as he watched Wang Da dote on her. Da was falling deeper for Wang Xian. He needed to act fast to expose her as the gold digger she was. He had a plan, but it required staying out tonight, something Hua Bao would never allow. Just then, a message arrived. Su Hua, Xuan, I'm heading to G City later. Won't be back tonight. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. Perfect timing. He quickly replied, don't work too late. Eat on time. I'll be waiting for you at home. Su Hua, MHM. Su Hua frowned at his message. Something felt off about Xu, and putting his phone away, Lin Xuan smirked. Duh, how about we hit Purple River Villa tonight? We've got no classes tomorrow. Let's call Liu or you and the 4 of us can go. Wang Da hesitated. We're free, but Purple River Villa won't that run late? Xian might. I'm fine with it. Wang Xian cut in eagerly. My professor cancelled tomorrow's class anyway. This might be her only chance to get close to Lin Xuan. She had to seduce him tonight. But isn't Purple River Villa like 200,000 per person? That's too much, she murmured. Don't worry, I'll cover it, Lin Xuan said casually. Wang Da was stunned. That was insanely expensive. Xuanzi, maybe we should go somewhere else, he suggested. 40 grand just for him and Xian? He didn't want to burden his friend. Wang Da, are we brothers or not? Brothers are supposed to mooch off each other. Why are you saving me money? Lin Xuan teased. If you feel bad, just work hard at my company later and earn it back for me. Alright, you win. Wang Da gave in. Wang Xian shot him a disdainful look. Pathetic. 20,000 was nothing. Why was he making such a fuss? Engage in the game with one's own body. However, she wouldn't have to face Wang Da for much longer because she already had Lin Xuan. Later, you two can go back and pack your clothes. I'll drive over to pick you up, along with Luo Yuan, Lin Xuan said. Sure, Wang Da nodded. Lin Xuan quickly packed a set of clothes and then drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom to pick up Wang Da and Wang Xian. This was Wang Xian's first time riding in such a luxury car. She looked around at the high-end interior, her face full of awe. This car must be really expensive, right? Not too bad, Lin Xuan replied casually. This one's actually one of the cheaper ones in my collection. I have over a dozen supercars worth over 100 million each in my garage, but most of them are sports cars and can't fit many people, so I brought this one instead. Wang Xian's heart raced. Over a dozen cars worth over 100 million each? That meant his car collection alone was worth over 8 billion. Lin Xuan was even richer than she had imagined. Lin Xuan went to pick up Luo Yuan, who immediately tried to open the front passenger door to get in. Lin Xuan stopped him. You can't sit there. That's my girlfriend's seat. Fine. You've got a girlfriend, so with what da. Wang Xian bit her lip. Lin Xuan has a girlfriend? Yeah, Wang Da nodded. Xuan's girlfriend is incredibly beautiful and capable, a real lady from a distinguished family. Lin Xuan's plan was simple. He would use himself as bait to lure Wang Xian. No, he wouldn't even need to lure her, just a slight gesture and she'd come running. He had no intention of hiding the fact that he had a girlfriend. A woman like Wang Xian would willingly become the other woman, even knowing he was taken. Wang Xian bit her lip again. So he already had a girlfriend, but that shouldn't be a problem. After all, the grass is always greener on the other side, and besides, women from distinguished families were usually quite reserved, especially in bed. She doubted Lin Xuan's girlfriend could satisfy him the way she could. She was confident that once Lin Xuan slept with her, he wouldn't be able to let her go. Wang Xian was brimming with self-assurance. They arrived at Purple River Manor. Lin Xuan ordered plenty of alcohol. Luo Yuan said, Wang Xian, right? I heard you used to be a hostess. You must be able to hold your liquor pretty well. Sorry, Wang Xian said, clutching her stomach. My stomach hasn't been feeling great lately, so I can't drink much. No problem. The rest of us will drink, then, Luo Yuan agreed. I've actually studied dance before. How about I perform for you all to liven things up? Wang Xian took the center of the round stage and began dancing gracefully to the music. She swayed her hips, her figure sinuous and alluring. Lin Xuan watched her on stage and couldn't help but wonder what would Su Hua look like if she danced. Never mind. What was he thinking? Su Hua didn't dance. Wang Xian noticed Lin Xuan watching her and dance even more passionately, her hips swaying with extra flair. When she finished, applause broke out. Wang Da, I didn't expect your girlfriend to be so talented, Luo Yuan remarked. Of course. You think I'd settle for anything less? Wang Da said proudly. Come on, let's keep drinking. Wang Xian watched as Lin Xuan, Wang Da and Luo Yuan continued downing drinks, a faint smile playing on her lips. Drink up, drink up. The drunker they got, the better. Alcohol lowered inhibitions. She could use this chance to sleep with Lin Xuan. And as for Wang Da, she didn't have to worry about him interfering. While drinking, Lin Xuan glanced at Wang Xian and noticed her staring back at him. He quickly averted his gaze. Wang Xian's heart fluttered with excitement. Hadn't Lin Xuan just looked at her with deep affection? Did that mean he was interested in her too? Was his earlier aloofness just because he was holding back, not wanting to cross the line since she was Wang Da's girlfriend? Suppressing her excitement, she turned to Wang Da. Come on, Da, since you're here tonight, you should enjoy yourself. Drink up! She poured him more alcohol, trying to get him drunk. Thanks, Xian. You're so thoughtful, Wang Da slurred, leaning in to kiss her cheek. Wang Xian pushed him away in disgust. Da, there are so many people around. Let's not do this here, she said sweetly. All right, whatever you say, babe, Wang Da chuckled. I'm going to the restroom, Lin Xuan announced, standing up. Me too. Luo Yuan followed him into the bathroom. I can't take it anymore, Luo Yuan groaned. Lin Xuan, have you noticed? Wang Xian hasn't stopped staring at you. It's obvious she's into you. Only an idiot like Wang Da wouldn't see it. I noticed, Lin Xuan said coldly. I'm letting her look. I want her to fall for me. Luckily, Wang Xian was exactly the kind of gold digger he thought she was. He wouldn't need much effort to reel her in. Ling Xuan, don't tell me you actually like her, Liu Yuan said. Why I died. Are you serious? Lin Xuan scoffed. I already have Su Hua. What other woman could possibly catch my eye? Right, Liu Yuan scratched his head. Then why are you making her fall for you? Liu Yuan asked curiously. To show Wang Da her true colors. If you want front row seats to the drama, don't get drunk, Lin Xuan said. Got it. No problem. Liu Yuan grinned. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. This was going to be good. Hee. Wasn't Wang Da always bragging about not being a simp? Soon, he'd get to see Wang Da's face slapped hard by reality. Meanwhile, Su Hua returned to Night Garden. Butler Wang looked surprised. Miss, you're back early. Weren't you supposed to return tomorrow? I finished early, Su Hua replied coolly. Her eyes swept across the living room, but Lin Xuan was nowhere in sight. Frowning, she asked, Butler Wang, where's Xuan? Young Master Lin came home earlier to pick up some clothes and then left. He said he wouldn't be back tonight, Butler Wang answered respectfully. Su Hua's eyes narrowed dangerously. No wonder Xuan's replies had been so half-hearted earlier, miss. Would you like to call and ask where young Master Lin is? Butler Wang suggested. No, maid. Su Hua smirked. She picked up her phone and checked Lin Xuan's recent locations. Junlong Restaurant? She murmured. She then dialed another number. John King, pull up the surveillance footage from Junlong Restaurant at 3 p.m. today. Yes, ma'am. John King sent her the footage. The video was high definition, capturing even the subtlest facial expressions. Su Hua watched the playback and immediately spotted a woman leaning toward her. Xuan. Don't fall on Xuan. Su Hua narrowed her eyes dangerously. She'd better not fall onto Xuan's body, otherwise Su Hua would make sure she died without a grave to bury her in. Butler Wang was also watching the video on the computer. He wasn't the least bit worried. Young Master Lin had enough sense he would never let that woman touch him. The next second, Su Hua saw Lin Xuan in the video kick out with his foot. A pleased expression flickered across Su Hua's delicate features. Xuan, so well behaved, she murmured, lips curving. Soon, however, her attention snapped to Wang Qian. This woman was coveting her Xuan. As Su Hua continued watching the video, she noticed the woman talking non-stop with Xuan. They knew each other. Su Hua tightened her grip on her phone. Aside from the arranged marriage between Xuan and Shen Kaiqian, there had never been any other connections. But this woman knew Xuan. She would definitely try every trick to seduce him. Su Hua checked Lin Xuan's current location and abruptly stood up. Purple River Villa. Had he gone there with that woman? A storm of fury churned in Su Hua's eyes. She'd better not try to steal Xuan away. Su Hua strode out. Prepare the private jet, she ordered coldly. Madam Su, where are we heading? The pilot asked, confused. Purple River Villa. The pilot. Purple River Villa wasn't even that far, less than an hour by car. Why bring out the private jet? A servant couldn't help but ask, Butler Wang, why is Miss Su in such a hurry? Butler Wang replied matter-of-factly, to catch a cheating bastard. Huh? The servant's jaw dropped. After a moment, realization struck. Butler Wang, you mean young Master Lin is cheating? Exactly, Butler Wang nodded. Young Master Lin actually betrayed her? Exclamation. The servant paced anxiously. We're doomed, completely doomed. For over a year, Miss Su's temper has been so mild us servants have been living in peace. If young Master Lin betrays her, she'll fly into a rage and we'll all suffer for it. Given Miss Su's temperament, she would never let Xuan slip away with another woman so easily. She'd just drag him back to Night Manor by force. Were they about to relive those 2 years when young Master Lin had desperately tried to escape Su Hua's grasp, while she radiated a terrifying, suffocating aura day and night? Butler Wang, think of something. The servant urged frantically. What nonsense are you spouting? Butler Wang rapped the servant's head. If it were really about catching him cheating, Miss Su wouldn't have left with that expression. Right, the servant thought back to Su Hua's demeanor when she left. She had seemed relieved. Definitely not the face of someone about to catch an affair. Back when Su Hua used to hear about Lin Xuan and Qin Royale together, her expression had been downright apocalyptic. Butler Wang explained. Miss Tu probably trusts young Master Lin. But if another woman is eyeing him, and worse, if they already know each other, do you think Madame Su would just sit back and do nothing? Miss Su couldn't tolerate even a speck of dust in her eyes, and Lin Xuan was her bottom line. She would never allow anyone to take him from her. But Butler Wang, why did you say she was catching him cheating earlier? The servant frowned. Butler Wang rolled his eyes. It's called hyperbole. Isn't that how people talk online these days? You youngsters should spend more time on the internet and keep up with the times. The servant, so now she was outdated. Was this really how hyperbole worked? On the way to Purple River Villa, Su Hua called John King. Investigate Wang Xian's background immediately, she commanded. After a pause, she added, focus on digging up anything scandalous, and mobilize the Dark Rose Intelligence Network S-Rank priority. Understood, Madam Su, John King acknowledged. Even through the phone, she could imagine how dark Su Hua's expression must be. Wang Xian was finished. And young Master Lin? His kidneys were about to be finished too. After hanging up, John King wasted no time. Su Hua's urgency was palpable. She immediately contacted the head of the Dark Rose Intelligence Division. Emergency mission! Emergency mission! Red warning lights flashed in the office. It had been ages since they'd issued an alert of this level. The head swiftly checked his screen. Bright red text glared back at him. Investigate Wang Xian from Yundu City Nursing Vocational School. Priority: uncovering compromising material, e.g., romantic entanglements with multiple men. The head responded instantly. Received. He had expected some high-profile target. Instead, the dossier revealed an utterly ordinary vocational student. The head stared at the file dumbfounded. This qualified as an S-rank investigation? Exclamation. Since Purple River Villa was under Su Corporation's holdings, Su Hua contacted the manager and demanded the surveillance footage. As she watched, a low chuckle escaped her lips. So her dancing is that captivating? The pilot remained focused on flying. Su Hua suddenly narrowed her eyes. Do men enjoy watching women dance? The pilot was baffled. Where was this coming from? Answer honestly. Su Hua snapped. The pilot had no choice. Well, I can't speak for others, but I do like it. Especially when they wear less. Su Hua frowned. Should she take up dancing? She had spent years forcing Lin Shu and to stay by her side. Now she realized keeping a man devoted required more than coercion. It needed tender tactics, ways to ensnare his heart and soul. Dancing in revealing clothes, perhaps? A slow, crimson smile curved Su Hua's lips. Now that was an idea. Luo Yuan had wanted to enjoy this show, not get drunk. After another small sip, he swayed. Wang Da, let's keep. Before he could finish, his head thudded onto the table. Wang Da, thoroughly wasted, grabbed Luo Yuan's collar. No, sleepy? More drinks. Ugh, lightweight. He turned to Lin Xuan next. Xuan, your turn. Drink up. Fine, fine. Lin Xuan sighed, obliging. 2 cups later, he too collapsed. Brother Da, Wang Xian piped up eagerly. Lin Xuan's drunk. Let me help him to a room. Yeah, go ahead, Wang Da slurred. Even sober, he wasn't the sharpest. Drunk, he was practically oblivious. Wang Xian smiled, about to reach for Lin Xu, and when Cheng Yi and Cheng Er materialized. Miss Wang, we're the young master's bodyguards. We'll handle this. No way were they letting this woman lay a finger on their boss. Changing clothes and changing rooms after following the gang leader, they were shocked to discover that his girlfriend was actually the richest woman in the world. She was practically a living, breathing god of wealth. But how could this woman compare to Boss Su's own golden goose? They had to keep a close eye on the gang leader. Wang Xian could only watch helplessly as Cheng Yi and Cheng Er help Lin Shu and leave. Stomping her foot in frustration, she refused to give up. But it didn't matter. She'd have another chance later. Cheng Yi and Cheng Er also helped Luo Yuan back to his room. Miss Wang, since he's your boyfriend, you can take him to bed yourself. We won't help you with that, one of the bodyguards said. Fine. Wang Xian glanced at Wang Da, his face flushed and his expression dazed from drunkenness. Look of. Disgust flashed across her face. If it weren't for her plans to find Lin Shu and later, she wouldn't have bothered with him at all. After dragging Wang Da back to his room, she was on her way to find Lin Shu, and when a man reeking of alcohol stumbled past her. Ugh, he vomited all over her. Wang Xian shrieked. Disgusting. The drunk man gave her a bleary-eyed look but didn't move away. Instead, he retched again, this time splattering her shoes. Wang Xian shoved him away and sprinted back to her room in a panic. No. She had to clean up this mess immediately. The stench was unbearable, and she couldn't risk even a hint of it lingering on her Lin Shu and would be repulsed. She absolutely couldn't let anything ruin her plan to seduce him. As Wang Xian fled, the man watched her retreating figure, his eyes sharp and sober, not a trace of drunkenness remained. He pushed open the door to Lin Xuan's room. Young Master Lin, I followed your instructions. I vomited all over her, and now she's gone back to change, the man reported respectfully. Lin Xuan sat up from the bed. That, I understand. This time, he would make sure Wang Da, that lovesick fool, saw Wang Xian for who she really was. Wang Da's pathetic, simpering behavior was downright infuriating. Then again, Lin Shu had been just as brainless in his past life, simping for Qin Royale. Lin Xuan strode into Wang Da's room. Wang Da seemed to be lost in some erotic dream, arms wrapped around empty air as he mumbled, "Xian baby, come here, kiss me, Lin Shu," and he pinched the bridge of his nose with exasperation. If this weren't his best friend, he'd just stand back and enjoy the show. Lin Shuan retrieved a sobering potion from his spatial storage and poured it into Wang Da's drink. In less than 10 seconds, Wang Da jolted awake. "My head is killing me," Wang Da groaned, rubbing his temples. When he saw Lin Shuan, he blinked in confusion. "Shuanzi, what are you doing here?" "I'm here to help you see Wang Xian's true colors," Lin Shuan said. "Shuanzi, you still don't trust Xian?" Wang Da frowned. Ever since he introduced her to Lin Shuan, his friend had seemed hostile toward her. Lin Shuan sighed. "Da, I'll be straight with you, I had a dream. In it, Wang Xian used you as her personal ATM. You started a company, and she siphoned money from it. Then she got involved with the CEO of a rival company, sold your game to him, and married him right in front of you. You couldn't take it and jumped off a building." "No way. Xian would never do that," Wang Da immediately denied. He scowled. "Shuanzi, it was just a dream. You can't take dreams as reality." Lin Shuan shrugged. "I knew you wouldn't believe me. That's why I'm here to prove whether she's sincere or not. If what happens next proves she truly loves you, I'll support your relationship with both hands and feet." "Or what, my dear sworn brother?" Lin Shuan slung an arm around Wang Da's shoulders, smirking. "Are you too scared to test her? Bring it on. Xian loves me, of course, I'm confident. I'll stake my life on it. She's completely devoted to me," Wang Da declared. Lin Shuan raised an eyebrow. "Then let's wait and see. How are we testing her?" Wang Da asked. Lin Shuan, "We swap clothes and rooms." Wang Da frowned. "How would switching rooms prove anything?" Lin Shuan added, "Later, lie on the bed facing away from the door. Stay awake. Someone will come for you, they might mistake you for me." Wang Da's frown deepened. What did swapping rooms have to do with testing Wang Xian's loyalty? Unless Chu Enzi was implying that Xian would sneak into his room to seduce him? Oh, impossible. Xian would never betray him. "Fine, I'll go now." Wang Da hurried to Lin Shuan's room and lay down on the bed. He had been utterly convinced of Wang Xian's loyalty, but Lin Shuan's certainty planted a seed of doubt. "Please let Xian not come looking for Xuanzi. Please let Xian not come looking for Xuanzi." As he lay there, Wang Da silently prayed. "My girlfriend is bossy." Wang Xian finished her shower and washed her hair. After blow-drying it, she put on an extremely revealing lingerie set, then covered herself with a long coat before stepping out. She first went to Wang Da's room. Seeing the man lying in bed with his back turned to her, covered by a blanket, she left, reassured. Lin Shu and also sent a message to Liu Yuan, "Come to Wang Da's room. Let's watch the show together." The moment Liu Yuan received Lin Shu's text, he sprang up from his bed like a carp leaping out of water, too excited to stay still. Crack! The sound of a bone dislocating. Liu Yuan, damn it. Why did his foot act up again? Last time, when he was gossiping about Ken Royale, his leg got hurt, and now, while anticipating the drama between Wang Da and Wang Xian, the same thing happened. A pain expression twisted Liu Yuan's face, but even a broken leg wouldn't stop him from enjoying the show. Holding his right foot, he hopped on one leg toward Wang Da's room. Lin Shuan was booting up his computer when he noticed Liu Yuan bouncing in. "Liu Yuan, what happened to you?" he asked, puzzled. "Just my luck, huh? Not sure if it's dislocated or broken," Liu Yuan replied through gritted teeth. Fragile college students. A simple jump, and his leg was already wrecked. Lin Shuan smirked. "You're way too worked up." "Of course I am." "That." Liu Yuan gnashed his teeth. "I hate two-timing women like her the most. Watching her get exposed is even better than anime or novels. And I want to see Wang Da's face get slapped metaphorically, of course." Lin Shuan nodded. He wanted to see it too. Was this the solidarity of fellow simp brothers? "I know a bit about bone setting. Let me take a look," Lin Shuan offered. "You sure?" Liu Yuan eyed him skeptically. "Only one way to find out." Lin Shuan put on gloves, examined Liu Yuan's foot, and with a sharp crack, realigned the bone. A scream worthy of a slaughtered pig rang out. Lin Shuan Liu Yuan was about to curse when, wait. He frowned. His foot didn't hurt anymore. Liu Yuan bounced up and down a few times. No pain at all. Lin Shuan, Liu Yuan said, impressed. "You actually know bone setting?" Lin Shuan ignored him, focusing back on the surveillance feed. After leaving Wang Da's room, Wang Xian headed straight for Lin Shuan's. "What do you want?" Cheng Yi and Cheng blocked her. Wang Xian scowled. "These two nuisances again? Once she seduced Lin Xuan, she'd make sure he fired them. What are you stopping me? She snapped. Isn't that obvious? Chang retorted. Do you even know who I am? Your boss asked me to attend to him earlier. He's just drunk now. Wang Xian lied without blinking. You sure about that? Chang Yi eyed her suspiciously. I'm a woman. Do you think I'd make up something that could ruin my reputation if it weren't true? She said coldly. Fair point. Cheng scratched his head, convinced. Also, Wang Xian added, you two men shouldn't be here. A man and a woman alone, you know what happens. Or do you want to listen to me and Lin Xuan's activities? Bro, let's go, Cheng said. Alright. Cheng Yi nodded, and the two left to rest in their own room. Wang Xian pushed the door open and stepped inside. Wang Da's palms were slick with sweat. Someone really came in? Who could it be? It couldn't be Xian. Not her. In the darkness, Wang Xian didn't notice the high-definition surveillance camera capturing her every move. Her heart pounded wildly. Almost there. She was about to sleep with such a high-quality man. And once she successfully became Lin Xuan's girlfriend or even his wife, she'd never have to worry about money again. Wang Xian shrugged off her coat, revealing the scandalous lingerie underneath. At the sight, Lin Xuan immediately averted his eyes. Luo Yuan clicked his tongue in appreciation. Wang Xian might be trash, but damn, her body's something else. Lin Xuan thought to himself, no matter how good she looks, she'll never compare to Su Hua. He started typing a message to Su Hua, but hesitated. It was already past midnight. She was probably asleep. He deleted the draft. Luo Yuan noticed Lin Xuan on his phone and frowned. Lin Xuan, what are you doing? There's a show going on, and you're not watching? Lin Xuan, she's dressed too provocatively. I'll just listen. Luo Yuan rolled his eyes. What, are you playing the pure-hearted virgin now? Lin Xuan glanced at him, smirking. My girlfriend's possessive. She doesn't like me looking at other women. Luo Yuan. No wonder Wang Da kept complaining about Lin Xuan and flaunting his relationship all the time. Are you suggesting I look at her body? Luo Yuan said helplessly. She's not even here right now. What's the problem with you taking a look? And it's just through a screen anyway. Plus, Wang Xian is still covering everything that needs to be covered, isn't she? Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly. Are you seriously trying to convince me to look at her body? If Hua Bao finds out. Luo Yuan thought of Su Hua's icy expression and shuddered. Fine, don't look if you don't want to. He'd better not push it. If Su Hua ever found out, his life might as well be over. Luo Yuan's eyes remained glued to the computer screen. Lin Xuan, I'm telling you, you're missing out on a lot of fun. Lin Xuan didn't care. With that little temptress Hua Bao clinging to him every night, where would he find the energy to think about other women? Su Hua had now arrived at Purple River Villa. An aura of unapproachability radiated from her. Suddenly, her footsteps halted and her cold gaze landed on a bodyguard. Boss, what's wrong? The bodyguard was drenched in sweat. He hadn't done anything, so why was his boss looking at him like she wanted to kill someone? Su Hua's lips parted icily. Tell me, why hasn't Xuan messaged me? Did he get too absorbed in watching Wang Xian dance? The bodyguard was utterly confused. Boss Su, isn't it possible that it's just too late and he didn't want to disturb your sleep? He was about to answer when Su Hua continued on her own. It must be Xuan, such a disobedient puppy. Her voice dripped with chilling amusement. Disobedience deserved punishment. The bodyguard was baffled. Why did Boss Su's tone sound almost excited? So, was she angry or not? A woman's heart is as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. Even someone like Boss Su was no exception. Chang asked curiously, Big bro, what do you think is going to happen in that room later? Isn't it obvious? Chang Da answered without hesitation. Wang Xian is definitely going into full seduction mode. Big bro, did you notice the clothes Wang Xian is wearing underneath? There, something else. As they were discussing, Su Hua appeared. Wang Xian running to the room to seduce Xuan. The bodyguard's eyes widened. This is bad. Young Master Lin is done for. Su Hua asked coldly, where is Xuan's room? Chang Da froze. Why was Boss Su here all of a sudden? And had she overheard their conversation? Chang Da stiffened. He couldn't let Boss Su misunderstand the boss. If she dumped him, who would fund the Golden Dragon Gang? Boss Su, don't get the wrong idea. Chang Da hurriedly explained. Wang Xian is seducing Wang Da, not our young master. Su Hua frowned. Explain. Now, Chang Da said. Boss Su, here's the thing. Wang Da's girlfriend is a gold digger. Our young master knew she wasn't sincere, so he set up a plan to expose her true colors to Wang Da. So, he pretended to charm her, luring her to his room. But in reality, he had already switched rooms with Wang Da. which means Wang Xian is currently seducing Wang Da, not our young master. The bodyguard let out a sigh of relief. So that's all it was. He'd almost had a heart attack. Su Hua's dangerous aura didn't fade. You're saying a Chuan used himself as bait? Chang Da quickly clarified. Boss Su, don't worry. From start to finish, young Master Lin never touched her or actively seduced her. He just let her know he had money. The young master had said that women like Wang Xian would fill in the gaps themselves, no need for him to put in extra effort. Su Hua chuckled darkly. Chuan really is quite the charmer, always attracting bees and butterflies. Chang Da wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hadn't he explained everything clearly? Why did Boss Su still look so terrifying? Take me to Chuan. Now, Su Hua ordered coldly. Boss Su, right now, the young master is in Wang Da's room, Chang Da said, leading Su Hua to the room. When they reached the door, Su Hua didn't rush in. Instead, she called the manager of Purple River Villa. This is Su Hua. Send someone to deliver a set of bedding to room Han immediately. Inside Lin Xuan's room, brother Lin Xuan tilde Wang Xian cooed. That was Wang Xian's voice. Wang Da, lying on the bed, felt his heart sink. It really was Xian. No, maybe she's here to talk to Xu Enzi about something normal. But even Wang Da didn't believe that. What else could she possibly be doing in Xu Enzi's room in the middle of the night, alone with him? Thinking Ling Xu En was asleep, Wang Xian climbed onto the bed and wrapped her arms around Wang Da from behind. Holy crap, she hugged him. She actually hugged him. Luo Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Lin Xu and Wang Xian just climbed into bed and embraced Wang Da. Too bad, though. Luo Yuan sighed. The camera angle doesn't show Wang Da's face. Bet his expression is priceless right now. The end. Kua Bao has arrived. Lin Xu and felt a wave of relief upon hearing Luo Yuan's words. Thank goodness he had switched rooms with Wang Da. Lying sideways on the bed, Wang Da could sense how scantily clad the other person was. His suspended heart finally sank, but he wanted to hear what Wang Xian had to say, so he kept up the act. Brother Lin Xu, and yesterday at the restaurant was the first time I saw you. Do you know? I fell for you at first sight, Wang Xian said. Wang Da clenched his fists. Your looks, your self-discipline, your capabilities, they all fascinate me so much, Brother Lin Xu, and I'm willing to give myself to you. Wang Xian cooed. I know you have a girlfriend, but I love you. I don't care. As long as I can be with you, even if it's as the other woman, I'm willing. Brother Lin Xuan, I'm ready. Let me belong to you tonight, okay? Wang Xian poured out her heartfelt confession. Wang Da's eyes darkened. This Wang Xian wasn't just planning to cheat, she wanted to break up Lin Xu and CEO Su. Veins bulged on the back of Wang Da's hands. Suppressing his fury, he lowered his voice, mimicking Lin Xu and's tone as much as possible. What about Da? Wang Da asked gruffly. Did you like him? Why are you trying to seduce me now? Meanwhile, Luo Yuan's eyes were glued to the large screen, unblinking. This was absolutely riveting. Neither Luo Yuan nor Lin Xu had noticed the door being pushed open. Su Hua walked in. Luo Yuan spotted her. Luo Yuan was about to greet her when a sharp glance from Su Hua silenced him. She motioned for him to leave. Luo Yuan, damn. He was going to miss the rest of the drama. Reluctantly, he stepped out, glancing back every few paces. Undeterred, Luo Yuan scurried to Lin Xu En's room, pressing his ear against the door to catch any sounds inside. Lin Xuan remained oblivious to Su Hua's arrival. Su Hua narrowed her eyes at the screen, where Wang Xian was dressed provocatively. However, seeing that Lin Xu and hadn't spared her a single glance, the icy aura around Su Hua softened slightly. Xuan! Su Hua leaned down, her soft arms encircling his neck from behind. My Xuan is so bold, daring to flirt with another woman behind my back. Her tone was lethally calm. Lin Xuan! Exclamation, 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 holy shit. That was Huer's voice. What was she doing at Purple River Villa? Huer, were you on a business trip? Lin Xuan's face stiffened. His mind raced with one thought. He was screwed. Sure, nothing had happened between him and Wang Xian, but it looked bad. And if Huer had stormed over in a rage, she must have misunderstood something. My man is here seducing another woman. How could I possibly focus on work? Su Hua chuckled darkly, her voice dripping with frost. Huer, let me explain. I wasn't really seducing her, Lin Xuan scrambled to clarify. Other things could slide, but anything involving another woman couldn't be misconstrued. It's like this, Before he could finish, Su Hua sealed his lips with hers, kissing him possessively. Xuan was hers. His eyes should only be on her. No matter his reasons for tempting Wang Xian, even if he hadn't touched her, she wouldn't allow it. He needed to be punished, but she couldn't bear to hurt her Ok Shuan, so she'd make him remember this lesson another way. Su Hua's teeth nipped at his lower lip, drawing blood. Then she tenderly licked the crimson bead away. Their kiss grew feverish. Knock, knock, knock. A rap at the door interrupted them. Su Hua knew it was the villa manager delivering fresh bang. Reluctantly, she pulled away from Lin Xuan and went to open the door. Her face was flushed, lips swollen and alluring, and inside there was a strikingly handsome man. Holy crap! Had CEO Su just been kissing him? Everyone knew CEO Su had a cleanliness obsession. If she was having the bedding replaced in this room, did that mean she planned to? But the rumors said CEO Su had a boyfriend. This must be him. Hurry up, Su Hua ordered coldly. Why yes, right away. The manager stammered. Quick, change all the bedding fastest possible. He barked at the staff. Understood. The villa's staff swiftly replaced the sheets, blankets, and pillows, then vanished within seconds. The manager personally shut the door behind them. Hua, listen to me, Lin Xuan tried again once they were alone. Su Hua cut him off once more, reclaiming his lips. After a long moment, Su Hua pulled back, breath uneven. Ok Xuan, I don't want explanations. Prove it to me with your body. Show me I'm the only one. Lin Xuan had one thought left. He was doomed. His kidneys were about to stage another rebellion. The fish's hooked Wang Xian froze upon hearing Wang Da's voice. So he wasn't drunk after all. Lin Xuan had seemed intoxicated just moments ago. There was no way he could sober up so quickly, which meant he had been faking it. Wang Xian's heart pounded wildly in her chest. Lin Xuan had pretended to be drunk waiting for her. Her confidence in seducing him grew even stronger. Brother Xuan, the truth is I never liked Da. It's just that he saved me once, and he's been obsessed with me ever since. He wouldn't leave me alone, so I thought maybe I could try to develop feelings for him. That's why I agreed to be with him. Wang Xian racked her brain for excuses. Since Wang Da and Lin Xuan seemed close, she didn't dare outright insult him. But then I met you, Brother Xuan, and I realized feelings can't be forced. When you truly like someone, your heart skips a beat the moment you see them. Brother Xuan, I'll break up with Da. Let's be together, okay? Meanwhile, the surveillance footage continued playing. Su Hua's body sank deeper into the bed, her silky dark hair splayed beneath her. The stunning woman wrapped her arms around the man's neck, her eyes smoldering with desire. But as Wang Xian's voice echoed from the computer, Su Hua's gaze turned icy. This woman really had the audacity to covet her Ok Xuan. Ok Xuan, Su Hua said dangerously, if you ever dare use yourself as bait to lure other women again, don't blame me for locking you up. The thought alone sent a thrill through her. Keeping Ok Xuan locked away in a dark room now, that was an enticing idea. Understood, Lin Xuan agreed without hesitation. He wouldn't dare repeat this. This whole scheme was just to save Wang Da from being deceived by a gold digger, after all. Besides, he had assumed Su Hua was away on business. How was he supposed to know she'd return early and track him down to the Purple River Villa? Ok Xuan, be good. Su Hua's lips curved into a smile as she pressed her red lips against his ear. Now it's your turn to prove to me that your heart belongs only to me. Back in Wang Da's room, Wang Xian had begun her assault on him. Brother Xuan, give me a chance to be with you. She kissed his neck, her hands wandering down his chest. Wang Da had finally had enough. He sat up abruptly. Wang Xian, mistaking his movement for reciprocation, felt a surge of joy. But the next second, slap. A sharp pain exploded across her face as his palm struck her cheek with brutal force. Wang Xian clutched her stinging cheek, her mind reeling. Why would Brother Xuan hit her? Didn't he like her too? Brother Xuan, how could you treat me like this? Tears welled in her eyes, her voice trembling with hurt. How could he turn on her so suddenly? Wang Xian, a cold voice sneered, take a good look. Who do you think I am? Wang Xian frowned. That voice, it sounded just like Wang Da's. No, it couldn't be. Click. Wang Da flipped the light switch, flooding the room with brightness. Wang Xian turned and her blood ran cold. It's you. Her eyes widened in horror. What? How? Wang Da! Exclamation. This is Lin Xuan's room. Why are you here? Exclamation. Damn right it's me. Wang Da roared, fury twisting his features. Shoo, and warned me about you, said you were a two-faced snake who didn't care about me. I didn't believe him, but look at you. Wang Xian, you played me for a fool. Thank God Xu and had helped him see her true colors. Otherwise, he'd have been her puppet forever. Xu An and Liu Yuan were right, he'd been nothing but a pathetic simp. All this time, he'd refused to admit it, convinced Wang Xian genuinely loved him. Now, the slap of reality stung worse than any physical blow. Lin Xuan called me a snake? Exclamation. Wang Xian was stunned, but he'd been so nice to her. How could he think that? Wait, Why was Wang Da in Lin Xuan's room? Unless realization struck like lightning. This was a setup. Lin Xuan's setup. He deliberately led her on, lured her here and switched rooms with Wang Da, all to expose her to make Wang Da witness her betrayal firsthand. Da Wang Xian dropped to her knees on the bed. I'm sorry, it wasn't my fault. Lin Xuan seduced me. He tricked me. Don't believe him. She couldn't afford to lose Wang Da, yet not when he still had millions in prize money from that programming competition. To those two, Wang Da's laugh was bitter. What? Another brutal strike sent her reeling. Shu and barely spoke 2 words to you today. How the hell did he seduce you? Exclamation, and you think I'd believe a lying whore over my best friend? Exclamation, da, please. Wang Xian sobbed, her tears a calculated performance. Give me another chance. I swear I'll change. A replica of Qin Royale Wang Da used to feel heartache, but now he had seen her true colors. Looking at Wang Xian's demeanor, all he felt was scorn. Wasn't Wang Xian just a carbon copy of Qin Royale? He had repeatedly warned Shu and not to be fooled by Qin Royale that she was nothing but a toxic woman. Yet here he was, blind to a woman just like her. Wang Xian, get the hell out of here right now. Wang Da pointed at the door, his face burning with fury. Wang Xian was startled by his dark, terrifying expression and scrambled off the bed to leave. What? Wang Da called her back. Wang Xian paused. Had he changed his mind? Of course. A simp was always a simp. Some habits never die. She waited for his apology, but instead, Wang Da strode over and yanked the necklace from her neck and the bracelet from her wrist. Wang Da, what are you doing? Wang Xian glared at him. Nothing, Wang Da said coldly. These were gifts from me. You don't deserve them. Wang Xian bit her lip, so he wasn't here to apologize. She had even been ready to give him an out. Fine, Wang Da. So you'd rather trust your so-called brothers, huh? She spat through gritted teeth. Mark my words, you'll regret this. Even if you beg on your knees for me to take you back, I'd never say yes. With that, she stumped out of the room. Wang Da smirked. What was she thinking? Him, begging for her. What a joke. Wang Xian ran out of the villa. It was still early morning, and the area was well lit with plenty of surveillance cameras. Yet, she couldn't shake her fear. She turned, intending to go back inside, but 2 bodyguards appeared behind her, pressing a cloth over her mouth. MMPH, her eyes widened in terror. Who dared to kidnap her here? After Wang Xian stormed out, Liu Yuan entered the room. He laughed. Wang Da. Who was it that swore up and down they'd never be a simp? Wang Da, see. Liu Yuan clapped him on the shoulder, tone dripping with schadenfreude. Never say never. Calm as a bitch. Wang Da seethed but had no retort. This time, he'd been the fool. Liu Yuan, where's Xuan? Wang Da asked, puzzled. It wasn't like him to miss out on a chance to tease his bro. Lin Xuan? Liu Yuan shrugged. Su showed up earlier. Probably with her now. So? Why is she here? Wang Da frowned. No idea, Liu Yuan admitted. But why not go see for ourselves? Let's go find him. As they reached the door, Shane Da and Cheng appeared, blocking their way. You two can't go in, Cheng Da said firmly. Why not? Liu Yuan asked, confused. Wang Da suddenly turned to Liu Yuan. What happened when Boss Su arrived earlier? She came in, found Lin Xuan, and kicked me out. No clue after that, Liu Yuan replied. What? Wang Da thought of the dark circles often under Lin Xuan's eyes. If Boss Su and Xuan were, he exhaled in relief. Thank God the bodyguard stopped them. Disturbing Boss Su's mood would be disastrous. Let's not bother the lovebirds. They're probably sleeping. We should get some rest too. He dragged Liu Yuan away. Inside the room, the air was still thick with a sweet, lingering scent. Su Hua lay lazily against Lin Xuan's chest. Hey Xuan, look at this. She handed him a file on Wang Xian. Lin Xuan scanned the contents on his phone and nearly facepalmed. How could he have forgotten? He had Su Hua. All he needed was to ask her to dig up dirt on Wang Xian and show Wang Da the proof. With this evidence, even the most lovesick fool would see Wang Xian for the player she was. David, all that scheming for nothing. Su Hua traced his slender finger down his chest. So, Xuan, remember these women only want you for your money. I know, Lin Xuan nodded. He knew it all too well. In his past life, when he was broke, Qin Royale had looked down on him. Now that he was rich, she came crawling back. Gold diggers were everywhere. Suddenly, Su Hua bit his neck. Satisfaction curled her lips as she admired the mark she left. Xuan, remember this. Her voice was possessive, commanding. You're mine. If I catch another woman touching you, a dark promise laced her words. I'll lock you up where no one else can find you. Arrest her, Hua Bao. Don't worry, you're the only one for me, Lin Xuan assured her. He wouldn't dare even glance at another woman. If Su Hua found out, his kidneys would be done for. Akshuan is being so good. Should I reward you then? She rolled over, her soft body pressing against Lin Shu and again. Shall we continue? Lin Shuan, was this reward really for him or for Su Hua herself? Right now, Lin Shuan was still feeling guilty about his earlier attempt to flirt with Wang Xian, so he had no choice but to go along with Su Hua's whims. 2 hours later, Lin Shuan had once again been drained dry, reduced to a husk by Su Hua's relentless energy. While Lin Shuan was still asleep, Su Hua sat up in bed, the silken sheets slipping off her body. Her jade-like skin was covered in red, intimate marks evidence of their passion. Her eyes, hazy with lingering desire, held a bewitching allure. After dressing, Su Hua stepped out of the room, her demeanor instantly shifting back to its usual cold, untouchable elegance. Master, a bodyguard approached respectfully as soon as she appeared. Did you catch her? Su Hua asked coldly. Yes, master. We've detained her in the underground facility 10 kilometers away, the bodyguard replied. Let's go see her. Su Hua narrowed her eyes. How dare that woman sneak into Lin Shuan's room while he was asleep and try to seduce him? She must have a death wish. When Su Hua arrived at the underground facility, she gracefully took a seat on a chair. Wang Xian glared at her, muffled cries escaping from behind the gag in her mouth. Remove the cloth, Su Hua ordered coldly. The gag was pulled from Wang Xian's mouth. Who are you people? Wang Xian's voice trembled. Su Hua let out a low, mocking laugh. Wang Xian, you got quite the nerve trying to steal my man. Realization dawned on Wang Xian, her eyes widening in shock. Lin Shuan, you're his girlfriend. No wonder Lin Shuan had been indifferent to her advances. He already had this woman by his side. Even she had to admit it. This woman was far more beautiful than her. Wang Xian prided herself on her figure, but Su Hua's was so perfect it made even other women jealous. Su Hua smirked, twirling a gleaming knife between her slender fingers. Wang Xian paled at the sight of the blade but forced herself to stay composed. Do you even know who owns Purple Mountain Villa? It's Tsu Corporation's property. They don't tolerate any trouble on their grounds. I'll have you know, the place where you kidnapped me is under surveillance. If you lay a finger on me, Tsu Corporation will make sure you pay for it. Su Hua chuckled darkly. She stepped closer, tilting Wang Xian's chin up with the knife. Since you know about Tsu Corporation, care to guess who I am? Wang Xian clenched her teeth. What kind of status could she possibly have? With that fox-like face, she probably just seduced Lin Shuan, and with her looks and body, she just happened to have gotten to him first. Who the hell are you? Wang Xian spat. Do you even realize kidnapping is a crime? Tsu Corporation will have the police on you in no time. The law? You're lecturing me about the law? Su Hua laughed again. Fine, I'll tell you. My name is Su Hua. Su Hua? Wang Xian frowned. Why did that name sound so familiar? Su Hua's voice was light, almost playful. I'm the CEO of Tsu Corporation. Purple Mountain Villa is mine, so no one will question what I do with you here. Tsu Corporation! Exclamation. Wang Xian's face drained of color. You're the head of Tsu Corporation? Exclamation. Her entire body went cold. She'd heard of the Tsu Corporation's CEO, a woman of immense power and wealth, known for her ruthlessness. And now she had tried to seduce her boyfriend. There was no way Su Hua would let her off easy. She never could have imagined that Lin Shuan belonged to the CEO of Tsu Corporation. If she had known, she wouldn't have dared even think about making a move on him. Terror seized her. Wang Xian dropped to her knees, begging. CEO Su, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to seduce Lin Shuan. Please, spare me. Su Hua's smile was icy. Do you know what happened to the last woman who tried to seduce Akshuan? She was violated by multiple men, disfigured, tortured for 4 days until she lost her mind and her family went bankrupt. With every word, Wang Xian trembled harder. CEO Su, her lips quivered. I swear I didn't know. I was blind. And besides, the man in that room wasn't Lin Shuan, and it was Wang Da. So I never actually touched him. She babbled desperately, but Su Hua's smile only grew colder, more dangerous. If it had been Akshuan in that room, do you think you'd still be here? You'd already be thrown into a pit of snakes. Bring it here. Su Hua reached out, and a bodyguard promptly handed her a pair of gloves. Su Hua leisurely slipped the gloves onto her hands. Tie her up, Su Hua commanded coldly. Homicidal intent, yes, mistress. The bodyguard immediately tied Wang Xian to a pillar. Su Hua stared at Wang Xian, her eyes burning with fury. When she had heard that Lin Shuan was seducing another woman, she couldn't help but want to lock him away in a dark room. She couldn't bear to hurt her beloved Lin Shuan. so she suppressed the rage festering inside her. Now, Wang Xian, the woman Lin Xuan had seduced, naturally became her punching bag. Tut! Su Hua's fist slammed into Wang Xian's face. Ah! Wang Xian's screams tore through the air. Tut! 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 Blow after blow rained down on her body. As Su Hua watched, scenes from the past flashed through her mind: Lin Xu and pursuing Qin Royale, his gentle smiles, his devotion. The fury in her eyes deepened, a crimson hue staining her gaze. Lin Xuan was her light, and these women, they dared to try and steal him from the darkness of her world. As if she would ever allow that. Murderous intent coiled in Su Hua's heart. If she killed them, they would never have the chance to take Lin Xuan from her. Tut! 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 Her fists kept striking, relentless. At first, Wang Xian's screams were loud, desperate. But slowly, they grew weaker, fainter. Her body was a mess of blood and bruises. Her arms hung limp, lifeless. Yet the bloodlust in Su Hua showed no sign of fading. Dammit! The mistress isn't in a good state, one bodyguard muttered, sharp-eyed. She might be on the verge of another episode. With Lin Xuan absent, Su Hua couldn't afford to lose control now. Another bodyguard spoke up. I'll contact Secretary Jiang, see if she has a solution. He quickly pulled out his phone and called Jiang King. Jiang King pondered the situation. Then, an idea struck. Here's what you do. She relay a method to calm Su Hua down. Got it, the bodyguard nodded. But most importantly, Jiang King added, if my method doesn't work, bring Lin Xuan over immediately. Understood. The bodyguard hung up, frowning. Would this really work? Well, desperate times called for desperate measures. They had to try. Tut! 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 The sickening sound of fists striking flesh continued. Hesitant, the bodyguard approached. Mistress Su Hua paused, her bloodthirsty gaze snapping to him. He swallowed hard. Mistress, it's getting late. Shouldn't you return? If Lin Xuan can't find you, he might worry. Su Hua's eyes flickered. The bloodlust in them slowly receded. Lin Xuan would worry, right? She had come to deal with Wang Xian without telling him. He was waiting for her. Su Hua peeled off her white gloves, break one of her arms, dump her on the street, and leak her scandalous information online, she ordered coldly. I want her ruined. If Wang Xian dared to seduce her Lin Xuan, she would suffer a fate worse than death. When Su Hua returned to Purple River Manor, she didn't go to Lin Xuan immediately. Instead, she locked herself in a room. Her mind was a storm of betrayal and bloodlust, yet flashes of Lin Xuan's gentle, handsome face kept surfacing. She sank onto the sofa, closing her eyes. Only thoughts of Lin Xuan could barely suppress the fury inside her. She knew she was slipping again. She couldn't go to him. She feared losing control, feared hurting him. 1 hour passed, then 2, then 3. Su Hua still hadn't emerged. It seems the mistress's condition is worsening, a bodyguard muttered. We should fetch Lin Xuan. Only he could pull her back from the brink. Nai, nai, nai. The sharp rapping jolted Lin Xuan awake. Frowning, he glanced at the clock. Who was knocking in the middle of the night? He reached out instinctively to cover Su Hua's ears, only to freeze. Where is she? Lin Xuan scanned the room, then hastily threw on his sleepwear and yanked the door open. Su Hua's bodyguard stood there tense. Where's Su Hua? Lin Xuan demanded. Young Master Lin, the bodyguard said urgently, the mistress, she might be having another episode. You're the only one who can help her, so Before he could finish, Lin Xuan's expression darkened. Where is she? The mistress locked herself in her room. Please, come quickly. By now, Su Hua had finally suppressed the storm inside her. Just as she opened the door, she heard footsteps approaching. Lin Xuan's voice, questioning the bodyguard about her condition. An episode? Huh? She murmured. Memories of her past breakdowns surfaced. Little bed slave, a spark of excitement flickered in her eyes. Maybe it's time to try it out. She returned to the bed and sat down. Young Master Lin, the mistress is in this room, the bodyguard said respectfully. Another episode. Lin Xuan pushed open the door. The room was pitch black, all the windows covered by curtains, not a single ray of light seeping through. Su Hua sat on the sofa, exuding an overwhelming sense of isolation, as if she had cut herself off from the world. Seeing her like this made Lin Xuan's heart ache. He stepped forward. Hua Bao, it's me, Yurak Xuan, Lin Xuan said softly. Su Hua lifted her gaze, her frost-filled eyes settling on him. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and she laughed a low laugh. Isn't this my little bed slave? Lin Xuan, so this is all she remembers when she's having an episode. Su Hua rose from the sofa, her red lips brushing against the corner of his mouth. Little bed slave, serve me well, hum? She captured his lips in a kiss. The bodyguard, witnessing this, tactfully closed the door behind them. Lin Xuan had no choice but to obediently wrap his arms around her waist. Hua Bao was in the middle of an episode. He had to indulge her. From an angle Lin Xuan couldn't see, a triumphant glint flashed in Su Hua's eyes. This time, Su Hua was especially wild. By the end, Lin Xuan was truly drained, not a drop left. It wasn't until 3 p.m. that the two of them finally fell asleep in each other's arms. Wang Da glanced at his watch. It's already 3 o'clock. Why haven't Xu Inzi and President Su gotten up yet? Liu Yuan had already guessed what Lin Xu and Su Hua had been up to the night before. He chuckled. Isn't this normal? Waking up late is to be expected. A man and a woman alone together. Dry wood meeting fierce flames, of course they'd sleep in. Another half hour passed before Su Hua and Lin Xuan finally appeared. Wang Da and Liu Yuan immediately stood up from their seats, greeting in unison, sister-in-law. Su Hua had originally disliked the two of them, but now, they were calling her sister-in-law. Su Hua couldn't suppress the smile tugging at her lips. She extended her hand. Yuck! The bodyguard promptly handed her one. After filling it out, Su Hua passed one to each of them. Since you're Ok Xuan's friends, consider this a reward. Liu Yuan and Wang Da stared at the amount, dumbfounded. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, holy shit. A million! Thank you for your generosity, sister-in-law. The two of them grinned from ear to ear. They had no qualms about accepting the money. Su Hua was the president of Su Corporation. After all, to her, this was mere pocket change. Su Hua said, Ok Xuan's only woman is me. Understood. Wang Da thumped his chest. Don't worry, sister-in-law. We'll keep an eye on Xuanzi for you. No little tramp will get close to him. Liu Yuan nodded vigorously. Yeah, I'll make sure Lin Xuan behaves. Su Hua's lips curled in satisfaction. That 2 million was well spent. Lin Xuan, who had been treated as invisible, seriously. You two just agreed to spy on me right in front of my face? So much for brotherhood, you're just using me as an ATM. After the meal, Su Hua and Lin Xuan returned to Night Garden. While scrolling through his phone, Wang Da stumbled upon photos of Wang Xian getting cozy with various men flooding the internet. Holy crap! His jaw dropped. Who did this? This was absolutely brilliant. Soon, he came across a news report about a woman beaten unconscious. The Wang Xian's face was swollen beyond recognition. Wang Da recognized her immediately. She'd been beaten this badly? Su Hua's figure flashed through his mind. Could this be President Su's doing? Wang Da gulped. From now on, he'd better cut back on the casual shoulder pats with Xuanzi. If President Su got jealous, it could be deadly. Back at Night Garden, Lin Xuan retreated into his workspace to continue editing Sword of Legends. The next morning, he delivered the finished product to Lei Hui. Lei Hui blinked in confusion. Boss, what brings you here? It hadn't been long since his last visit. For the boss to show up again so soon was completely out of character. Lin Xuan raised a brow. What, I can't come to the company? Lei Hui gave him a look, leaving the implication unspoken. Under that gaze, Lin Xuan inexplicably felt guilty. He tossed a USB drive to Lei Hui. Lei Hui frowned. This is Lin Xuan, the fully edited Sword of Legends. Lei Hui's eyes nearly bulged out of his skull. Boss, you're saying Sword of Legends is already done? Yeah. Lin Xuan nodded. You can start arranging voiceovers now. Lei Hui's face was a picture of shock. He couldn't wrap his head around the fact that Lin Xuan had finished editing this series. Wait, hadn't it only been 2 days? How was this possible? As he began reviewing Sword of Legends, his astonishment only grew. The special effects were mind-blowing. Nothing like the cheap, tacky CGI flooding the market. This Lei Hui stared at Lin Xuan in awe. Boss, how did you pull this off? Lin Xuan casually came up with an excuse. Hua Bao put together a team of computer geniuses from all over the world. They've been working day and night to get this done. Having a girlfriend like that is just too good. Lei Hui couldn't help but say. If he were the boss, why even bother working hard? Wouldn't it be better to just live off her? Money earned through grueling effort could never compare to the sheer comfort of living the easy life. Wait, thinking of something, Lei Hui's expression turned resentful again. With the way the boss slacked off, could he even call it hard work? Yeah, it's pretty great, Lin Xuan said with a smirk. The moment Foxdale heard Lin Xuan had come to the company, he stormed straight into the general manager's office. Foxdale glared at Lin Xuan, his face full of accusation. What's wrong? Lin Xuan was baffled. Why do you look like he'd abandoned his wife and kids? Foxdale gritted his teeth. Lin Xuan, how dare you act clueless? Have you even seen what your readers are saying? They're about to revolt. He tossed his phone at Lin Xuan. Lin Chu, and picked it up and saw countless readers threatening him. Some swore to hunt him down with 180-meter-long blades, while others vowed to lock him in a dark room and whip him with a leather strap if he didn't write. Foxdale glared harder. Boss, no offense, but you used to update hundreds of thousands of words a day. Now you barely manage 4,000, and you keep leaving us on cliffhangers. The other day, you stopped right at the most agonizing part. I thought you'd update the next day, but no, you just went on hiatus. Lin Xuan rubbed his nose sheepishly. Well, he'd been too busy getting tangled up with that little temptress Hugh about to remember updating. Foxdale clenched his jaw. Boss, when are you going to pull yourself together and start updating tens of thousands, no, hundreds of thousands of words a day again? Leaving readers longing for more Lin Chu, and more was impossible. He had to stick to 4,000 words a day, ending each chapter on a cliffhanger to keep readers hooked and longing for more. His focus wasn't on writing novels right now. The only reason he was still writing was to retain readers on his website. I'll go right now. I'll update soon, Lin Chuan said weakly. His instincts told him he shouldn't stay at the company any longer. Under the resentful gaze of his colleague, who looked like a scorned puppy with a blade of grass stuck to its tail, he left the office. Back in his private space, Lin Chuan finished the entire remaining manuscript in just 10 minutes of real-world time, then scheduled the updates, still 4,000 words per day. Afterward, he turned his attention to finding a cure for Su Hua's condition. But even after spending an entire day in his space, he made no progress. For now, he had to set it aside. He shifted his focus to expanding the influence of the Golden Dragon Gang. Su Hua's psychological scars likely stemmed from childhood trauma. Given her condition, her inner demons probably revolved around bloodlust. Since he couldn't make headway in treating her illness, he could at least protect her and ensure she never relived her past horrors. Aside from strengthening the Golden Dragon Gang's combat power, Lin Chuan also began practicing medicine under the alias Dr. Free Spirit, who didn't fear sickness and death. Even the most powerful figures held doctors in reverence. Using his medical skills, Lin Chuan secured vast resources for the gang while winning over allies. The Golden Dragon Gang grew rapidly. One day, Wang Ba contacted Lin Chuan. Boss, Lin Lai has returned to Xia country from abroad. Should we capture him? Wang Ba asked eagerly. Capture them? Of course we should, Lin Chuan replied coldly. He hadn't forgotten how Lin Lai had hired the Black Tiger Gang to torment him and even tried to have him castrated. Now, he would return the favor in kind. Got it. Wang Ba grinned at Lin Chuan's confirmation. Don't worry, boss. I'll personally deliver him to you for a proper session. Wang Ba, who was overseas, immediately booked a flight back. A show like torturing Lin Lai. He wouldn't miss it for the world. Soon, the voice acting for The Legend of Sword and Fairy was completed. Lei Hui sat in the conference room reviewing the final cut. The executive's eyes gleamed with excitement. General Manager, the pacing, soundtrack, and special effects are phenomenal. This series is going to be a massive hit. They had initially thought the script was strong, but the finished product exceeded all expectations. However, one executive voiced concern. General Manager, our platform is new, and the cast consists entirely of fresh faces. Will this really work? In this world, popularity was king. Their series from actors to director to the streaming platform was as green as it got. True, but don't forget we have Hu Yin, Lei Hui said confidently. And do you really doubt our boss? Hearing this, the executives relaxed. The conference room door swung open as the secretary rushed in. General Manager, something major just happened. What is it? Lei Hui frowned. The chairman of Hu TV, Central TV, and Eastern TV are here. They want to discuss broadcasting our dramas on their channels. What? Lei Hui was stunned. These major networks actively seeking them out and sending your chairman in person? These 3 stations were ratings giants. Usually, producers begged to get their shows aired there. Yet here they were, knocking on his door. Lei Hui met them in the reception room. Gentlemen, you're here to discuss broadcasting our series? Yes, the 3 chairmen answered in unison. The Central TV chairman spoke first. We're interested in your 3 Kingdoms series. Hu TV's chairman added, we want My Lucky Star. Eastern TV's chairman said, The Legend of Sword and Fairy should air with us. Lei Hui, he had just received the final cut of The Legend of Sword and Fairy. There was no way Eastern TV had seen it yet. No preview, yet they wanted it for their prime time slot? The chairman left no room for refusal. It's settled. Send us the master copies. We'll give you the golden time slots. Understood. Lei Hui agreed. I'll arrange delivery. Airing on national TV meant revenue and instant recognition. Why would he refuse? As the chairman departed in a flurry, Lei Hui's head spun. 3 top networks personally inviting their shows with prime time slots. It felt too good to be true. Since fortune didn't just fall from the sky, someone must have pulled strings for Sky Screen Group. Was it President Sue? She was formidable, but their boss was no slouch either. Maybe he orchestrated this. Lei Hui immediately called Lin Xuan, who was heading downstairs with his phone. Boss, Central TV, Hu TV, and Eastern TV just offered to air The Legend of Sword and Fairy, Three Kingdoms, and My Lucky Star in their prime time slots. Lin Xuan paused. This was unexpected. Was this your doing, boss? Lei Hui asked. No, Lin Xuan admitted. Then it must be President Sue. Lei Hui mused. He couldn't help but marvel. With a powerhouse like President Sue backing them, they could walk sideways if they wanted. Even the notoriously selective Big Three networks came begging. Su Hua sat gracefully on the sofa, brewing tea. Her fitted ivory chingsan accentuated her alluring curves. Her hair was pinned up, save for one loose strand draped over her shoulder, adorned with a wooden hairpin. She exuded the elegance of a classical Jianan beauty. Even after seeing Su Hua in countless moods, Lin Xuan was spellbound. Noticing his gaze, Su Hua chuckled softly. She rose and approached him, looping her arms around his neck. What was my HU and staring at just now, She teased, arching a delicate brow. I just thought you looked breathtaking today, Lin Xuan said. Merely sitting there, she had set his pulse racing. If Xuan likes it, I'm honored, she replied, her eyes curving into crescents. Her smile dazzled him, forcing him to glance away. Su Hua, did you arrange for our 3 series to air on national TV? If not her, who else could have done it? Well, done 02, it's me, Su Hua nodded. Everything her Shu and had must be the best in the world. So when John King reported the matter about Sky Screen Group, she immediately had John King contact the heads of the 3 major networks. Hua bow, thank you. Shuan. Su Hua, like a temptress, pushed Lin Xuan onto the sofa. If you really want to thank me, words aren't enough. You'll have to take action. Hua bow, behave. Lin Xuan grabbed Su Hua's mischievous hand as it wandered over his chest. Don't forget, you're still on your period. Don't tease me. Xuan, are you afraid I won't help you out? Su Hua raised an eyebrow. Lin Xuan recalled past experiences. It was true that even during her period, she could still Xuan. Don't refuse me, Su Hua's fingertip traced Lin Xuan's Adam's apple, stirring a wave of seductive tension. Butler Wang, ever perceptive, discreetly ushered the servants out of the living room. Outside the villa, the maids cleaned while stealing glances inside. Master Lin and the young miss have such a good relationship, they couldn't help but sigh. I hope they stay this happy forever. I wish we could drag the Civil Affairs Bureau here and make them get married already. Seriously, with how close they are, why hasn't the young miss married Master Lin yet? The servants were baffled. Why hadn't they tied the knot? Given how fiercely their young miss adored him, it didn't make sense. In the following days, the development of King's Glory hit a snag, and Lin Xuan went to handle it personally. With only 2 days left before Celestial Love and Sword and Fairy were set to premiere, Lin Qingyan paid a visit to Sky Screen Group. The receptionist eyed Lin Qingyan suspiciously. Wasn't this Lin Qingyan? Their boss had already cut ties with the Lin family, why was she here? The receptionist couldn't figure it out. Lin Qingyan pressed her lips together. I'd like to see your boss. Do you have an appointment, miss? The receptionist smiled politely. No, Lin Qingyan admitted. Lin Xuan had blocked all the Lin family's numbers. When she called him using a servant's phone, he hung up the moment he heard her voice. She didn't even know where he lived now, so she had no choice but to come to Sky Screen Group. Then I'm sorry. Without an appointment, you can't see him. Lin Qingyan's expression darkened at the repeated rejections. Do you know who I am? I'm your boss's second sister. She snapped. I know, the receptionist nodded. She smirked and added, and I also know our boss has severed ties with the Lin family. You, Lin Qingyan's face turned livid. The receptionist unapologetically picked up the walkie-talkie. Security, we have a troublemaker here. Send 2 men to escort her out. How dare you treat me like this? Lin Qingyan's eyes widened. I'm the heiress of Starlight Group. Do you think you can survive in New City after this? The receptionist scoffed. You think you have any power over Sky Screen Group? Ew. Lin Qingyan's chest heaved with rage. Once Xuan returned to the Lin family, she'd make sure this receptionist was fired. Let's see how smug she'd be then. Security arrived and pointed at Lin Qingyan. This the one? Yes. Without hesitation, the guards restrained Lin Qingyan. How dare you lay hands on me? He shrieked. Of course, we dare. Come along, miss. They unceremoniously tossed her out of Sky Screen Group. The receptionist gleefully texted her friend. Lin Qingyan just showed up at the company looking for the boss. I had her thrown out. Haha, so satisfying she looked like a pufferfish about to explode. That's right. This receptionist was a devoted anti-fan of Lin Qingyan. She even secretly snapped photos of Lin Qingyan being ejected and sent them to gossip accounts. Standing outside Sky's screen group, Lin Qingyan adjusted her sunglasses, her expression stormy. She had come with good intentions, wanting to help Lin Qiu, and only to be humiliated by his employees. Her heart ached, but remembering how she had repeatedly misunderstood Lin Qiu and in the past, she couldn't bring herself to stay angry at him. After resolving the King's Glory issue, Lin Qiu stepped out of the elevator. The receptionist approached. Boss, your second sister Lin Qingyan came by earlier. I had security remove her. Well done, Lin Qiu nodded. Double your bonus this month. Thank you, boss. She beamed. She's still outside, the receptionist added. Good, Lin Qiu smirked. I'll go see what my dear second sister wants. Lin Qiu walked out. Spotting him, Lin Qingyan brightened and hurried over. Ah, Qiu, it's me, your second sister. Lin Qiu arched an eyebrow. In the past, Lin Qingyan would sneer at him the moment they met. Why the sudden warmth? What do you want? His tone was icy. Ah, Qiu, that receptionist actually ordered security to throw me out. Before she could finish, Lin Qiu cut her off. I know. She already told me. Ah, Qiu, she dared treat me like this. You have to fire her. Lin Qingyan couldn't swallow this insult. She had never been disgraced like this in her life. Fire her? Lin Qiu laughed coldly. I'd rather reward her. Why would I fire her? In fact, I already doubled her bonus. Ah, Qiu, you. Lin Qingyan stared at him in disbelief. He was siding with an outsider over his own sister? Ah, Qiu, I'm your second sister, she whispered. Lin Qiu scoffed. Lin Qingyan, stop flattering yourself. You're no sister of mine. Or have you forgotten? The severance papers are signed, the press conference held. We're strangers now. Lin Qingyan bit her lip. So this was why he defended that receptionist. He still resented her, resented the Lin family. Ah, Qiu, her voice trembled. I'm sorry. I was wrong. After reading your diary, I realized when I had a fever, it was you who took care of me. When my career hit rock bottom, it was you who silently stood by me, encouraging me. Need to suppress Lin Qiu frowned. A diary? He had actually forgotten about that. As a child, he had written daily entries so that if his parents ever found him, they would know about his past. The habit had stuck with him over the years. Looking back now, it all seemed ridiculous. The Lin family couldn't care less about the life he had lived. All those diaries were just a waste of effort. He never expected that notebook would end up in Lin Qingyan's hands, and Lin Qingyan's sudden change in attitude toward him, most likely because of the diary too. Lin Qiu regretted not destroying it before leaving. At least then he wouldn't have to endure the Lin family's nauseating displays of remorse. Zio Qiu, that cake you sent, I had it a few days ago. It was delicious. Lin Qingyan's eyes brimmed with tears. Zio Qiu, I know everything you've done for me now. Second sister was wrong. I'm sorry. I just want to tell you, Zio Qiu, I'm sorry. Lin Qiu felt nothing but cold irony. Not a shred of emotion stirred in him. In this life, he had left the Lin family early. That was the only reason they were here groveling now. In his past life, he had spent every moment trying to win their favor. And what had he gotten in return? Nothing but endless scorn. Now, he didn't need their so-called family love. Zio Qiu, come back to the Lin family. Let second sister make it up to you, okay? Lin Qingyan pleaded. These past few days had been torture for her. She truly wanted to make amends. Lin Qiu's voice was icy. Don't you find your own hypocrisy disgusting? Zio Qiu. Lin Qingyan looked at him in anguish. Lin Qingyan, I'm doing just fine. If you really want to make it up to me, then stay out of my life. His tone was merciless. If second Miss Lin came here just to spout nonsense, then I'm afraid I'll have to excuse myself. As Lin Qiu turned to leave, Lin Qingyan quickly raised her voice. Zio Qiu, I came today to talk to you about the TV drama. Lin Qiu paused, arching a brow. Now this was interesting. He was curious to see what tricks Starlight Group had up their sleeves. These past few days, Dad has been mobilizing celebrities to heavily promote Heavenly Fairy Fate. Ads are being rolled out across all platforms. Once it airs, it'll dominate all discussions and viewership. Zio Qiu, your company's drama won't stand a chance. Zio Qiu, you should change your drama's airing schedule now. I'm worried you'll lose everything. That's none of your concern. Lin Qiu stood by the roadside, occasionally glancing at his watch. Su Hue should be arriving soon. Before long, a Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of him. Lin Qingyan's brows knitted together. Was this so-called girlfriend of his inside? Big Sister had said it was because of this woman's influence that Xiao Xiu and refused to return to the Lin family. She wanted to see just what kind of vixen this was. Lin Xuan opened the door and slid into the backseat. Su Hua's profile flashed past Lin Qingyan's line of sight and her pupils constricted sharply. Su Hua, the head of the Su Corporation. Why did this woman's face look so much like hers? Lin Qingyan shook her head. Someone of Su Hua's status would never look twice at Xiao Xuan. It had to be a coincidence. There was no way it was really her. Recalling Lin Xuan's earlier attitude, her expression darkened. Big Sister was right. They needed to crush Skyline Group. Only then would Xiao Xuan return to the Lin family and break free from this woman's influence. Starlight Group. Lin Qingwen rushed into the chairman's office. Dad, we have a problem. Lin Chang was leisurely sipping his tea. What's wrong? Dad, Lake TV just rejected our drama. Lin Qingwen's face was grim. Lin Chang froze. What do you mean? We already had an agreement. Heavenly Fairy Fate was supposed to air in their prime time slot. This was the first time one of their dramas had been rejected, let alone a major production like Heavenly Fairy Fate, which everyone had high hopes for. Lin Qingwen replied, Lake TV said they've made other arrangements, and when I checked their official blog, they announced they'll be airing Sword and Fairy instead. What kind of drama is that? Lin Chang's frown deepened. Skyline Group had never publicly announced Sword and Fairy, so he had no idea it belonged to Lin Chu and's company. At this, Lin Qingwen's expression grew even more troubled. Dad, I asked around at Lake TV. They said it's Skyline Group's drama. What? Exclamation. Lin Chang's face turned livid. That's Skyline Group's drama? Exclamation. Dad. Lin Qingwen's voice was laced with worry. For Lake TV to drop Heavenly Fairy Fate and pick Sword and Fairy, does that mean it's really that good? Lin Chang scoffed. Better than Heavenly Fairy Fate? Impossible. Lin Shu and must have pulled some strings to force Lake TV into airing his show. Ready for promotion, Lin Chang's eyes darkened with intensity. Fine. So they chose to air Chinese Paladin, did they? Lake TV hope they don't regret this. His voice was icy as he ordered, contact Zhejiang TV. Tell them Celestial Love will air on their network. The two stations were direct competitors. Once Celestial Love became a smash hit, Lake TV's audience would inevitably flock to Zhejiang TV. And from now on, all their company's dramas would exclusively air there. He'd make Lake TV rue the day they crossed him. Dad, I'll arrange it immediately. Lin Qingwen nodded, though an inexplicable unease gnawed at her. Something felt off about this. Meanwhile, Wang Ba had been staking out the Lin Group headquarters waiting for Lin Lai to show himself. But since returning from abroad, Lin Lai hadn't stepped foot outside the family estate. Wang Ba frowned. This wouldn't do. He needed to find a way inside. If the gang had business requiring his presence like capturing Lin Lai and he missed it, that'd be a colossal blunder. But thou? He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Just then, two Lin family employees passed by, gossiping. Lately, the young master keeps having nightmares about people trying to harm him. He's refused to leave the house, even when Madam insists. PFFT, since when do dreams mean anything? He can't hide forever. Not forever. I heard he is planning to hire elite bodyguards. Once that's done, he'll probably venture out again. Bodyguards? Wang Ba's eyes lit up. Now that was his specialty. He immediately rallied a few gang brothers to pose as candidates for the job. Meanwhile, Celestial Love and 3 other dramas from Sky Screen Group had all premiered. Lin Chang stared at the screen, disbelief etched on his face. Central TV. They'd secured a slot on Central TV. His fists clenched. What connections did Lin Xuan even have? A wave of dread washed over him until he checked the ratings. Relief followed. No matter what tricks Lin Xuan pulled, none of his shows could outperform Celestial Love. And just as Lin Chang predicted, Sky Screen's 3 dramas initially trailed far behind in viewership. Lin Xuan smirked. Now that the plots are hitting their stride, it's time to go all out on promotion. He instructed Lei Hui to flood their own platform, Tiger Tone, with edited promotional clips, pushing them to every user. With their in-house platform, traffic costs were irrelevant. Boss, Lei Hui's called to confirm. Should we buy trending spots on Weibo too? Lin Xuan scoffed. Why waste money? Lei Hui blinked. But you said we'd promote there. No paid hot searches, no visibility. Lin Xuan's smirk widened. I said we'd trend without spending a dime. A few keystrokes were all it took. Not it, please? Lei Hui, was that even possible? Just watch, Lin Xuan replied. Curiosity piqued. Lei Hui refreshed Weibo obsessively. Within 3 minutes, the top 10 trends were dominated by #3 Kingdoms #My Sheepish Star #Chinese Paladin. Lei Hui gaped. It actually worked? But how? His confusion mirrored Weibo's tech team's panic. A staffer burst into the supervisor's office. "Sir, we've been hacked again." "What?" Exclamation. The supervisor spat out his water. "I hope?" Exclamation. They'd recently upgraded their firewall. Months without breaches had lulled him into false security. No traces, same as before. The hacker only forced these 3 drama tags into the top trends. "We can't remove them," the technician reported. The supervisor checked his phone. #Chinese Paladin, #My Sheepish Star, #3 Kingdoms. His brow furrowed. "They hacked us just to trend shows." The technique felt eerily familiar. "Sir, all 3 belong to Sky Screen Group. Palm Novel, their subsidiary, hosts the original works," the technician added. "Sky Screen Ling Chuan's company?" The supervisor realized. "Correct. Now he suspected the firewall hadn't kept Lin Chu and out these past months. Lin Chu and simply hadn't bothered to hack in. Defeated, the supervisor escalated it to the CIO. The CEO, opting for diplomacy, dialed Lei Hui. "Director Lei," he greeted smoothly. "I'm Weibo's general manager." "Hello," Lei Hui replied, wary. Their companies had no prior dealings. "Why the sudden outreach?" "Don't invade Weibo, it's like this," the general manager said helplessly. "Your company can directly inform us about which trending topics you want to promote or remove. No payment is needed, we'll handle it for you. Just please don't hack into Weibo again." They'd been on edge because of it. "Oh, alright," Lei Hui nodded, dazed as he hung up the phone. Weibo, with its massive user base, had always been arrogant. How come they were suddenly being so cooperative? Lei Hui called Lin Chuan. "Boss, the general manager of Weibo just contacted me. He said we can directly coordinate with them for promoting or removing trending topics. They'll arrange it for our company." Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow. "No charge?" "None." Lei Hui shook his head. "Quite sensible of them." Lin Chuan chuckled. "Boss, how did you pull this off?" Lei Hui couldn't help but asked. Lin Chuan, "Simple, I hacked their website." Lei Hui, brutally straightforward, as expected. "Wait a minute," Lei Hui caught another detail. "Boss, you can hack into Weibo?" "Though." Lin Chuan nodded. "It's pretty easy." Lei Hui was speechless. Just what kind of monster was his boss? And he called it easy? For years, no one had ever successfully breached Weibo's backend. Yet his boss had done it, and instead of reporting him to the authorities, Weibo was practically groveling. Was there anything their boss couldn't do? The 3 dramas from Skyline Group were already well written, and with this level of promotion, more and more people were downloading the Palm Video app. The key point? No pirated versions existed. Though these shows aired on TV, the earlier episodes were no longer available for replay. The only way to watch them was by downloading Palm Video and subscribing as a member. Lin Chang reviewed the data Lin Qingwen had brought him. "What's going on here?" Assuming there was an error, he frowned. Celestial Romance's popularity should have surged. Not only hasn't it risen, it's dropped. Lin Qingwen pressed her lips together. "Dad, the data isn't wrong. No mistake? How is that possible? Celestial Romance's buzz can't be this low." Lin Chang still refused to believe it. "Dad," Lin Qingwen replied, "all the attention has been diverted to Skyline Group's dramas. Right now, Celestial Romance has 0 discussion. If Skyline had only released 1 show, it might have been manageable. But they had 3 all top-tier productions. People only had so much free time, and these 3 series alone could consume 6 hours of it. No one had time left for Celestial Romance. How is this possible?" Lin Chang's face darkened. A blockbuster like Celestial Romance, losing to a bunch of newcomers on a brand new platform? "Dad, I've watched them. Those 3 dramas are genuinely well made," Lin Qingwen said quietly. "This time we've lost." She had been following the competing shows these past few days. Celestial Romance paled in comparison. "Lost? What do you mean lost?" Lin Chang gritted his teeth. "The entertainment industry is our company's core business. How could we lose to Lin Chu and startup, barely a year old, immediately start pouring money into this? Find ways to smear their lead actors. Pay platforms to pull those dramas off the trending lists. Dad, those actors have clean records. There's no dirt to dig up." She had already considered these tactics. They're only promoting on Weibo and Tiger Voice is their own platform. As for Weibo, I contacted them, but they outright refused. Lin Qingwen's expression was bleak. "Dad, right now, there's nothing we can do to stop those 3 dramas from dominating. At this rate, Celestial Romance might only recoup 100 or 200 million. Our production budget was 600 million, plus another 100 or 200 million in pre-release promotions. This time we're facing a total loss." No, it wasn't just a loss. From now on, they wouldn't be able to hinder Skyline Group's expansion in the entertainment industry. Skyline's Palm Novels app housed a vast library of stories ripe for adaptation into films, TV series, and animations. They also nurtured a strong team of directors and screenwriters. Skyline's entertainment division could very well replace Starlight Entertainment as the industry leader. Lin Chang seemed to realize this too. With a thud, he collapsed back into his chair. Lin Chuan, that ungrateful brat. He clenched his jaw. Lin Chuan had been born to ruin him. If only he drowned the boy at birth, then he wouldn't be here now, sabotaging Starlight Group. Dad, should we reschedule our movie's release next week? Lin Qingwen asked cautiously. After seeing the trailer for Wolf Warrior, she had a bad feeling about it. What's there to fear? Lin Chang scoffed. I refuse to believe his film can outperform ours. Leave me. Lin Chang waved her off. All right. Lin Qingwen exited the office. Lin Chang picked up the datasheet again, his eyes fixed on the viewership ratings and online platform metrics. Celestial Romance was being crushed by every single one of Skyline's dramas. How had things come to this? His fingers trembled. Lin Qingyan entered Lin Qingwen's office. Elder sister, if we can't suppress Skyline Group now, does that mean Xiaoxu and really won't come back? She felt uneasy. She thought Celestial Romance would skyrocket her career, but now, all those hopes were dashed. Yet when she recalled how she treated Xiaoxu and in the past, that discomfort was quickly buried. Don't worry, Lin Qingwen forced a smile. There are other ways. Yo, something interesting is happening. Anything else? Lin Qingyan asked in confusion. What else? Games, Lin Qingwen replied. The CEOs of several major streaming platforms were filled with regret after seeing those 3 dramas. They rushed to meet with Lei Hui one after another. President Lei, I believe our Wonderfruit platform can establish a long-term partnership with your company. Rest assured, we will allocate significant resources to support you. President Lei, our platform is also. Lei Hui's raised an eyebrow. Our company's dramas won't air on our own platform, letting others profit instead. Are you joking? The faces of the streaming platform CEOs paled. They were overwhelmed with regret. If only they hadn't listened to Starlight Group and suppressed Sky Screen Group's dramas. Lei Hui sipped his tea, thoroughly enjoying their remorse. Tusk. How satisfying. At Su Corporation. After finishing her work report, Zhang King added, President Su, young Master Lin's company's dramas are now a massive hit. Soon, they'll surpass Starlight Entertainment. Su Hui's crimson lips curled into a faint smile. Her Akshu